Morning or afternoon. I don't know what time it is where you are. Turn my sound down a little bit. I popping back in. Hello. So we're popping back into Virche Evermore. I'm gonna keep saying it wrong. I'm gonna say it wrong forever. We are on Mathis's storyline right now, so this is the first route we're taking. My hope is that I can finish it today. Was really excited to see that the flowchart lets you click on it before you've actually gotten through an entire story. Sometimes this doesn't unlock until you finish the full story. So I was checking this out just to get an idea. So this is like the first act. This is very short. That's basically explaining the story. It took me 8 hours to get through all this, and this makes perfect sense because look how long this is. This is just getting into a story, which is wild. The one thing it has information on the side, I don't know if that information is pertaining to, like, if it's only that. Like, I understand some of these characters aren't in some parts of it, but, like, I don't know if that means you have to do something specifically to get that. But I do like I'm covered. Where I am at, there's a little thing that says choices, CG, unread. Ooh, interesting. Okay, it does say yes on some unread things. So that probably means if you play back through it, you're missing stuff. I'll have to double check what unread means because there's a few unread. Like right here it says unread, which this is him, which means that there's a choice and I pick a different choice, then I'd miss something. This also says choice and unread. This says choice and unread. Choice unread. Interesting. I'm trying to see if any of the ones say choice don't say unread, because I know there was a couple that I changed my answer on pretty quickly. Being that I'm a big baby and it gets scared very easily when I make a bad choice. I don't see anything that says choices or unread at the same time. Or sorry, one but not the other. So that's probably just a sign I need to go back through. This is Mathis's flowchart. We've only gotten to the first chapter. So this is the one we're on. I just thought it was interesting. Hey! Scene list. What does this show me? I'm just clicking on the things I can check out. Act 1, Act 2. Question mark. Oh, I can kind of tell what's going on where. I'm gonna... Maybe you can't date death. So rude. He's not down. Well, no, there he is. Okay. Wait a second. Now I'm more confused. Oh, that changes. It changes to death or her brother. That's interesting. Okay, good to know. Specials, this is pictures. Oh, gallery, movie. I'm not watching the movie. Glossary. It's also great because it lets you know what photos you're missing. Also, I don't know if the sound's too loud or if it's just too loud on my side. All right. Oh, perfect. But does it tell you if there's multiple photos that you could get? Don't think so. For all of them, we should have just 2, I think. He's got 17 pictures. That's interesting. Ooh, who has the most pictures? That's usually a good sign. He's got 18. I'm just exploring today. Alright, so he only has 15. What? The cutest guy only has 15 pictures? I got 1 picture so far with him. I don't know if that means I've missed one or if there just wasn't a second opportunity. Sheen, my husband. I know. He's gorgeous. It's disappointing a little bit. Okay, so this one does show that it has 2 different frames for this, which is good to know. He's got 18 pictures. Wow, Sheen has the least amount of pictures out of anybody. And the person who I imagine is like the one they expect you to end up with only has 17. So he has like the second least amount. That's so interesting. Or it's going to be just the general photos. I like to use that one a lot. And that one's still iconic. But we got some other ones in here too. Not very many. All right. Well, we checked out all the special stuff. I was just curious if I had flowcharts because the last game I played, you didn't get to see a flowchart until you beat one of the playthroughs. Like everything was locked in here. So it's kind of interesting that you get to see it. Still concerned about choices, but we'll see if it shows deviations. That's what I like is when it has not just a flowchart, but like here's where the flow can deviate to a different like area. And that way you know where to kind of start up again and figure things out again. Did I forget to save? Did I forget to save last night? I was at the end. I'm still waiting for Lucas to teach Mathis how to drive. That'd be good. That'd be good if he did that. I did this. Game, you're making me mad. How did I? Do I literally have to fast forward through this? I got to the end of the chapter. Did I literally just forget to save? She goes out here looking for Anku. Anku doesn't show up.
司祭は語らないが、この国にはまだまだ死を招く花の種子が芽吹いている。
Just has such a
こ
good
の
voice.
短い間に君が歩んだ奇跡は、所詮序章に過ぎないのさ。
Merely the
自ら
prologue.
命
Wink,
を
wink,
絶つ
wink, wink, wink.
この国の呪いにあるよ。何?
Gotta figure out who did it. Okay, I was at the house. I had gotten to the end of the chapter. So I guess I just forgot to save after that. Which is totally on brand for me. If I'm easily distracted, which... Again, my job. Ooh, am I so far back? No, she already had started her job. Oh my goodness. How far? Like, usually it knows, even if I don't save, how far I got. So that's annoying. Wow. She's saying she wants to keep her clothes clean. She cleaned his underwear. Oh my goodness. I'm so far behind. Get ready for me to press the A button 100,000 times. I'm surprised the read mode's not doing what it usually does, which is just get through this faster. It also doesn't have a fast forward mode, but that could just be because it's not registering that I've already done this.
John.
Surprised him. We're gonna write a book together. Like, oh my goodness. I didn't think to check my save. I usually do save.
So, 今
This might explain why it said I was only at the end of chapter 1, because I didn't save. Took a photo, said he wants to take a photo of me with Mathis at some point. Wink, 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 wink. Talk about ghost in photos, how his brother's ghost would probably pop up in some of those photos. Run into all my friends because he uses amazing and carries things. Random guy pops up that says, "Thank you for avenging my brother's death." Yeah. Just giving you a play-by-play. How did I forget to save? Oh my god. My heart breaks. All right. Just like the other day, I heard no noise. Turns out he's writing. There is a cutscene of him writing. He's embarrassed because he doesn't want me to read his writing. I tell him to explain it to me, and he's like, well, it'd just be easier if you read it yourself. And so then he literally just stares at me as I read. And then I say, it's great. I can't wait. And then I think that's the part where he says, do you want to write it with me? Man, we're making such progress. Getting so far. Packed up. Okay, now we're going to be writing into the night, and then he's going to fall asleep. And this is when I hear the prostitutes, because those are in this game, on the streets talking about how they're going somewhere. Can't wait to get to freedom. Wink, 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 wink. And this is where we stopped, okay? Plot twist. I forgot to save. I'll read this
男は
again.
言う。苦しいほど君のことを愛してる。
The man professed, I'm madly in love with you.
女は応じた。あなた、趣味が悪いわね。
The woman replied, you have bad taste. How's the sound? Is anyone having any issues with the sound? Because I had an upload where the sound sounded really bad, and I can only hear it from like what it's playing on the computer.
男は笑った。ああ、自分でもそう思う。
The man laughed. Yes, I couldn't agree more.
だが仕方ない。好きなものは好きなんだ。
But it can't be helped. I can't change who I love. I don't know if this is supposed to relate to the story we're currently playing or something else, because this could be about Sheen
女は困った。私が
or
こ
my
の国を
character.
呪う死神のような
Hey
少年だ
yo!
ったらどうするの？
Sounds okay for you. Okay, cool. The woman looks troubled. What if I was evil like the god of death who cursed this country?
なに、その時は
In that case,
俺も君と一緒に悪役になって差し上げますよ。
I'll become the same as you, a villain. It's so romantic. Like, what's that? What if I corrupt you? Nah. I willingly get corrupted. The night's darkness sank into the ocean, and only the stars were visible to guide the way. Moving through this silence were two shadows. The young woman wandered the shores with a bottle filled with water and
配
flowers.
達人はまだかしら。
Where's the deliverer?
本当にこれを持っているだけで迎えに来てくれるの？
Are you sure that carrying this around is all we'll need to see this person? It's a pretty cool bottle. Oh yeah, I forgot to see if I could turn sound off on my photos. Her indigo dress rippled in the wind as she voiced her doubt.
大丈夫よ。私の知り合いだって無事に外へ出れそうだって手紙を残してくれたもの。
Don't worry, I got a letter from one of my friends saying she was going to make it out safely. The woman with the navy hair ornament assured her friend of the deliverer's arrival. Answering their wishes was a single man walking across the sand. Why, good evening, ladies. Do you seek safe passage to freedom? If you would give me the flower of life that resides within you, I, the deliverer, shall take you anywhere you wish. That's a soul. He's wanting a soul? Curious. One day at noon,
ルイ君？ええ、もちろん覚えているわよ。
Louis, of course I remember him.
両親に虐待されていたところを偶然私が保護して、あなたに預けた男の子だったわよね。
The young boy I took in after discovering he was being abused and relinquished custody
あ
to
れから
you.
もう10年以上経つけれど、元気にしている？
It's been over 10 years since then. How is he
え
doing?
え、今はうちの臨時職員として立派に働いてくれています。
He's been a great addition to our staff at the orphanage.
ただ、ずっと暗い地下に閉じ込められていたせいか、
But spending his childhood locked in the dark basement has taken its
暗所
toll.
恐怖症になってしまったみたいで、夜に部屋の明かりが消えると泣き叫んでしまうんです。
He seems to have fear of the dark places. When the lights go off at night, I can hear him
シス
crying.
ターサロメ、彼の過去の傷をうまく癒せるいい方法はないでしょうか？
Sister Salome, do you know any way we can help heal him of his past trauma?
そうね。無理に克服しようとすると、かえって悪化するでしょうから。
Let's see. Forcing him to overcome his fears might make matters worse, so... I happened to hear Mother in the discussion with a sister from another orphanage.
あら、これからマティス君のところに行くの？
Ah, Leah, are you going to Mathis's now? Yes, I'm sorry to disturb your conversation. I was trying to leave quietly so that I wouldn't get in their way, but Mother stopped me regardless. She gave the sister a quiet nod before coming over to see me off.
毎日楽しそうに通っているし、仕事については心配していないけれど、
You look very happy going to work, so I'm sure there's nothing to worry about,
時間
but...
にだけは 気をつけなさいね。この間もあなたがなかなか帰ってこないからみんなで
Please
心配してたのよ。
do be mindful of the time. We were all very worried when you didn't return until late. As I nodded in response to her concern, I suddenly recalled something. I never knew that you were acquainted with Mathis's family before, Mother.
ええ、昔にふとした縁で知り合ってからとても親切にしていただいて。
Her earrings aren't earrings at all. Wait a second. It's just like something in her hair? Interesting. Yes, they were very kind to me after we came to know one another.
この施設を設立したばかりの頃、必要な教材を用意してくれたのもクロード夫妻なの。
It was Monsieur and Madame Claude who provided the necessary resources to build this orphanage. I didn't know that. If so, that meant we actually owed our safe and comfortable home to Mathis's parents.
でもちょうどマティス君のお兄さんが生まれた頃にいろいろな事情で疎遠になってしまってね。
When Mathis's brother was born, some things happened, and I lost contact with them afterwards.
私はマティス君という第二子が生まれたことすら知らなかったわ。
In fact, I didn't even know that Mathis had been born.
それどころかクロード夫妻が殺されたことさえ。
Worse, I wasn't notified when they were killed.
こんなことなら無理をしてでも二人に会いに行くべきだったわ。
If I knew this would happen, I would have at least gone to visit to see how they were doing.
今なら少しだけ復讐にこだわっていたマティス君の気持ちが理解できるわね。
I think I can relate now to Mathis's fixation on vengeance. Mother,
ごめんなさい。立ち話で話す内容じゃなかったわね。
I'm sorry, this isn't a matter to be discussed so
いっ
lightly.
てらっしゃい。私の友人の子にどうぞよろしくね。
Be careful. Please give my regards to my old friend's son. Interesting. I chose this color for Mathis because he wears
両親と
kind of this color.
シスターサロメの思い出の品ですか？
Some kind of keepsake between my parents and sister Salome? Mathis stopped writing upon hearing my
うー
question.
ん少なくとも僕に心当たりは
You've had a
ない
traumatic
です。
childhood. I don't know if you've heard of many things. I haven't been told anything like that.
そもそも施設の支援に両親が関わっていたというお話自体
But this is the
初めて耳にしました。
sorry. This is the first time I've heard that my parents donated to the orphanage.
ジャイアン兄さんも聞かされていないと思います。
I don't think Jean or even my brother knew. To be fair, it was before your brother was born. I see. I was hoping to find something, even a letter that might lift Mother's spirits, but I expected that there might be nothing at all, so I wasn't too let down. Mathis seemed to be sorry that he wasn't of much help, and he reached out for another sheet of writing
あ
paper.
れ
Huh? His hand swept across nope. His hand swept across the bare table.
原稿用紙がない。さっき使ったので最後だったんだ。
Where are the papers? Or was that the last one? Would you like me to go and buy some more? Jean usually went out to purchase the paper, but as he was in the middle of bookkeeping, I thought it was best not to bother him now.
それは助かりますが、原稿用紙を売っているお店
That'd be
わ
helpful,
からな
but
いですよね。
you don't know where they sell them, do you?
シュディのマルシェは少し入り組んでいるので、闇雲に探すと迷ってしまいますよ。
Shadis is a bit hard to navigate, so you might get lost if you go alone. But you want to continue writing, right? It'll be faster for me to go and buy them. I can ask Jean for the location.
でも、
But Mathis stopped speaking suddenly and was silent for a moment. A few seconds passed, and after showing a bit of hesitation,
なら、
then he abruptly stood up from his seat and looked at me with resolve.
僕も一緒に行きます。
I'll go too.
そのお店には前に一度だけちゃんと行ったことがあるので。
I know exactly where they sell writing paper since I've gone with Jean before. Huh? But I thought Mathis wasn't in the habit of going outside the mansion, apart from investigating murders. You know, just murder investigation. We stepped outside to do some personal shopping for Mathis. I changed my clothes and went with him to Chada's busy marché. The marché here was very lively, but for people who did not do well in crowds, it could be a real challenge. As expected, Mathis's eyes darted around suspiciously the moment he stepped into the marché. His body tensed each time he came in close proximity of the shoppers. Mathis, maybe you shouldn't force yourself. He shook his head.
大丈夫です。このぐらいの人混み、すぐに慣れてみせますから。
I'm an introvert, so I get the vibe. I'm fine, really. I'll get used to the crowd soon.
ぼーっとするなよ。のろまなやつだな。
Quit dawdling, you slow bastard.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
あら、ごめんなさいね。でも坊やもこんなところで立ち止まったらダメよ。
Prostitute D, we're on D now. Oh my, I'm sorry, but my dear, you really shouldn't be standing around like that. Each time Mathis tried to avoid someone, he kept moving against the crowd and bumped into someone else. With every apology, Mathis grew more pale and his breathing became unstable. It reminded me of the past. Oh, hold his hand, pat his back. Oh dear. Go with hold his hand. Maybe we can lead him. It's just like when I was little, scared of how everyone looked at me. The heck was that? If I recall correctly, Adolphe used to do this when I was in a similar situation. I gently took Mathis's hand. Mathis, it's me. Don't worry. You don't have to be scared. I know how hard it is to be around so many people. It can be scary and suffocating, so why don't we head someplace often? You may be able to breathe more easily. Did I read that wrong? Someplace open. I added letters. They look. I see. I somehow led Mathis out of the crowd to the fountain location at the center of the marché. I gently dipped Mathis's fingers into the fountain to calm him down. I hoped it would help him recognize that he was free from the crowded area now. Do you feel better?
はい。なんとか。ご迷惑をおかけして、すみません。
Yes, I guess. I'm sorry for the trouble. Still pale, Mathis covered his mouth with a handkerchief as he nodded in
あな
response.
たやイブさんたちと出会って、少しは人見知りが治ったと思っていたんですが。
I thought I was a lot better at being around people ever since I met Eves and the others, but
皆さんが特別なだけで、やっぱり僕、人そのものが怖いみ
you're
たい
all
です。
special to me, but I guess I'm still scared of people in general. I feel that. Oh, remember how scared he was when we first met? I understand how you feel. I was afraid of people and the way they looked at me. It even made me cry at times. But that was because I was death. Classic. There was no reason anyone should detest Mathis. I was wondering, is there a reason why you have such a hard time being around other people? I decided to ask directly so that I could figure out the source of the problem. You don't have to share if you don't want
いえ、
to.
いつかはあなたにもお話ししようと思っていましたから。
No, I was planning on telling you anyways.
ただ、本当に大した理由じゃないんです。
It's not really too
自分
specific.
でもあのぐらいの過去でどうしてここまで怯えるのか
be
よくわ
honest,
からなくて。
I'm not sure why I'm still so affected by things that happened in the past.
聞いたらあ
Trauma.
なたもきっと呆れてしまうかと。
I bet you'll be disappointed when you hear the reason. Mathis looked down with embarrassment as he slowly began to tell me about his past. Are you going to mention the dungeon? Are you going to mention being locked in the dungeon? First, let me give you a brief explanation about my family. The former heads of the Claude family, I spoke before about my Reliver parents, but they served the royal family as officials and worked to publish books for distribution throughout the country. My brother's name was Camille Claude. He was athletic and smart, but never boasted about his talent. He really was like a hero of a story who was admired by everyone he met. As for me, I was born timid and shy. I was a normal child with no special talents to be proud of. So it was obvious that people would compare me to my brother. Is that supposed to be the outline of a family member or your brother? My parents both came from distinguished families and were talented themselves. To them, I was just an eyesore with no redeeming qualities. While it started off as resentment, this is a weird conversation to have outside by a fountain.
このグズメ、何度言えば私の言った通りに学習できる。
Worthless scum. How many times do I have to tell you the same thing?
もうこれ以上私を苛立たせないで。どうして普通に喋ることができないの？
Please don't irritate me anymore. Why can't you speak like a normal child? I didn't take long for their behaviors to transition into abuse. The reason why people don't know I was born was because I kept to myself indoors away from others, and there was a chair at the parents. I
こん
mean,
な出来損ないを生んだことを知られたら大恥をかくことになる。
they get murdered at least? Question mark. Ooh, is that good? It would shame our family if people found out someone worthless like you was born. My parents locked me inside the mansion out of embarrassment to avoid disgracing the family's reputation. Sometimes they would get angry to the point that they couldn't even look at me.
ごめんなさい。父様、母様。
I'm sorry, father, mother.
勉強もおしゃべりももっと頑張るから
Oh man.
出してよ。
I'll do better with my studies and talking to people, please. Please let me out. It became common practice for them to lock me away in a cold and dark room with no food or clothing to keep me warm. I spent countless hours all alone in the terrifying darkness, shaking with fear. The sort of simple fear that penetrated my core and became a cornerstone of my youth. Each time I was locked away, I nearly drowned in my own tears from solitude and hunger. You know, that's my whole bag.
毎日そんな罵声と暴力を受けながら
Day after
過
day,
ごしていたら
I absorbed all the bitter words and
ま
violence.
た誰かの機嫌を損ねたら何かしらの罰を与えられるんじゃ
Soon it became a natural reflex to accept punishment for bothering
自分を否
anybody.
定する言葉を叩きつけられるんじゃ
It was like an inner voice kept reminding me of how bad I
そんなことば
was.
かりを考えるように
My
なって
mind
しまって
replayed the memories over and over.
気づいたら
Before
僕
long,
は人間そのものを怖がりろくに話すこともできない臆病者に
I
なって
became too anxious around people to talk to them like a normal person. But you experienced such a painful life. Why do you look down on yourself over a valid reason like that?
だって
Well,
両親が怒るのは僕が黒家にふさわしくない出来損ないとして生まれたせいです
my parents were angry I was born a failure, unfit for the Claude family.
いわば自業自得です
It was my fault they felt that way? No. No, son. Sensing my uneasiness, Mathis forced a smile as he spoke.
強がりではなく僕は本当に自分が恵まれていると思っているんです
I'm not trying to put on a strong front, but I consider myself very blessed.
だってこんな僕にも絶対の味方であろうとしてくれた 大切な人たちがいましたから。
Because despite who I was, there were two important people willing to stand by me. Goodness. I don't know if we needed to switch back to her perspective for that. They could have kept him going. They were none other than my brother Camille and Sheen, the butler in training who served my brother. Whenever my parents tried to hurt me, the two of them would stand in their way to shield me, even if they got hurt
よう
themselves.
マティス、今夜は特別に冷え
Hey, Mathis, it's damn cold tonight, ain't
るな。
it?
今日はお肉も確保できました。ここで温め直していただきましょう。
We have some meat today, so allow me to warm it up right now. Even when I was locked away, they would sneak inside through the small window. They even gave me a special gift so that I wouldn't be lonely.
小説？
A novel?
ああ、外の国の本を参考にして冒険譚を書いてみたんだ。
Yeah, I wrote a story about an adventure based on the foreign books I read
主
before.
人公は俺。俺に仕える従者はジャン。そして頼りになる相棒はもちろんお前だ。
The hero is me, and Jean, my comrade, and my trusted sidekick is none other than you.
僕なんかが兄さんの？
Me? Your sidekick?
なんだよ、不満なのか？
What, you don't like it?
すごく嬉しい。
No,
どんな物語を書いたの？
I'm really happy. What's the story about? That was why I liked novels. I was left alone and locked away, but novels allowed me to escape into a new world. Ah, man. My brother would find me between his studies to read to me the stories he thought up with Jean.
3人で身を寄せ合いながら古いランプで照らした兄さんの小説を読む。
The peaceful times the three of us spent huddled together, reading my brother's novels in the light of an old lamp.
僕の一番幸せだった記憶。
They were the happiest memories of my life.
本当に僕はかわいそうな子なんかじゃなかったんですよ。
You see, that's why I don't think of myself as some poor child. Mathis, Claude. Part 2. He has a history of being abused by his parents and has a very timid personality. Good, I'm glad I learned that today. He said it so in such a happy way. It's as if novels are tangible proof of a precious bond you share with your brother. There was no way I could dismiss his happiness with words of pity.
はい。
Yes, but
最近その一番をあなたと過ごす時間が奪いそうになっていて。
recently the times I spent with you are starting to take over my old memories.
少し戸惑っていたりします。
I'm a little confused by it. Did he say friend? Huh? Woo. Looks like he's gonna faint.
長話をしてしまってすみません。もう行きましょう。
I'm sorry for talking for so long. We should get going. You can see your outfit better now. I keep trying to understand the setup. It's like I'm gonna go with like a sleeveless top with a corset and then like a skirt bottom, but it's like 2 layers. Mathis held my hand tightly as we made our way through the crowd again. The sight of a Cohen resident walking with an unfamiliar Mathis drew everyone's attention. One after another, people were passing us, staring with curiosity. Each time that happened, I could feel Mathis's hand tense up, but he seemed determined not to let go of my hand. Mathis.
大丈夫。僕は大丈夫にならないと。
Oh, I just also
いけない
forgot
んです。
he's taller because he's not cowering in fear in this one single picture. Don't worry. Well, not that I'm not worried, but
昔とは違って今の僕にはあなたや皆さんがいるんだから。
unlike before, I have you now and everyone else too.
孤独を言い訳にうずくまることはもうできない。したくない。
I can't use my solitude as an excuse to hide away. I don't want that anymore.
それに、あなただって、ずっと心ない言葉をかけてきた。
Besides,
人
people
間
threw
に恐怖を
all these heartless words
抱い
at
て
you
きたのに、
and made you afraid.
誰かを恨むこともなく、うつむいてでも外に出ることを選んだんだ。
I did have one thought too, because when it showed her hold his hand, it showed the death flower. If maybe that's the bad choice. Did I make a bad choice? Are they like getting closer to death? But you still kept moving. Your courageously chose to step outside
だ
again,
から、今度は僕が
which is why
そん
it's
なあなたを
my turn now.
一番大切な人を守れるようにならないと。
Dang, that's a big confession. I need to protect you, protect the one most precious to me. Precious. His words sounded so reliable and reassuring. It was strange. I was thinking about how I could protect and support him, but when had the friend in front of me turned into a man? Whoa, he's not just a friend anymore. He's a human. I was heading back to the orphanage after a long day of work. I was looking. I had a book held tightly to my chest. You who... Oh my god, what? You who yearn for love are beautiful. I've been playing too many horror games recently. Those flowers look like eyes. I remembered the exchange we had at the shop. We purchased Mathis's paper and we're about to leave.
あ、この本、
Look at this book.
写本じゃない。外の国から流れ着いた原本だ。
It's not a copy. It's one of the originals that washed on shore. He picked up a small book, the cover of which showed slight damage beyond normal wear. Is it common for originals to be sold in a place like this?
もちろん、無断ではダメです。
Not without permission, of course.
けど、研究所や城で内容を確認され、学術的、娯楽的価値がないと判断された場合には、
Books are checked by the Institute at the castle, and if they are deemed worthless from an intellectual standpoint,
拾った人が所有権を得られます。そうなればあとは売るも譲渡するも自由です。
whoever found it retains rights to the books. They can then sell or trade the book as they please.
これは見た限り愛を題材にした詩の本みたいですね。
In this one's case, it looks like a book of love poems. It was common knowledge that people of this country would lose their sense of love one day, so it wasn't surprising that a book was deemed worthless. At least that was what Mathis said. As for me,
この本気になるんですか？
are you interested in it? He looks so angry. Yeah, especially after hearing about Jean speak so fondly about his lover. I'm curious about how people of other countries express love and what they say to each other. Then again, it doesn't mean much if I don't know the language.
読めますよ。
I can read it. Huh?
この国の言葉、以前に少しだけ勉強したことがあるので、
The words written here. I've studied this language for some time.
よければ僕が教えます。資料だってお貸しできます。
If you'd like, I can teach you how to read it. I can lend you my materials too. Mathis quickly walked to the shop counter. He called for the owner, then paid for the book without hesitation.
なので、
So, well,
僕はいつもあなたに素敵な言葉を送ってもらってばかりだから。
you've been so nice to me all this time.
お礼に
Not eye flowers.
どうぞ。
Here, a gift for you. There's been eyeballs in so many of the Yomawari games at this point. I played all 3 of them, and I'm just like, that's all I see these days. He held out the book that contained words of love from another world. Are you sure?
はい。以前からちゃんと 日頃のお礼をしなきゃなって
Yes.
考えていたんです。
I've been wanting to show you my thanks for all your help, and now is the perfect time. Mathis blushed and smiled sweetly.
改めて言うのも少し恥ずかしいですが、
I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but Mathis gently took my hand and had me accept the book. He then apologized in advance for stumbling over his
い
words.
つも美味しい料理をありがとう。
He's blushing ever so slightly. Thank you for all your delicious
僕
meals.
にいつも綺麗な言葉を送ってくれて、
Thank you for always offering such wonderful words to me.
たくさんの愛が詰まっているこの本は、優しいあなたにぴったりのものだと思います。
This book is filled with love, so I think it's the perfect fit for someone as kind as you.
僕はもう取り戻せない過去よりも、
It's no longer the past I'm clinging to.
あな
Aww.
たと共に過ごす今が一番幸せです。
It's the time I spend with you now that makes me the happiest. Dang, this kid's just straight up confessing, and she's gonna be like, man, he's so nice. I closed my eyes for a moment. In my mind, I could still see Mathis's smile, which made me want to hug the book with all my might. It was only because I knew it was so fragile that I managed to refrain from doing so. Until now, I had been worried that what I said to Mathis made him feel overly burdened, but instead he was encouraged. He thought the words were wonderful. He said that he felt the happiest with me. All this time, he looked down on himself and thought of himself as a coward. That was why I was so touched by his words, knowing how much strength it took. I'm so happy. I had killed so many people as death. Word. I never thought that the day would come that I would receive such a beautiful gift. It felt as though I was living in a story of my own. I killed so many people as death. Girl, you need to stop saying things like that.
で、これがマティスからもらった本か。
So you got this book from Mathis? Yes, I was reading it using the materials Mathis put together for me, and based on his translation, it says here, "Are you there? I cannot remember your name nor your face, for you appeared in my dreams but once. Surely you must be my beloved. I wish to see you. Where are you? If I could but touch you, if I could but kiss you. I cannot bear this much longer. I love you but above all else." At least I think that's what it says. The poem seems to be written about a faraway love, don't you think?
表紙だけで胸焼けしそうだな。
I'm getting heartburn just looking at the cover. I pouted with disappointment. Fine, then here, you forget these... Oh, oops, sorry. You forgot these clothes last time. I've already washed them, so you can wear them right away. Are you heading back to the corpse?
ああ、今日は非番のはずだったが、なんでかイブに呼び出されてな。
Yeah, I was supposed to have a day off, but Eves wants me to see something. He looked at me as if to ask about my plans. I'm heading out to the marché later since Milo forgot to buy some eggs when we went shopping. Adolphe offered to walk me part of the way, so we set off together down the road to the marché. As we neared the corpse base, we suddenly heard the loud crash of something grinding against the
こ
ground.
の先にあるシュディのマルシェからか。
That sounds like it came from the Chatis marché. Curious, we rushed over there together and discovered a familiar car surrounded by a huge crowd.
事故か。
An accident? Hearing Adolphe mumble, one of the onlookers turned
Yeah.
around.
歩行者に接触しかけただけで怪我人は出ていないよ。
Actually, it swerved before hitting a pedestrian, so no one's hurt.
ただ車に乗っていた人がとんでもない大物でさ。
But it seems like the driver is some kind of big shot. Adolphe, isn't that car...
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry!
うちの運転手さんがハンドル操作を間違えちゃったみたいなんです。
The driver lost control of the wheel for a moment, that's all. I knew it.
あいつか。
Him again. No wonder there was a crowd. And the pedestrian who almost got hit was...
いったった。
Ouch. Jean!
じゃあ大丈夫？
Jean, are you alright? It was Jean of all people. Despite being the victim, he was busy calming down Dahat, who kept apologizing over and over. Are you alright? Leah? Adolph and I quickly headed over and skipped the
怪我人
formalities.
がいないならまずは車を移動させろ。お前らが集まると無駄に人目を集める。
If no one's injured, let's move the car to the side, otherwise you'll keep attracting more attention. I glanced into the car's back seat. Wink, wink, wink. Is he just waking up?
一番人目を集めるこいつが一切動こうとしない
My husband! Then again, I bet the guy attracting the most attention won't budge no matter what. I could see Sheen yawning lazily. Look, but he's outside! He didn't like going outside before this, which reminds me, I have a fever blister. If I touch my lip, it's because it hurts a little bit still. After we moved the car to the Claude mansion, we learned the details of the situation. It seems that Mathis was out shopping with Sheen in an attempt to train himself to go out more. Sheen and the others in the car were headed to the marché to buy some groceries. It was then that the driver missed a turn and almost struck the two of them from behind. Fortunately, Jean noticed the oncoming car and quickly pulled Mathis away in the nick of time.
本当にこの衛兵を呼ばなくていいんだな。
Are you sure you don't want to call the royal guard?
はい。僕もジャンも軽く転んだだけで怪我はありませんから。
Jean and I only fell, so it's not like we were hurt.
呼んだ方が事態が悪化しそうですし。
Calling those soldiers would probably just make matters worse.
ですが、そちらの運転手の方には研究所側でしっかり注意をしていただきたく。
I would like to ask that the Institute issues a strict warning to the driver. Dahat tapped his chest and said that he would take care of
でも
everything.
久しぶりの再会がこんな形になっちゃうなんて本当に申し訳ないです。
Oh, is this his normal clothes? He's always wearing a lab coat, I think, before. I have to admit, I sure didn't expect this to be our first reunion. I'm so very sorry, everyone.
怪我以外に所持品が壊れたりはしてません。してたらこちらで弁償しますから。
Were there any damages to your belongings when you fell? If so, we'll pay for it. And Dahat's offer, Mathis and Jean patted their pockets to make sure.
僕は大丈夫ですね。もともと財布以外に持ち物はありませんでしたから。
I'm fine. I only had my wallet with me anyway.
俺の方も特には。
It seems I am fine as well. Suddenly, something dropped to Jean's feet. It struck the ground and bounced over to Dahat standing next to the car.
首飾り。
A necklace. Ooh, can we see his love in there? Zoom in, won't I?
それにしてはなんだか質素というか変わった形ですね。
That's so rude, Dahat. What the heck? If so, it's kind of plain, isn't it? I've never seen one like this before. Dahat picked it up from the ground, and Sheen peered from behind him with interest.
あ、それ
That's...
確かジャンが恋人の写真を入れている開閉式の蓋の首飾り。
Mathis out here just rolling out with all the secrets. I believe that's the locket that Jean keeps his lover's picture in. Look how concerned.
それじゃあ転んだ際に蓋が壊れて開いちゃったんですね。なら僕の方で修理の手配を。
Looks like the cover part broke. It won't latch on right. I can get it repaired right away.
自分で直せますので結構
No.
です。
I can fix it myself, thank you.
でも
But
本当に大丈夫ですから。
it really is no trouble.
それは俺の大事なものなのですぐに返していただけると助かり
It's
ま
an
す。
important possession of mine. I'd appreciate if you'd return it to me.
はあ、本当にいいんですか？
Okay, but are you really sure? Seeing that he was quite sure about not having it fixed, Dahat approached Jean to return the necklace. As Dahat extended his hand to return it...
待て。
Wait, oh, I thought I was going to get to see inside. Sheen suddenly grabbed Dahat's arm to stop him from going any further. We were surprised by how sharp his expression was now, given how bored he looked earlier, as he
クロー
usual
ド家の
again.
末っ子ならともかく、
I could see the Claude family air with this.
なぜ一介の執事がそんなものを持っている？
But why would a mere butler like you have such a thing?
それにその女は
In addition, that woman,
悪趣味だな。
you have horrible taste. Shock and silence filled the air. Mathis and I stood dumbfounded by what Sheen was saying. I could see Adolphe and Dahat looking at him with bewildered expressions. Oh wait, I just realized he's not wearing his lab coat either. They're in normal clothes today. Despite the silent pressure from Sheen, Jean was
あな
calm.
たにとってはそうでも、俺にとって彼女は、
To
この
you.
世で一番素晴らしい女性ですから。
To you, perhaps. However, she is the most perfect woman in the world to me. Is it Mother? Please tell me I'm not wrong. I don't think it's Mother only because they did want to turn into the relivers together, but it'd be hilarious if it was Mom. Or if it was just Mom and he's just in a delusion. He gently took Sheen's hand off of Dahat's arm and took back the necklace with a smile. Sheen looked similarly unbothered by Jean's response.
そんな反論し
Oh,
かし
he
ない
still
とい
has the
うこ
thing
と
on
は
his hip even
あ
without
る
a lab
程度の自
coat.
覚はあるということか。
The fact that you say no so suggests that you are well aware of my meaning. They seem to circle a subject that the rest of us couldn't seem to figure out.
まあいい。俺もその程度で騒ぎ立てるほど暇ではない。
Never mind. I have no time to bother with this.
言い訳をしなかった潔さに免じて猶予をくれてやる。
I'll grant you a reprieve since you didn't attempt to make excuses.
俺の気が変わる前に叱るべき手続きを取るんだな。
Be sure to turn in the proper paperwork before I change my mind.
ご温情、痛み入ります。
Your courtesy is greatly appreciated. Sheen waved his hand, then headed back into the back seat of the car. It will be funny. I only saw say mother because he said you got bad taste. That's what I assumed as well. But like who is it? We haven't met the person yet. The only other person we've met that isn't a reliver is the little girl in the hospital, and I'm 99% positive that that is just Lucas's sibling. And as usual, Dahat followed while voicing his disapproval of Sheen's behavior.
ああ、もう、人様の恋人をけなすなんて、シアンさんってば最低。悪魔、寝不足が恋人の人でなし。
Insulting a person's lover like that? Sheen's the worst. A demon who only loves being sleep deprived.
そんなんじゃ一生結婚なんてできませんからね。ポン。
You're never gonna get married if you keep that up. After apologizing, bowing his head to Jean over and over, he continued scolding Sheen as he joined them in the car heading back.
シアンさんが変わった人なのは知ってたけど、
I know Sheen is a unique person,
人の
but
恋人にいきなりあんなことを言うなんて、いくらなんでもひどすぎます。
show us the inside of your locket, Jean. I want to know. Hearing him actually speak badly about someone's lover, that was really cruel of him. I didn't take him for the type to say such unfounded things.
ああ、俺も妙な違和感を覚えた。
Yeah, something doesn't feel right.
嫌み
Show
ったら
us
しい
the
挑発や
locker.
皮肉ならともかく、
The hot
子供で
Sheen
も
already
浮かびそう
married
な
to
単
me.
なる悪口なんてあいつが言うか。
I mean, they have the right personality type. One's angry, one's not. Show us. Stop my theory. Show us. If we were trying to provoke him with sarcasm, he would have made some effort, at least a clever remark.
確かにそうですが、どんな理由があっても、僕はしばらく
I see what you
許せそう
mean.
にないです。
But regardless of the reason, I don't want to see him for a while. Despite our outrage, the confusion... Despite our outrage and confusion, the person who should have been hurt the most was simply looking on with a worried smile.
いいのですよ、坊ちゃん。確かに彼女をけなされたことには 少々答えましたが、
It's fine, Master. It didn't hurt me to hear him say such things about my
こ
beloved,
の
but
国ではリライバー化で確実に消える恋愛感情は軽視されがちです。
I'm accustomed to the country's tendency to look down on love since it disappears after becoming a
恋
reliver.
人の写真を肌身離さず持っているというのを気味悪がる人は少なからずいるでしょう。
I am not surprised that there are those who are repulsed by someone always carrying around a picture of their love.
申し
Gee.
訳ありません。まだ買い物の途中でしたが、少し気分を変えてきても。
I'm truly sorry. We were supposed to go shopping, but might I have some time to myself for now?
僕のことは気にしないでいいから。
Went all the way back to your house. I wouldn't want to go
Please, okay.
shopping again either. I'm very a homebody. If I end up at the house, I don't want to go somewhere again. Don't worry about me. Take all the time you need. Sheen, I got another theory. Please come on. I need the tea about your lover now.
ありがとうございます。ではまた後ほど。
What's your other theory? Let's hear it. What's the theory? Who is it? Thank you very much. If you will, all excuse me. After a short bow, Jean took his leave from the premises. I've noticed a few typos in this one, and I have to sometimes read it twice to get the right word, but all in all, it is a translated manuscript, so. With this strange encounter ending on an even stranger note, Adolphe headed back to the corpse base. As for me, after doing groceries at the marché, I headed back to the orphanage to deliver the eggs, but something about Jean didn't seem right, which worried me quite a bit. Gonna get a flashback. I headed back to the Claude family mansion to be with Mathis and await Jean's return. Mathis, have you ever seen inside that thing? But he didn't show up after all, even after dinner time. Am I... Wait, what's happening? Why... Why am I washing his hair? Jean is really late.
はい。ただでさえ恋人と会うことができない状況なのに。
I'm so confused. What is happening in this picture? Is he curled into a ball? What's happening? Yes, making matters worse is that he isn't able to see his
他人か
lover.
らあんなことまで言われたら、いくら優しいちゃんでも傷つきます。
Jean is a really nice person. Even he must be hurt by what was said to him earlier. I was drying Mathis's wet hair after his bath. Jean wasn't here to do it for himself. Mathis was worried about his butler's whereabouts, but...
もう大丈夫です。放っておけば自然と整いますから。
What if Mathis is her lover, but she's a reliver and she's got no love for Jean, and Mother also don't know that she was his lover? I'm making stuff up in my head. I would say maybe, but at the same time, she's been a reliver for almost as long as Sheen's been a reliver, so about 80 years. And Jean is only in his 20s, right? He's 21, I think, right now. So the chances are slim that that's the case, because our character has lived with Mother for about 10 years, I think is what they said. So if she's been with the mother for about 10 years, she's been in the same body for over 10 years. So that would mean they definitely didn't fall in love. The game's messing with my mind. Oh, that's good enough. My hairs will dry naturally. You must have noticed the way I dried his hair was different from how Jean did it. My way of doing it must be making him feel uneasy. Absolutely not. Your hair is really pretty, so it needs to be dried well. And if you catch a cold from this, you won't be able to work on your
そ
novel.
れって子供扱いですか？
Are you treating me like a child? You are curled up in a ball? Yes, I'm treating you like a child. Huh?
あなたと僕は一つしか年齢は違わないのに。
You know we're only 1 year apart. I could hear the frustration in his voice. Yes, I know that. I may have treated you like a child before, but over time I stopped seeing you as a boy and started seeing you as a man.
なら平気です。
Then that's fine.
子供扱いは嫌ですが、あなたと触れ合えるのは
I don't want to be treated like a child, but spending time with you like this
とても嬉しいので、
makes me very happy.
いつか僕も
One day. Also, these guys' nails, so nice. So clean. He giggled before he continued.
その
Such a man.
日だまりの髪
One
触らせ
day.
てもらっても
Would it be alright if I touched your
いい
hair
ですか？
too? Sure, not that my hair is anything special. I have the shortest hair of anyone in this game. I carefully worked on his hair in a way that hid my flustered expression. I gently lifted up the back so that I could dry his nap when... On the back of his neck. Oh my god, is he a robot? Robot confirmed. I discovered a small round mark that appeared to be a wound or a bruise. What is this? Out of curiosity, I touched the mark. I'm sorry, I was concerned by the mark on the back of your neck.
不意打ちでこんないたずらをするなんて
Is this another one of your pranks? Mathis, I have never pranked you.
君は相変わらずの小悪魔だな。
You're always up to some mischief. Am I? Me up to mischief? I couldn't remember pulling any pranks on Mathis before. Does Mathis have a split personality? Mathis, are you falling asleep? I looked at the clock and noticed how late it had gotten. As expected, Mathis had fallen asleep in a peculiar
君
fashion.
との幸せな時間が
Spending time with you like this? Is Mathis a robot?
ずっと続くと
If only it could
いい
last
のにな。
forever. He mumbled happily as he drifted into a peaceful slumber. At that moment, the heavy door opened quietly, bringing in an unusual interruption to his sleep.
ただいま戻りました。ご心配をおかけし、申し訳ありません。
I have returned. I do apologize for the inconvenience.
それと、坊ちゃんとあなたにお客様がいらしております。
Some guests have arrived for you and the master. Behind Sheen was the entire corpse. I gotta understand what's going on with Adolphe here. He doesn't put his little things on his sleeves. He doesn't put his latch on his chest. His belt seems fine. It's not disheveled. He also has a strap going across his body. I'm confused.
お前たちに重要な話がある。
Something's happened that we need to share. Dolphin Company were here in corpse uniform. Dude, if anything happened to my mom, I'll be so mad. The sound of their footsteps and the sight of them all together was enough to have Mathis wide awake in an instant. But is he in a white shirt? Missing prostitutes? Classic. He is! He is just a little orphan child. Mathis raised his head abruptly at Dolph's report.
なんで奴は死んだはずなのに
I thought he died.
ああ、やっぱお前らは知ってたか。
Ah, so you guys knew already.
初めて会った時にそれらしいことを言いかけてたもんな。
When we first met, it sounded like you knew what was going on.
はい。
Yes,
でも
but for some reason, Mathis looked at me reluctantly. Is it a private matter? I can leave the room.
いや、俺たちとしては君にもちゃんと事情を説明しておきたい。
We want to make sure you know what's going on
君
too.
も女性なんだから、今回の事件に巻き込まれないとも限らないし。
You're a girl, so there's no guarantee that you won't be involved in this mess. I know that's not how we said it, but what do you mean exactly? Mathis and the others nodded to each other and Eves
前
continued.
に
リュカ先生と君にある女性を探してるって言ったよね。
Do you remember when I asked you and Lucas about that woman we were looking for?
実は彼女、主にシュリーの男性を相手に商売をしていた。
Well, this particular woman was a prostitute with clients in the Chadas district. Huh? He then went into detail. It started in Xi'an. Oh gosh. Xi'an. How did I just forget how to say a word? That was great. A few years ago. Women began to disappear on a periodic basis. Many of them who made their livings as prostitutes. Some cases were pursued after their friends grew concerned that they might have been involved in accidents. But whether they were dead or alive, everything was left unexplained and things had come to a standstill.
俺もこの件については今まで全然知らなかったんだ。
I never knew about things. Oh gosh. As a reminder, I have dyslexia. My brain does really fun things with words sometimes. I never knew that was happening in our neighborhood until recently.
でも聞き込みをしているうちに同じような行方不明者がここ数週間で一気に増えたことが分かって。
But the more we asked around, the more we discovered similar incidents from just the past few weeks.
これは何かあるんじゃねえかと調査を始めたら、結構前から起きてる事件だって分かったわけだ。
Another thing to keep in mind is the Corpse is a completely apparently like volunteer-based organization in their little nook of the woods. So the fact that this volunteer-based thing has such fancy uniforms, it's pretty intense. Which is why we opened an official investigation and found out that this has been happening for years.
俺がイブに呼び出しを受けたのもその件でな。
That's what Eves wanted to talk to me about back then. It wasn't because of a report to the Corpse, but from someone who put in a work order to find a friend who owed her money. But they soon found out that this person could somehow be linked to those who went missing. With that, the Corpse belatedly joined the investigation. I didn't know there were other cases aside from Barrow. But why the Corpse? I mean, if it's related to Chadas too, wouldn't the Royal Guard...
あの無能どもが娼婦を心配して動いてくれると思うか?
Do you seriously think that a bunch of good-for-nothings would worry about prostitutes? Well, when you say it like that, Hugo. Are we gonna have a flashback of them hassling a prostitute?
これは驚いた。
We don't do flashbacks in this house. She's a prostitute, she's a real liver, they're evil, we get it. Sensing that I felt disturbed, Hugo continued without waiting for my response.
その件について話し合ってた時に、
As we discussed the incident, it struck us.
きっとあの件だって思考を変えた奴が企てたことに決まって。
I'm sure the other incident was a result of similar motivations.
あ、そうなんです。
坊ちゃん。
Oh yeah.
それに。
That's not good for a lady's ears. That was from the prologue too. Okay.
で、そこの坊ちゃんたちがこそこそ話してたのを思い出してよ。
We remembered a certain butler and his master whispering about it before. They were suspicious when they heard it was a topic not to be brought up in front of women. So they decided to come here to ask Jean and Mathis what they knew. They ran into Jean on the way, who invited them here after they explained their purpose.
それで俺たちの予想は合ってるか?
Are we on to something here?
これは
Could be a different murderer.
もうごまかすことは不可能ですね。
I guess there's no use in concealing the truth at present.
うん。
I'm trying to cross my
それ
legs.
に彼女の身の安全にだって
Especially now that it might affect her safety. My safety has been affected this whole time. Mathis straightened his back, then began to tell Adolphe and the others what he was going to say back then.
皆さんの言う通り、僕とジャンはその事件について把握していました。
I wish this chair was just a tad bit shorter because my knee hits the desk when I cross my legs. as you know by now, Gina and I were aware of the missing prostitutes,
僕
but
たちやこの衛兵たちは
we and the Royal Guard
全く同じ日に連続殺人を行っていたブローによる誘拐事件だと思い込んでいて
thought that they were abducted by Barrow since the new victims were found later that day.
奴を捕まえりゃどっちもまるっと解決。
If we had just caught him, both cases would be
女の
settled.
前で話さずに済むならわざわざ口にはしねえよな。
No wonder you guys didn't want to talk about it in front of her.
姿を消したのは女だけ。しかもその大半が身を削って売る娼婦。
Only women were targeted, and most were those who made a living through prostitution.
結末なんて分かりきってる。
The results are unfortunately no surprise. It was clear no one wanted to talk about it, but the silence of the matter spoke volumes. The suspect was a deranged serial killer who was well known for murdering his victims through horrible, cruel methods. Meanwhile, the quiet disappearance of women remained unobscured, though they met the same tragic outcome no matter who the culprit was.
ブローが死んだ以上もうそんな事件は起きないはずだと安心していたのに
After Barrow's death, I thought this would put an end to the disappearance, so why? Could it be the suspect wasn't Barrow but someone else?
俺たちもその可能性が一番高いと思うんだけど。
We think that's the case, but
同日に起きるっていうのがな。別人ならブローの犯行日なんて予測できないよね。
but it happened on the same day. If this was someone else, they couldn't have known when Barrow was going to strike. Got it. Okay, I've solved everything. It's still Lucas. Lucas is the murderer. Hear me out. Barrow kidnaps women, especially those who, like, people don't care about that much, takes the hearts and tries to give the heart to the woman to create a body that's more sustainable for his sick sister. I did it. I figured it out. I'm probably wrong, but I could be on to something.
ろくな情報がない段階で結論は出すべきじゃねえだろ。
We can't jump to conclusions now before we got more information. Shut up, Hugo. I can do what I want.
しばらくは娼婦たちが立ち寄りそうな場所を中心に聞き込みと行こうぜ。
For the time being, let's ask around places where these women are known to hang out.
お前も気をつけろ。夜は絶対に一人で出歩くような真似はするな。
I'll do what I want, Adolf. Don't tell me that I can't walk outside. Look at her concerned face, you can tell. Be quiet, Hugo. Making up theories. Hey, I could be close. Be careful, too. Don't even think about walking alone at night. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind.
こちらで何か情報があったらすぐに共有します。
About the missing women. If we find any leads, we'll let everyone know right away. But have there been any more Barrow murders? Gina accompanied Adolf and the others back to the entrance so that they could resume their night patrol. Mathis offered to escort me back to the orphanage before it got too late at night.
女性たちの失踪のこと
I just realized he changed out of his pajam jams.
ごめんなさい。
He's wearing a collar. I just realized this. That hides that mark on the back of his neck. But also, when have I ever been silly? When have I ever teased or played with him? So I'm still confused. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier about the missing women. You don't need to apologize. I know you were just looking out for me and Mathis. Besides, the old me would have seen it as an even more negative light. I would have been convinced that I had something to do with it and probably would have hated myself more. Mathis breathed a sigh of relief as he heard my explanation, but I continued to feel unnerved by the situation as a
こ
whole.
うなった以上今までと同じように過ごすわけにはいかないです。
Now that things have gotten worse, we can't have you working the same
あな
schedule.
たの身の安全のためにも夜遅くまで僕の家での仕事は
For your own safety, you shouldn't work until evening anymore.
いえしばらくはシュディ自体に近づかない方がいいです。
For your safety, you should stay away from Chadis itself for a while. Even the daylight hours could be dangerous. I understand. I'm a little sad about it, though. I was having fun working with you on your novel.
僕もです。
Me too. He blushes.
でも、僕がそちらの施設に
But I can still go to
遊
the
びに行くことは
orphanage to
でき
see
ます
you.
毎日は難しいですけど。
I might not be able to
その時
go
は
every
また
day. But
一
if I
緒に
do go,
小説を
will you help me with my novel like before?
くれますか？
His pauses are so off base for me. Yeah, of course I will. Oh, I forgot. I'm able to read the book you brought for me easily now. If you come visit, I can show you one of the poems I really like.
ああ、楽しみです。書いている小説の参考にもなりそうで。
I can't wait. It might even help with my writing. Our happy conversation brought us to an alley where we're suddenly drenched by a rain of blood. Why does blood rain so much in this game? I don't think this is the first time I've seen Mathis with blood on him. In an instant, my and Mathis's clothes were soaked, and we looked to see where it came from. This alley is so much blood. The harsh smell of iron struck our senses. A woman lay in a pool of red. Sister! Sister! A young boy wailed and clung to her clothes. And there stood the man we had pursued desperately, who should have died in a deluge of acid. He's just like, I like how he keeps his clothes clean. Why am I drenched in blood, my guy? What is the magic you got going here? You're the worst killer in history who has executed so many innocent people. Why? What was going on? How had he come back from the dead? You don't know he was dead. Barrow glanced at us with a short moment before turning away with disinterest. He then looked down at the young boy clinging to his sister. He aimed his bare hand at the woman and thrusted his hand into her chest. With a forceful tug, he pulled out the heart that stored her emotions. A shower of blood ran down once again. I know, right? Ballad. Sister! The young boy's screams sent chills across my skin. He was going to be killed next. I need to save him. We need to get him out of here. My mind was telling me what to do, but fear completely bound me to my place. Then Mathis, who had been watching the same scene unfold by my side, brother, please wake up. Don't leave me. Why? Ballad, he also had a lot of trauma. What did my brother do to deserve this? You still have your knife? No, I can't see your leg. I love to read the subtitles. I don't need to relay those ones, though. With the smell of iron in the wind, he quickly vanished. Colliding blades rang through the alley. Oh, is he bleeding? Never again. I will. Dear God, you are full of energy, Mathis. I will have you suffer the same pain my brother experienced with my own hands, Barrow. Barrow blocked the strike from Mathis's blade, but in the next moment, there is blood. He's bleeding. I noticed Mathis's eyes were completely dark and empty. Mathis, stop. To my surprise, it was Barrow who responded, not Mathis. Did he speak. He should have found it easy to secure a victory, but instead he swiftly leapt back. Before I knew it, he had landed on top of a wall that towered over all of us. You're not getting away. He's gotten away. He's already away. Mathis did his best to try and chase after him, but I grabbed him from behind and somehow forced him to stop. Mathis, you can't beat him if you go after him alone. You can't leave the boy alone either. This is a mark in that a little bit abusive side. Shut up and leave me and let me go. Oh my god. We are not best friends anymore. We are no longer in pretend love at this exact moment. You meanie head. You don't have the right to get in my way of revenge. Let go, death. Huh? Did he hit me or did I let go? My vision went white and before I knew it, I was rolling on the ground. Huh? My heart hurt. I didn't have a clue why or how I was on the ground like this. The only thing I knew was the young boy was crying and looking at me with concern. Mathis was here in front of me just a moment ago, but now he was completely vanished from sight. Still unsure of what happened, I somehow got up from the ground. The young boy then tugged on my clothes with a hand that was wet with blood. This is like the trauma game. Sis, please help. Her chest, it keeps bleeding. Seeing him exhausted from all the crying made me immediately realize that that woman didn't have a backup. She couldn't be saved. So, if so, then the least we can do is cover her chest. I dragged myself to her so that I could get my head to stop throbbing. I spread my handkerchief over the gaping hole in her chest when I noticed the sheen of her black hair soaked with blood. I knew who this was. A strong, confident, and beautiful woman who didn't let herself be defeated by scathing words. Oh, it's the prostitute. Oh, I thought this was my mom. It's fine. I mean, it's sad, but it's... Oh god, I thought it was my mom. You saved me this time, but don't ever get in my way again. I'll choose better clients next time. This is our brothel. I'll give you a discount. If you do visit me before I leave this place to fulfill my dream. That's right. She did say that. It's a good callback. Why? Why you of all people? I thought you told me back then that we could meet again. Well, she said before I leave, so. Dude, don't tell me this woman with dark hair. Your mom has dark hair. Later, the royal guard arrives, hearing the commotion. Adolphe and the others come a while later, and I told them that Barrow had appeared once again. Oh, we're in the hospital? My head was struck hard, and the young boy lost his sister. So both of us were taken to Dr. Caprine's hospital to make sure we were fine. It's an expensive hospital. Fortunately for me, the bruise I took to the head wasn't bad, but... The master. Yeah, probably because he's embarrassed from being a jerk. He hasn't yet returned to the mansion this morning. That's right. I guess I really am death, that bringer of misfortune. I finally realized that the young man who sought happiness for himself opened the curtains of vengeance once again. Yeah, he promised not to overreact. Chapter 3.
約束された未来も地位も何もかも捨てた。
Like a tea saucer and a book. I threw away my promised future and position.
私が望むのは理不尽に居場所を追い出された彼女へ新たな幸福を与えてあげること。
What I sought was to offer a new form of happiness to the woman who had unreasonably lost her place.
大事な大事な
My
私の
dear,
友よ。
dear friend.
私のこの地はあなたへの友情と忠誠に捧げよう。
I will offer my wisdom and loyalty for our friendship. A few days had passed. The appearance of Barrow was reported immediately to the royal guard and the royal family, but they hadn't given any specific orders, so Adolphe and the others were frustrated, unable to take much action. As for me, the bandages wrapped around my head were slowly being removed.
念のためにと数日入院してもらったが、頭の骨に異常はない。
My advice would be for you to stay a few more days, but at the very least I can confirm your head and skull are
退
sound.
院しても構わないよ。痛み止めだけは出しておくから、我慢できない時に飲むように。
You're free to leave. I'll prescribe some painkillers, so take them if you experience headaches. Understood. Thank you very much for your time, Doctor.
何？これもかつて事件に協力したよしみさ。
Come now, we've known each other since those incidents. He went on to say that I probably shouldn't see another doctor since the royal family hasn't publicly announced what happened. Dr. Caprine continued to speak in a calm manner as he recalled the incident that threw the country into chaos.
それにしても、あの殺人鬼に殴られたというのに、この程度の怪我で済むとは。
must say I'm surprised you got away with only a bruise after being hit by that murderer.
運がいいのか悪いのか。
Yeah, I wasn't hit by the
わ
murderer.
からないな。
I was hit by a white-haired boy. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I can't tell if you were lucky or not, to be honest. He was wrong. The reason why I'm still alive is because it wasn't Barrow who struck me. I didn't remember clearly, but I had to understand my situation. Mathis was intent on going after Barrow, so he struck me in the head, then disappeared. But it seemed like he hadn't returned to the Cloud family mansion at all. Nor should you, my girl. We don't go back to abusive men. Yves and Adolphe seem to have a hunch as to who actually hit me, but I kept quiet on the matter, so they respected my silence and didn't say anything. I'm not angry or holding a grudge about being hit. I am! His brother's killer, who we thought was dead, had returned. A sister was killed in front of her young brother. I knew how Mathis felt about his brother and how he respected him, which is why I couldn't blame him for going mad with rage as he saw his own past through what happened. Still, that's right. He called you death to your face after saying he didn't see you like that, so that makes him a jerk. I was very confused by how Mathis yelled and even looked like a different person. Is that a dial in the back of his head? Can you change who he is?
無事に退院されたのですね。大きな怪我がなかったようで安心しました。
I see you've left the hospital. I'm very relieved that you are well. Yeah, actually, I'm here to tell you that you guys are paying my doctor's bill because that's the most expensive hospital in the country. So you have to pay for that bill because your master hit me. And I'm just saying, like, that's out of left field.
我が主が本当に申し訳ありません。
Good, so I don't need to explain it to you. That said, I'm truly sorry for what the master has done. What do you mean? I don't remember a thing about what happened when I was hurt. You friggin' liar. I have no idea what you mean, Jean. Seeing me force out a smile, Jean quietly lowered his head. Besides, I'm actually more worried about you, Jean. You look pale. From the looks of it, you probably haven't slept in a long while. Perhaps you should get some rest.
なりません。坊ちゃんがいつ戻られるかわからない以上。
Absolutely not. After all, I do not know when the master will be back.
俺はクロード家の執事として、あのお方の帰りを待っていなくては。
As a Claude family butler, I must wait until the master returns. If that's the case, then let me keep watch while you get some rest.
そんな、散々ご迷惑をおかけしているというのに、そんなことまでさせるわけには。
That's why you're paying my medical bills. Please, we have caused enough trouble to you already, so any more is simply too much. But at this rate, you're going to collapse before Mathis returns, Jean. Imagine what would happen if Mathis saw you unconscious. You blame yourself enough for not being fit to be a butler, don't you? What a call out. Now you're not a good butler? I haven't submitted my resignation, so I'm still your workmate and friend. If you need help, please let me be of assistance.
本当に坊ちゃんは良いお友達を作られまし
That's
たね。
against my will. She is doing this of her own volition. I would not. The master's really found a wonderful friend indeed.
ありがとうございます。それではお言葉に甘えて。
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, then I'll accept your offer. I watched as Jean walked into his room, collapsed on the bed, and immediately fell asleep. I envy anybody without insomnia. I let out a quiet sigh. I told him he should rest, but I'm the one who brought misfortune to this place. To be honest, I was planning on leaving after checking on the situation here, but I was so worried of the two of them that I ended up involving myself even more. Mathis, where are you? Your other brother is so worried about you. Yes, I'm cleaning. I changed into my maid uniform and went around the mansion to see if there were any chores to be done. Apart from some light dusting here and there, I didn't see much that needed to be done, especially after seeing enough food in the storage. I sat alone in the guest room sipping some tea to pass the time. I thought of cleaning the place a bit, but it would defeat the purpose if Jean woke up from any noise I made. I never knew this mansion could be so quiet. This hour was usually much busier. I would usually be enjoying lunch with Jean and Mathis around now. Not that we were a very lively bunch. Sometimes it'd get quiet while we ate, but he would then mumble to himself about how good the food tasted, but not hearing his praise now, I never knew how lonely it could be here. I didn't have it in me to pass the time idly in the guest room. You could still make lunch, I'm just saying. With no real objective, I went inside Mathis's room. Maybe it was from the room being empty for a few days, but the light shining inside was making the dust in the air sparkle. His study tools were there, and his pens were there, completely dry. I then looked at the writing paper strewn on the floor. I randomly picked up one sheet. It must have been written on recently, as the last sentence was still incomplete. He was probably having fun writing this. Just when Mathis finally began to move forward in life too, why did Barrow come back to life now? It may have been the first time I had ever held a grudge against someone. And it's a murderer. And it's not because he's murdering people, it's because he's inconveniencing my friends and their trauma. I should talk to Mathis about this newly written portion of his story when he returns. I held my breath for a moment. I felt something cold touch my neck.
なんだ、お前か。
Oh, it's you. Fuck you! What? This person I was thinking about had returned. He appeared silently with a knife brazened against my neck. As strange as it sounded, being able to see him made me more happy than afraid. Don't lie to me. Welcome back. Where have you been all this time? Gina and everyone else was worried about you. More importantly, hi, Poppy! Are you hurt? Don't tell me you fought Barrow all by yourself. Mathis, can you go back to being a sweet boy? I know, right? Like, what is this? Shut up. He's still not nice. Huh? He's got a split personality, and I don't like it. He really is Jekyll and Hyde. Disgruntled, he put his knife away and began rummaging through his desk without another word. His revenge era. No, my sweet boy's gone. So confused, I continued talking to him. Uh-oh. You won't be stepping out again, will you?
は？ブローを取り逃したのに戻るわけないだろ。
Yeah, but you suck. So what are you gonna do, my guy? Huh? Barrow's still out there, so of course I'm going to be leaving.
ナイフが一本折れたから予備の分を取りに来ただけ。
One of my knives broke, so I came to get a spare. Huh? He continued to look inside his desk and carelessly stepped on his writing papers on the floor. What are you doing? Aren't those part of your novel you were writing? Why are you stepping on...
こんな紙切れ。僕の復讐には何の役にも立たない。
Papers won't help me exact my
後で
revenge.
全部捨てておいて。
This is
普通の上を
definitely...
占領しているからすごく邪魔なんだ。
He was really gone. Yeah, this is kind of a trope too, where they have like the most shy character turn into like the evil one, kind of. Throw them away. They're taking up too much space on my desk. What? Force him to stop. Plead for him to stop. I don't know. He's being a jerk. I feel like if I force him, he'll hurt me again. He already isn't upset that he hurt you last time. Go wake up Gene. Gene, your boy's back. Go lock him in the dungeon. He needs to be put in darkness again, apparently. God, plead for him to stop? I don't know. Force him seems aggressive. And is she aggressive? Not really. Pleading doesn't seem like it'll work unless she starts crying. But if she starts crying, will that do anything? Will he wake up? Will he snap out of it? I don't know. Go plead. We'll see. Please stop. Those are parts of your novels you spent days working on, Mathis.
自分のものをどうしようが僕の勝手だ。
His voice just dropped. They're mine, so I can do what I want.
というか、使用人のくせして僕に指図するなんて。
And what makes you think that a maid like you
何様のつもり？
can order me around in the first place? I was astonished by the unfamiliar words coming from him. I finally snapped back to my senses after he roughly kicked up the papers that lay on the floor. I hurriedly dropped to my knees so that I could pick them up from the floor before he did any more harm. Please stop already. I held the wrinkled paper close to my chest as if I was protecting my child. Mathis, you're mistreating your love and talent for novels, which you share with your brother. You're trampling on yourself right now. Are you so fixated on revenge that you can't even see what you're doing? Or do you think taking your anger out on this will help with your vengeance? Boy just got shorter. I want my boy back. Without a word, he pounded his desk with his fist. He pounded the desk over and over again as if he was trying to overcome me with sound.
偽善者ぶるのもうやめてくれない？
Stop acting like some saint, will you?
僕の復讐を止める権利はないなんて言っておいて何度も何度も僕の邪魔をして
I'm always getting in your way. If I didn't stop you the first time, you would have been hit in the head with a knife and this would be over. You wouldn't even be complaining because you'd be deaded. You don't have the right to stop me from getting revenge. You always get in my way.
結局自分を死神だなんて皮肉っているくせに
You always say that you're supposed to be death, but...
本当に大切な人を一人も失っていないお前には
Dude, both my parents are dead, Mathis. The entire
一つわからない
orphanage I lived in, excuse you, Mathis, when I was a child, I caught that thing on fire. I killed everybody. Eves is the only one that survived. You haven't lost a single person, did you? There's no way that you'd understand how I feel. Not one bit. He raised his fist to strike me from above.
坊ちゃん、一体何をしているんですか？
Master, what in the world are you doing? A shout resounded through the room. Before trying to understand the situation, Jean quickly moved to stop his master. You just get slapped. He sternly slapped Mathis right across the cheek. Gah!
John.
Gee.
いい加減にしなさい、マティス・クロード。
You need to stop right now, Mathis Cloud.
今のあなたは、あなたを虐げていたご両親と全く同じことをしていますよ。
What are you doing? What you're doing right now is no different from what your parents did to you. Hearing his words, Mathis' eyes swam in confusion. Huh?
同じ。僕とあの人たちが。
No different. Me? Them? I look like your parents' child after all. Plot twist.
このグズメ、何度言えば私の言った通りに学習できる。
Worthless.
もうこれ以上私を苛立たせない
Can't
で。
you speak like a normal kid? Yeah, flashbacks.
違う。僕、ただ。
No, I was just... Do I want to go back and get the other choice and see what happens if I force him to stop? I was just trying to move what was getting in the way of avenging my brother.
邪魔なもの、彼女がですか？
Getting in the way? You mean her? The moment I met Mathis's quivering eyes.
たくさんの愛が詰まっている。この本は、
This book's full of love. I'm not clinging to the past anymore. I'm the happiest I've ever been because you're here, Lee. Jeez. Is he having this flashback? Yeah, that's when he hits me. Because I remember. Oh, now he's spiraling in a different direction. It was as if he completely forgot what he said and did before. Mathis suddenly went pale in the face. I did that to Lee of all people? Yeah. You're a jerk, Mathis. I called her Death. I've never seen her as Death before. Mathis held his head in his hands as he kept denying what he said in a mad frenzy. Yeah, he suddenly fell into an uncontrollable state before curling up on the cold floor. Mathis?
俺が坊ちゃんをベッドまで運びます。厨房からお水を汲んできてください。
Gene, I wasn't even supposed to be here today. If I'm being real, this is way out of my pay grade, which is not getting paid at all, because I did this as a favor. I will take the master to bed. Please get some water from the kitchen. Okay. You're too obedient. A few minutes later, Mathis' cheeks were still flushed red as he slept. I gently moved his hair away and placed my hand on his damp forehead. His fever is pretty bad.
坊ちゃんの様子がおかしかったのは熱のせいだったのでしょうか。
Perhaps the master was acting so unreasonably because of the fever. I'm not sure. I've seen some of the children back at the orphanage suffer from high fevers, but Mathis' actions and words earlier weren't the same. In his case, it was like his whole personality changed. Because he's Jekyll. Didn't I call him Jekyll at the very beginning as a joke? And he is? Because his last name's Clyde. I've never seen or heard anything like it before.
ですが俺は坊ちゃんがカミーユとの絆を自らの意志で踏みにじったなど信じたくはありません。
Regardless, I do not want to believe the master trampled on his bond with Camille on his own free will. Actually, does this have a... It's not... That's not the status I was looking for. Unless the flower means something. I'm more confused than ever. All right. Oh, wait, can I actually see the flowchart from here? I'm easily distracted by flowcharts, you see. I don't see any deviations. Alright, we good, we Gucci. I didn't want to believe it either, but there was no way of knowing for certain until he woke up. I was also worried about Mathis and wanted to prioritize tending to him before thinking about what to ask later. So I called the orphanage and said I was spending the night here. That's fine. I'm sorry, this will be a little cold. I gently placed a damp, cold towel on top of Mathis's forehead. Apart from his red cheeks, the rest of his skin was pale. It was obvious that he was struggling to control his temperature, and even the wet towel became warm very quickly. He would probably have to endure this pain until Jean returned from the doctor with some medicine to ease his fever. Nevertheless, I wanted to ease his burden. I kept changing the towel over and over again when... Oh, he's crying. Well, no wonder he's cold. That looks like a top sheet. Lee? Thank goodness you're back. I crouched on the floor and peered into Mathis's face. How do you feel? Do you feel like vomiting?
Yeah.
No, I'm fine. He seemed to be suffering badly from his fever, but his voice wasn't as sharp as before. I breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still sharp enough to feel a sense of regret. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tears fell from his eyes. His warm tears fell into his pillow, leaving a wet trail. And you will be paying my hospital bills for that. I did so many horrible things to you. Is it the dial in the back of your neck? Are you a robot? Why did I say and do things I haven't felt or thought of before? You and the novel. They're supposed to be my most precious treasures. I gently placed my hand on Mathis's moist cheek. I'm relieved to know that what you said and did back then wasn't intentional, Mathis. But first, I want you to focus on trying to reduce your fever. All right, think about it. Think real hard. Reduce the fever. Jean should be back shortly with some medicine. I tried to excuse myself so that he could rest in private, but he stopped me by tugging gently on my sleeve. Why, you still have a chance. I want you to listen to what I have to say while I have the chance. First thing tomorrow, it will disappear from you for good. What do you mean? Aren't you going to rest here a bit longer, Mathis? No. I need to find and kill Barrow. So just pretend to be a woman. That seems like the best solution. I have no intention of returning or spending any time here until that's done. I will go after him myself. But why? I was able to look forward to a better future and started to move in that direction, but... That was only because I gave up on revenge against Barrow after he died. But he's back now. I have to prioritize my desire for revenge. If I had a choice, I would like to live a peaceful life with you instead of seeking vengeance.
僕はあなたの笑顔のために
As if that's true, this game doesn't give me very many choices. I was so happy writing that story and seeing you smile.
僕が生み出す
With each word that I
一文
wrote,
字をまるで生命の誕生のように喜び愛してくれる
I think that's high
あなたの
praise.
ことが
You rejoice and love what was being written as if life was being born.
苦しいくらい好き大好きだから
For that and more, I love you beyond everything else. What a confession, but still.
この復讐心を何らかの形で消化しない限り
Unless I somehow accomplish my vengeance, my revenge.
前に進むことも終わりを迎えることもできない
I can't move forward or live the rest of my life.
あなたとの時間を幸せと感じることすらできなくなる
I'm not even able to enjoy the happy times I spend with you because of it.
それどころか
Even
あ
worse,
のどす黒い感情に飲まれてまたあなたにひどいことをしてしまう
unless my vengeance is exacted, I might treat you horribly like before, losing control of the dark emotions I feel, which was why he needed to kill. Classic needing to murder people for a reason. Mathis said so as he roughly dried his tears with his
ここま
sleeve.
で言ってもあなたは復讐をやめろとは
No, but that's just
Nice.
because you've made it clear it's not going to help. You're not going to tell me to stop my vengeance, even after hearing that, are you? Honestly, I want to stop you. After all, you're putting yourself in harm's way. But before that, I can't forgive myself for bringing misfortune into your new life. And I'm also someone who people want to kill out of vengeance.
Huh?
Huh? Mathis, I'm death, remember? You called me that in the alley the other day before you hit me in the head. And now you have to pay my doctor's bill. There were many who hated death for bringing about the demise of others. Considering that, it was nothing short of a miracle that I was still alive.
そんなあなたの件は迷信を元にした
It's not
た
a
だの言いがかりじゃ
rumor.
ないですか
The gatekeeper, he's just repressing my powers. But that's just a rumor, and people are only accusing you of what's happened. I'm a murderer to anyone who believes I am. Which is why I don't really have the right to discourage your revenge. But there is one thing that bothers me. If you are successful in your revenge, what are you going to do after that, Mathis? Mathis let out a fevered sigh.
もちろん罪を償うつもりですたとえブローが相手だろうと殺人は殺人ですから
Of course I'll pay for my sins. After all, even if it is Barrow, I'll be a murderer regardless. Sigh. I closed my eyes and sighed. I then opened my eyes. I see. I held back my tears and forced a smile. No matter the ending, I guess it'll be a while before I can read the rest of your novel. He blinked his eyes, moistened with heat. I was committed to being the first person to read your novel, but you're going to go after Barrow and disappear from me, so even if you do kill Barrow, and even if you do make amends, or even if you reach some kind of end, I'll be waiting for you to return in the hopes that you will complete your novel, Master Cloud. I called him Master again. That's a thing, because I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Until then, I could study that other language using the book of poems and the materials you lent to me. Anything happened since Jean slapped him? Well, you won't believe this. He has decided to go on a rampage and find Barrow on his own and doesn't want to be associated with me in the time that he's doing it. It's pretty much the most of. There was a CG. Do you want to see the CG? Did you miss the CG? I think you missed the CG. I'll show you the CG real quick. I have to remember which button's which. Just for you. Here's the CG we've gotten so far. He was crying. And then here's the quote. This is why he needs to kill. Yeah. That's what you've missed since you've been gone. All right. Until then, I could study the other language using the book of poems and the materials he lent to me. That way, when he returns, we could read all sorts of books together. You've always been like this. Yeah, says the man who hit me in the back of the head. I mean, it was a pretty violent, horrendous murder. But at the same time, she was in an orphanage that was completely on fire and everybody died inside except for one kid. And that kid was the one that literally found her and said, don't die. I can't seem to grow up because I'm foolish enough to strap myself to what happened in the past, but... You worry about but don't deny what I'm doing. It would be far easier for the both of us if you just shrugged and told me that I can do as I please. You're the one not giving me that option, Mathis. That was dark. It was a little dark. That's what your brother always said. Never isolate a person. Moving forward, no matter what horrible words were thrown at him for the path of vengeance he chose, so long as he remembered what he was told, I would always trust that Mathis said or did with confidence. For the record, I don't intend on simply doing nothing. To be honest, I don't want you to go after that killer alone. I can't agree with that. I still don't think going out into the dead of the night just hoping to run into bros a good method either. You were taking notes and like trying to find a pattern. Like just going out and looking for him in the dead of the night doesn't mean you're going to find him. Which is why you need to dress up as a woman and pretend to be a prostitute. It's the only way. Assuming I was to work with Eves and everyone like before, we would end up going after him to capture him. And what that means... Am I doing this wrong? I am. I broke it. I don't know. What that means is that they will get in my way of killing him myself. I understand, which is why I've decided... Am I going to be a murderer for real? Mathis, I will do my very best. I will give everything I have to beat you to it. Huh? I am going to be the Avenger. Alright. Mathis. It's the same day. Is Jean back? She watched over me until the sun set, and I sank into my bed as I watched her leave the room. Thanks to the coolness of the bed sheets wrapped around me, I was slowly able to think clearly again. It's gonna be flashbacks. We don't do flashbacks. Before she left, she proposed a deal with me. I will let Adolphe and the others know not to get in the way of your vengeance. In turn, I want you to allow us to go after Barrow in our own way. In other words, She's seriously
ブロ
planning
ーを
on
先
beating
に
me
捕まえるつもりなんだ。
by capturing Barrow before I can fight him. I had never seen a girl as bold and strong as her before. You isolate yourself. She's the first girl you've ever met.
別行動が確実で、妨害されないと分かっていれば、
As long as they're not going to interfere with my own plans, then
この屋敷に引き続き拠点として留まることができる。
I can stay here and use my mansion as my base of operations. Honestly, this was good news for me. I was planning on finding a place to sleep outside, thinking that she and Jean would try to stop me. It was hard to imagine myself sleeping on the streets as someone who lived my whole life in Shadis.
ブローの資料やナイフを手入れするための道具も運び出せる量じゃないし。
To add, it would have been a pain to try and carry around all my spare knives and material around Barrow. That said, I needed to adjust the time I was here to avoid seeing Lee or Jean.
彼女を危険な目に遭わせないためにも、
I have to make sure she isn't in danger.
彼女たちよりも早く僕が奴を殺さなきゃ。
I need to kill him before she gets to him.
そういえば勢いで大好きなんて言っちゃったけど。
Now that I think about it, I told her back then that I love her, but I also gave her a concussion, so
彼女、あの言葉をどういう意味で受け取って。
I wonder in what way she took those words that I said. I wanted to think a bit longer about her, but I could tell my mind was getting drowsy. The wall clock on the first floor chimed at 10 o'clock. In that moment, I felt like someone was forcing my eyeballs to close. And just like that, my mind turned off and was swallowed whole by darkness. Yeah, you're something wrong with you. I've learned. I went back to the first floor to let Jean know what I talked about with Mathis.
復讐そのものはやはり止められませんでしたか。
So you weren't able to stop him from going after Barrow.
ですが、坊ちゃんがまた我を失い、姿を消す前に、あなたが例の条件を出してくれて助かりました。
But I am very glad that you were able to put forth such a condition before the master disappeared again.
別行動をしようとも、必ず夜には戻ってきてくださると分かっていれば、こちらも安心できますからね。
After all, it's a relief to know that he will return here at night regardless of his activities.
まあ、ブローが完全に死んでいてくれれば。
I suppose things will be resolved if Barrow is killed for good this time.
このような悩みもなく、坊ちゃんもあなたとの幸福な未来をつかみ取れたというのに。
That alone would not only get rid of all our worries, but also ensure a happy future for the master with you by his side. Are you including me in his happy future?
俺は恋の気配には敏感なもので。
I have a knack for sensing love in the air.
と、からかいたいところではありますが、それは事件がすべて解決してからにしましょう。
I would love to tease you a bit more, but I believe that can wait until everything has been resolved. What if...
どうか坊ちゃんと彼女を見守っていてくれ。
We got a name! Rosalie. Wait, did they say the name earlier? I can't remember. Please watch over her and the master. What if this is Game of Thrones? It's Game of Thrones, right? He can put himself into the young master's mind whenever he wants, and that's why he disappears sometimes. No? He gave his prayer to his love as he held the pendant I saw before with a picture inside. The cover was broken back then, so I wasn't able to see the picture clearly, but... Oh, she has the same hair color as me.
ええ、とても綺麗でしょ。
Yes, isn't she beautiful?
彼女もこの美しい髪を誇りにしていて、毎日の手入れを欠かさなかったんです。
She was proud of her beautiful hair, something to be tended to without a day going by without. Nope, they didn't say her name earlier. Thank you, Jean, for stopping my theories. But she's a blonde.
懐かしいな。整えたばかりの髪を指先ですいたら。
Feels like yesterday I would comb through her perfect hair with my
も
fingers.
う やり直しじゃないと叱られましたっけ。
She would scold me, saying she needed to fix it again. Jean talked about her with pure love, but is it just me? His memories were definitely filled with love and joy, but the way he was expressing himself felt a bit strange. Uh,
本当によかった。
Thank goodness
ど
you're
うかも
safe.
う二度とこのようなことはしないでください。
Please never do that
ぼっ
again.
ちゃんにもしものことがあったら、
If anything happens
俺
to
には
you,
もうこの世で生きていく理由がありませ
I
ん。
will lose every reason to continue living. Thinking about it again, I wonder why Jean said those things before. Didn't he have someone he wanted to share his future with? Technically, he's not allowed to see her, so that wasn't all. Why hadn't I noticed sooner? Please watch over her and the master. Feels like yesterday scolded. He was talking about his lover, but he was speaking in past tense. Jean, you're not able to see her now, are you? I asked my question, hoping to ease this strange feeling inside me, but
まあ、今の独り言を聞かれてしまいましたか。
you heard me talking to myself, I see.
すみません。あなたが察していた通り、俺はほんの少し
I'm
嘘を
very
ついてい
sorry.
ました。
As you may have sensed, I did lie to you a little.
俺の恋人、ロザリーとは
My lover, Rosalie,
二度と会うことができません。
I cannot see her again ever.
数年前、とある人物に
A
むごたらしく殺さ
few
れてしまったから。
years ago, she was brutally murdered by a certain person. I could only stare in surprise. He had been smiling so happily, talking about his future with his lover. But what he spoke about was something that could never come true.
実はこの写真は彼女が息を引き取った直後に遺体を撮影したものなんです。
The picture you see here was taken just before she passed away.
だからシアン様はこの写真を悪趣味だとそう言ったのでしょう。
Which is why Monsieur Brophy said that I have horrible taste, or so I believe.
あの一瞬で彼女が死者だと見抜くとはさすが素晴らしい目をお持ちだ。
I have to admit, he truly is a genius for his ability to understand this picture with just a glance. I looked closer at the beautiful woman in the locket. She had her arms crossed across her chest, and her eyes were closed as if she were sound
も
asleep.
ちろん彼女をリライバーとして蘇らせることも考えました。
Of course, I did think about reviving her as a reliver.
ですが以前話した通り、私たちはお互いへの愛を失わないため、リライバーになることを拒否した身。
But as I mentioned before, we were both committed to not becoming relivers so that we wouldn't lose our love.
故にバックアップなど取っているはずがなかった。
As such, she does not have a backup. For the record, if she died and you're like, I thought about bringing her back, you already knew you couldn't. So no matter how much he loved her,
彼女を永遠に失うことを受け入れるしかなかったのです。
which is why my only option was to accept that I have lost her forever. Does Mathis know about this? Obviously no. He quietly shook his
俺
head.
と彼女の結婚を心から楽しみにしている坊ちゃんには
The master is sincerely happy about our engagement.
どうしても伝えることができなくて。なのでどうかあなたも黙っていてください。
I cannot possibly tell him about the situation now, so will you please keep it a secret from him?
約束してくだされば、俺もブローを捕らえる計画に喜んで協力しましょう。
If you promise me this, I will gladly help you with capturing Barrow. I promise. Even if I wanted to tell this secret, there was no way I could bring it up the way things were now. But I still couldn't imagine what was going through Jean's mind when he spoke about his now lost lover. He said she was brutally murdered, but was she killed by Barrow? If so, I couldn't let him run free and take away another precious person from the Claude family. Was it Barrow, or was it someone else? Back to Mathis. Is he gonna wake up in his bed a different person? Ah. His vision is glitchy. I was committed to being the first person to read your novel, but you're going to go after Barrow and disappear from me. So even if you do kill Barrow, and even if you do make amends, or even if you reach some kind of end, I will be waiting for you to return in the hopes that you will complete your novel, Master Cloud.
やっぱり
I knew it.
僕は彼女が好き。
I like.
大好き。
I love Leah.
あなたは死神なんかじゃなくて。
I don't know if I like the glitching. You aren't death at all.
マティス・クロードの物語に欠かせない素敵なお姫様。
You are an essential character in Mathis Cloud's story. Hime, a beautiful princess. Glitches mess with you. Yeah, it messes with me too. I had to stop looking at it. I know this thing is called error salvation, so I'm assuming that has something to do with the errors. Oh my god. Is this the Matrix? That was too quick for me to like press the button.
やあ、姫君。傷を負ったと聞いて見舞いに駆けつけたよ。
Oh, Anku. Thank you. Hello, dear princess. I heard you were injured, so I came to see you.
本来ならば心安らぐ花束の一つでも送るべきなのだろうが。
I would have liked to bring you a comforting bouquet, but...
あいにくと私の住処には、災いの花しか咲いていないものでね。期待していたのならすまない。
Unfortunately, I reside in a place where only the flowers of misfortune bloom. I'm sorry to let you down. Have I recovered from that injury?
おや、何やら機嫌が悪い？それとも何かを憂いている？
Yeah, why are you mad at Anku? He's done nothing wrong. You seem to be in a bad mood, or perhaps you are worried about something. You must know what's on my mind, Anku.
まるで私が常に君を監視しているような口ぶりだ。
You make it seem as if I'm always watching you. It had been a long time since we last met. He said he would watch me from the field of lycrases. It was as if he knew what was going to happen. He appeared in front of me the moment I stepped outside for some fresh air. Barrow has appeared again.
そのようだ。
So it seems. He's got such fancy sleeves, like this man. Anku, you warned me before, but you knew Barrow was still alive and kept it a secret, didn't you?
ああ、彼の魂が冥界に運ばれた痕跡がなかったのでね。
Yes, I couldn't find any trace of his soul being carried to Hades.
ちなみに、夜に咲く美しき花々たちの魂の行く末も教えるわけにはいかない。
Let me add, I cannot tell you where the souls of the beautiful flowers that bloom in the night have gone. He's probably telling me to find out myself what happens to the prostitutes. I don't know why you can't tell me what you know, but when you tell me things like that, it's like you want to provoke me.
我が同胞のすね顔はこの国に咲くいかなる花々よりも愛らしいね。
My partner's pouting face is far more adorable than any flower that blooms across this land.
その愛らしさに免じ、一つだけ助言をしてあげよう。
Out of respect for your loveliness, I will give you some advice.
今回の事件の鍵を握るのはおそらく君が一時の主人として慕う
The key
物書きの少年だ。
The key to the incident is likely the book-loving young man you once called master. Book-loving young man, you mean Mathis?
ああ、彼の行動次第では事件がに解決できる。
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I couldn't hear that. Depending on his actions, blank incident can be resolved at blank. Anku's trying. He's just not allowed to say certain words. Anku let out a deep sigh, slightly disgruntled that his words were obscured.
故に、君が最善だと思う方法であの少年を支えてやりたまえ。
As such, I suggest that you support that young man in a way you believe is best.
と、私が助言するでもなく君はすでに行動へと移しているか。
Then again, it seems you're already supporting him without my advice.
いや、初めて出会った際は、すべてに怯える儚い少女だったというのに。
They don't want him to give us spoilers or foreshadowing. Yeah, how mean. He can tell me it's a prologue, which is point blank, but you can't tell me too much information. How things change. You were but a frail young maiden trembling in fear when we first met.
いつの間にか、男を支える立派な女性に成長したものだ。
But now you've grown into a fine woman who supports the man she's chosen. After muttering that, he was jealous. Anku disappeared. Anku! I choose you. I just have to play through all the other stories to get there. A week later, the Arpachel royal family placed a gag order on Barrow's existence to prevent chaos from breaking out among the citizens. After announcing that Barrow was dead, if anyone found out that he was still alive, the royal family would completely lose face. As only one person was killed, the royal family was planning on capturing and erasing Barrow's existence before rumors spread. At least that was what Sheen thought, as he told me with a shrug. Mathis probably left early in the morning to gather information. I was assuming this because I didn't see him when I went to visit this morning. Sheen stayed in Chadas to observe the royal guard's movements. I went to church. As for me, I was at the corpse's base to ask Adolphe for help to go in going after Barrow.
お前はまた
You
勝手なことを。
and your shenanigans. Also, his earring is the same color as like the little charm on her neck, so I don't know if that's intentional. Adolphe looked really frustrated when he learned that I was putting myself in danger again, but he and many who knew Mathis were worried about him. So he finally gave in after hearing me say that I would handle things myself whether he helped me or not. Adolphe then went on to tell me that he and the usual crew were checking on Barrow. So regardless, he was planning on investigating behind the royal guard's back. He didn't wear his usual corpse uniform as to not draw the suspicion of the royal guards and Barrow.
知ってるどころか顔見知りだろうが。
I'm not sure whether he knew her or was close to her, but
先日ブローに殺害された被害者はリライバーの娼婦だった。
what we do know is that the reliver Barrow recently killed a prostitute. So we are death. We're going to be... Oh, I missed that.
よって娼婦失踪事件にもリライバーとして蘇った奴が関与してると考えるべきだろうな。
Which means the missing prostitutes were likely Barrow's doing. They were unsure how Barrow was able to revive as a reliver without any data, but he somehow got into contact with Sheen to review his records. Instead of investigating Barrow without any leads, we might learn more by looking into the missing women.
なら同じ娼婦同士何か知ってないか片っ端から聞き込みにでも行くか。
I guess I could go around and ask the prostitutes around the area to see if they know anything.
失礼します。こちらにイブ君は。おや、皆さんお揃いで。
Hi, Lucas. Excuse me, I'm looking for Eves. Oh, what is going on here now?
給仕服ではない君を見るのは久しぶりですね。
It's been a while since I saw you in something other than a maid's uniform, Leo. Lucas.
俺に何か用事ですか?
You're looking for me?
はい。ですが、何やら皆さん真剣な面持ちのようですし。
Yes, but it seems like now is not the best time.
良いでしょうか?
Should I come back another day? Lucas tilted his head with a bewilderment as he was unaware that Barrow was still alive. There was still a gag order in place, so we couldn't ask him to help, even if he did so last time.
要件次第ですかね。手短な話ならこの場で聞けますよ。
Depending on the situation, we can talk now if it's quick.
ああ、本当にお伝えしたいだけだったので大丈夫です。
I only want to relay a message, so it won't take too much time.
以前、君がシュディで探していた例の女性。
It's about the woman you're looking for in Shadis.
彼女の行き先に心当たりのある方がクーネのとある酒場に通っていらっしゃるそうですよ。
It seems there's someone at a bar in Cohen with information on her whereabouts. Everyone quickly surrounded Lucas the moment he gave us the information.
それ確かな情報ですか？
Are you sure? Yes?
別の区を担当している訪問教師の男性とお茶をした際に何気なく尋ねてみたところ
I just happened to bring up the subject over tea with one of the other traveling teachers.
彼女が今どんな暮らしをしているのか具体的に語っている女性がいたと
He mentioned that a woman he had been speaking in detail about the very same person. Really? Where can we find her?
西のマルシェに隣接している小さな酒場と聞きましたが
Poor Lucas. He's like, I was not prepared. I heard she frequents a small bar next to the Marché on the west side.
すぐに向かうぞ。
Then let's head out.
情報提供ありがとうよ、先生。
Thank you for the information, Teach.
お礼としてまた荷物でも何でもお手伝いしますから。
Thanks, I'll carry your stuff the next time you need an extra hand.
はあ、状況はよくわかりませんが、
Poor
お役
Lucas.
に立てたなら何よりです。
You murderer. I'm still not convinced he's not. Sure, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I'm glad to be of help. We gave our things to Lucas, who was looking at us dumbfounded, then quickly handed out to the bar.
ああ、あの子
Oh, you mean her?
あの子
Beautiful
の
prostitute,
配
eh?
達人のおかげで
The shade to the other prostitutes. If you're looking for her, you're too late.
外の国で自由に生きてるんじゃないかしら。多分ね。
I bet she's living a beautiful life outside the country thanks to the deliverer. Huh?
外の国だと。
Outside the country?
配達人？
The deliverer?
彼女の行方が気になるってことは、あなたたち、あのおまじないについて聞きに来たんじゃないの？
Didn't you all come to ask about her whereabouts and the ritual? The deliverer. Oh, look how cute. A man you could meet along the shores of nights on nights when the moon was hidden. If a woman were to put his favorite flowers in a bottle and raise them to the stars, this beautiful man, Lucas is pretty beautiful, would take her on a small boat and deliver her to another country. Apparently, it was a rumor that had spread through their line of work starting a few years
そ
ago.
の噂を聞いて、自由と外への憧れを募らせた結果、
The more we heard about it, the more we longed to leave this
その
place.
おまじないを実行して、本当に消息を絶つ子が結構いたりするのよ。
So quite a few girls performed the spell themselves, and we haven't seen them since. A beautiful man. For just a moment, Anku's face flashed to my mind. But I doubt he would do such a thing. I quickly dismissed that thought. He is beautiful. She admits it. So what you said is the reason why so many women have gone missing?
姿を消した奴らはそんな現実味のない話を信じたのか。
You're telling me that they all vanished after believing this rumor?
信じたんじゃなく、信じないとやっていけなかったんじゃないの？
I'd say they had little choice but to believe in it.
この国で23年以上生き、女としての幸せを手に入れるには、
The only way a woman in this country can live beyond 23 and find
必
happiness
ずリライバーになる必要があ
is to
る。
become a reliver.
それには当然お金がいる。だから唯一の財産である体を売る。
Naturally, it requires money, so we sell our most valuable asset, our bodies. But even if they did that and somehow became a
汚れた
reliver,
体と記憶を保持し続ける女として男から永遠に蔑まれる運命にある。
We are then doomed to be despised by the very men who seek us out, as well as others who believe our minds and bodies are filthy.
稀にお客様に見初められて結婚までこぎつける子もいるけれど、そんな運のいい子は一握り。
On rare occasions, some of our clients do end up taking us as their brides, but only a handful are lucky enough for that.
そんな環境に閉じ込められれば、外の国に憧れて。
So you see, we're trapped in this job once we begin.
信憑性のないおまじないにすがりつきたくなるのも無理ないでしょ。
Do you blame us for longing to leave that? Do you blame us for longing to leave that life and believing in a better future? Oh, when you say it like that. She went on to say that there was a reason those who went missing were ignored and dismissed as unimportant cases. Similar to the women Eves was looking for, most of them lived on the go without a permanent address, and no one saw enough value in their lives to care whether they went missing or
お
not.
まじないを試した子たちが帰ってこないのは、無事に国の外へとたどり着いて、
The girls who tested their luck with the ritual are gone because they were finally able to
愛す
leave.
る人と人間らしい生き方を送っていると信じているからって
I
ね。
sincerely believe they're living a new life with someone they
こ
love.
の間いなくなった綺麗な黒髪の子も
One of the girls who had beautiful black hair.
貧民街に住んでる弟と一緒に外へ出るんだって張り切って準備をしてたっけ。
She was preparing to leave the slums and wanted to take her little brother with her. It can't be. It's like, which flashback we getting?
来るなら
Was that the dream she spoke of? If so, she wanted to believe the rumors and saw the other missing women as those who were successful in leaving the island. At least that's what I assumed.
その配達人とブローが同一人物なのかは、この話だけじゃわからねえな。
From what we just heard, it's still not enough to determine if the deliverer is the same person as Barrow. A mysterious person who is said to appear on a boat and deliver people out of Arpachel on cloudy nights. Oh, oops, I wasn't done. He is summoned when a woman goes to the beach and raises a bottle filled with flowers up to the stars.
そうだね。でも一度、配達人が実在するか、ちゃんと確かめた方
Well,
がいい
guess
か
what? We got a beautiful woman right here. We just gotta go find some flowers. Yeah, but we should at least investigate and see if this deliverer really does exist.
あんたは、その配達人の噂を信じてねえのか
You don't believe in this deliverer too, do you?
興味はあるけれど、私こう見えて結構長生きしてるから、今さら人生に夢なんて見れなくて。
I'm curious, but I'm much older than I look and long past the point of dreaming of a better life.
ああ、そうそう。
Before I forget,
そういえばさっき全く同じ話を聞きに来た子がいたわよ。
there was someone else who came to me asking the same kind of questions. A boy with white hair. We all looked at each other. By any chance is this person a young man with long hair and a pretty
え
face?
え、いかにもいいところの出って感じの。
Yeah, he looked like he came from a good family.
乗客になると思って何人か声をかけてたけど、全員揃って振られてたわ。
A lot of us talked to him thinking he'd be a great client, but he turned us all down. She asked if we knew him, and we knew, nodded. This person had to be Mathis.
俺たちよりも先に、この酒場までたどり着いてたのか
Looks like he got here before we did. Or did he? Sheen also has long hair.
あいつ、一人じゃ何もできない坊ちゃんだと思ってたが、案外侮れねえもんだな。
And here I thought he was a pampered little boy who couldn't do anything himself. Guess I was wrong. Because I was working with a corpse, I could question more people than I could alone. That also meant I would be lagging behind him due to the number of people involved. I did also ask him to return to the mansion at least once a day since we weren't going to try and stop him, so I better make sure any information I learned wouldn't find its way to him.
で、これがそのおまじないに必要な瓶よ。
This is the flower bottle you need for the ritual. Nice. I think I already took a screenshot of it, but it's still pretty.
配達人には興味ないけど、この瓶自体は綺麗だから、たまに作っては眺めてるの。
I don't plan on summoning the deliverer, but the idea of it is so pretty that I carry it around just to look
あの
at.
子にもあげたし、あなたたちにも分けてあげる。
I made one for her too, so you can have this one. Thank you very much. We'll put it to good use.
どういたしまして。
You're very
調
welcome.
べるだけで外に出るつもりがないなら、うっかり船に乗らないよう気をつけてね。
If you're not planning to leave, just be careful not to board his boat by accident, okay? Right. Mathis. My head really hurts. My fever was already gone, but I felt my health was deteriorating day by the day, which was why I had to take a rest on a nearby bench.
ブローとつながりがあるかもしれない配達人の存在。
This deliverer person may be connected in some way to Barrow.
雲行きからして明日の夜は月が隠れるだろうから。
The weather looks like it's going to be cloudy tomorrow night.
その時に海に向かえば何かわかるかも。
Maybe I can learn something if I go to the beach then.
でもその噂って本当のことなのかな。
But is the rumor
それになんで
real? What would the purpose of
花が
bringing
必要なんだろ
flowers?
う。あなたはこの配達人の噂についてどう思いますか？
Leah, what do you think of this rumor of the so-called deliverer? Is he asking me? Am I really there?
あ、
あ
またやっちゃった。
Oh dear. Mathis is psychotic. I keep doing that. It's been a week already. I wonder how many times I've spoken out loud to her like some kind of idiot.
寂しい。
This is so lonely.
本読みたい。
I want to read a book. This poor child.
彼女と一緒に
I want to be with her.
小説書きたいな。
I think I've said this on a few different games. Like, there's a difference between like a romance and then like feeling like you're needed, and then there's a difference between that and then also being needed in a way that is not conductive. And this feels like a need in a bad way. I want to write my novel. I chose this path myself, yet I keep mumbling words of regret. I should head back to her immediately and forget about trying to get revenge.
ほとんどの人はきっとそう言うんだろうな。
I bet everyone would say that to me. But I didn't need to be told that. I thought about it many times already, but she knew exactly why I couldn't.
殺せ殺せ殺せ殺せ殺せ殺せ殺せ殺せ殺せ殺せ
Kill. Kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill.
あの血に濡れた醜い化け物
Kill that blood-drenched, hideous monster.
憎め殺せ絶対に許すな
Hate, kill, never forgive. This is a combination. The memory of my brother's murder and my hatred for him echoed constantly in my mind. Each time I thought about her, the warm feeling in my heart were tainted with a different color. It was like I was cursed. See, my head is aching again. What in the world is happening to me? I still think his brother might not be dead. There's a chance. Oh, we're in Eve's house. After reconvening with Jean, we head to Quran to determine our next course of action based on the information we learned, but Jean suddenly frowned. Actually, I don't think I got a screenshot of this because I think someone had popped up. But there's a bunny, and that's my name. And then there's the puffer fish that he made, and a picture of pressed flowers on the wall. Suspicious. A wreath which has flowers on it. Suspicious. A vase with flowers in it. Still suspicious. Some fresh veggies. A stool and a chair. That's actually kind of unique. Bunny! Yeah, see? Is it related to his childhood? Who knows? But it's me.
配達人が娼婦たちをこの国から逃がしてくれる。
So this deliverer is helping prostitutes escape the country.
売り飛ばされるの間違いじゃねえのか。
I'm guessing that's more along the lines of being sold to another country.
想像するのも不快だが、そっちの方がよほど説得力があるな。
That's a disturbing thought, but it's a more likely one than just escaping.
だが、現実的とは言い難い。
Still, leaving isn't realistic.
法と荒波で鎖国されたこの国から、ただの船で外に出るなんて、絶対に不可能だからね。
With the laws in place, having a boat would be a challenge, not to mention the rough seas. But assuming they did miraculously escape, then what?
幸せになんてなれねえよ。この国の人間だと知られたが最後、確実に殺される。
How do you know that so clearly? It's a bleak future regardless. If anyone finds out they're from here, they'll be killed. Are you serious? I heard that people in other countries were afraid of those who lived here. Adolph and the others' expressions seem to confirm it.
世界全体からすれば、それだけこの国が異端ってことなんだろう。
I'm guessing the other countries see us as cursed too.
貧民街で生まれた子は、そういった基本的な教育を施すための施設にすら入れないから。
Since kids born into poverty aren't given a proper education, so they wouldn't learn how we're seen by outside worlds.
外の国がこのアルペシェールをどう思っているのか、知らずに配達人の話を信じてしまったんじゃないのかな。
I'm not surprised that they'd grow up trusting the rumors about the deliverer without knowing how they may be treated. I understand how they feel. If Anku hadn't stopped me, I would have died wishing to be a normal girl. If there was a place out there that didn't know who I was and I went there, would I be able to shed my identity as death?
で、これからどうする？早速俺たち自身で噂のおまじないとやらを試してみるか？
So what now? You want to test out this ritual stuff ourselves?
うまくいけば配達人と夜の仰せとしゃれ込めるぜ。
I mean, I'm a girl and I have the flower vase. If things go right, we can have a midnight rendezvous with the deliverer guy.
ですが、そのおまじないを実行して願いを叶えるのは女性に限定されています。
Seems the ritual is limited to women seeking to escape their
俺たち
circumstances.
が試したところで遠くから警戒されるだけに終わるでしょうし。あ、
If we tried it ourselves, I assume we would fail since they would likely keep watch from everyone turned their attention to me.
ダメに決まって。
Hell no. I'll do it. I'll make it happen. I quickly raised my hand enthusiastically before Adolph could say anything more. No one seemed very happy with my enthusiasm, but I couldn't back down now. I doubt I can beat Mathis to Barrow by playing it safe. If I want to stop him, I need to show an equal level of determination. They did their best to sway me, but my decision was made. Done deal. Let's go. Later that night, I ran my hands over the dagger I borrowed from Adolph to use in self-defense. Safe defense? I guess it's the same thing. I took a deep breath. With my newfound resolve, I began the ritual as instructed. I raised the clear bottle filled with water and beautiful flowers to the sky. The flowers slowly swayed in the water as the starlight silently gleamed through it. Huh? Perhaps it was my fault for focusing on the bottle in my hand. Before I could react, someone moved behind me and put their hand on my shoulder. Don't move. A sharp voice stopped the person behind me. Hey, he did it! He dressed up as a girl! Move a muscle and I'll slit your throat.
別の人間か。
Who are you? Are you Barrow or someone else?
今、彼女に対して何をしようとしていた?
What were you planning to do with her? The voice belonged to Mathis?
よかった、間に合って。
Glad I made it in time. It was the dear person I was trying to outsmart dressed in a beautiful outfit.
どうしてあなたがこんな場所にいるのかは、また後ほど聞きますが。
I'll ask later why you're out here, but first,
まずは、この男への
I
対
need
処
to
が
take
優
care of
先
him.
ですね。
He had the idea to dress as a woman, but everybody in my team's all like, she's a woman. You have to deal with the doctor. Well, with that, he firmed his grip on his knife. The shadow shook as the blade touched his neck.
待ってほしい。何か妙な誤解をしていないかな。
Wait a moment, you're mistaken.
私はただ知り合いの姿を見つけたので声をかけようとしただけなのだが。
She's someone I know, that's why I approached her. Got a farther away, his hands up higher. Okay.
知り合い
What? You know her? His voice was very familiar. Dr. Caprine?
カプシーヌ
Capuchin? My bad.
あ
Wait,
確か前にイブさんたちが入院してた病院のお医者様
just saying, he could still be involved. You're the doctor from the hospital where Eve and Adolphe were admitted?
あれから大事ないかな
Yeah, I hope they're well.
無償で経過観察をしてあげたいところだが
I would offer to follow up on their condition, but
ひとまずナイフを下ろすよう彼女を説得してくれると助かるのだが
before that, I must ask the young lady to lower her knife. Suspicious. A few minutes later, after Mathis lowered his knife, Adolphe and the rest appeared running to our sides.
やっぱり、
So
あん
it's
ただったか。
so it's you.
一瞬あんたが配達人かと思ったがんな目立つ服装で人さらいなんてするわけねえしな
You thought you were the deliverer, but no one would wear something that noticeable to abduct people.
配達人皆揃って一体何の話をしているのかね
Deliverer? Can someone please explain to me what's going on here?
申し訳ありません。こちらにも少々込み入った事情がありまして。
I'm truly sorry. It's just that we have been looking into a particular case. Adolphe and the others glanced briefly at the large boulder in the distance where... Aw, he's not dressed up as a girl anymore. In the shadows. It was with Mathis behind the boulder helping him take off his clothes, which he was having a hard time removing. The clothes you were wearing, Mathis's face went completely red at the start of my question.
その僕も配達人の噂を酒場で聞いて
I heard
引き出せないかと思ったんです
rumors
が
about the deliverer at a bar, and I was thinking of luring him out.
見知らぬ女性に危険なおとり役なんてお願いすることもできなくて
There was no way I could ask a girl to act as bait and put herself in danger.
だからそのやむなく
That's why I didn't have a choice.
遠目からなら体型とかもごまかせるかな
I figured I could fool them if I kept my distance. I was impressed. That is so like you, Mathis. I understood the gravity of the situation, but I couldn't keep from chuckling.
笑わないでくださいこれでも一生懸命考えた作戦だったんです
Stop laughing. You can't imagine how hard it was to execute this plan. Ah, well, I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing because of your appearance. I was laughing because I'm relieved that you're still too kind to put someone else in this position. You looked cute. And I don't know. I'm relieved. You look cute. Oh, that's so hard. I mean, he did look cute. I don't know. I would say he was more beautiful than cute. I'm relieved. What are you relieved about? Yeah. You looked really good in that outfit. In fact, you were very cute, Mathis. Cute! Alright. We'll load back up the other option. If he's not happy to hear he's cute, he doesn't like hearing he's cute. I didn't get that on that last choice. I should have went back. I was really scared when Dr. Caprine appeared behind me. Even though it turned out to be a misunderstanding, I'm relieved that you came to save me, Mathis. He looked rather perplexed by my comment, but it didn't take long for him to move on to the next subject. By the way, the fact that you have that bottle with you must mean you were acting as bait to lure out the deliverer, right? Yeah. Why are you doing something so dangerous? I thought Adolphe and the others would have tried to stop you. I was acting selfishly and forced them to agree with using me as bait. Hearing how calm I was, Mathis's face flared red with anger. I know things are different, but we're both fighting to try to get to Barrow first, but... That doesn't mean I don't care what happens to you. Yeah, but I have like 6 guys with me and you're by yourself, so... If something bad happened to you, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for causing this situation. Did anything else happen? I tried to help my mom with the clothes. I'm tired. Did you miss him being dressed up as a woman? He dressed up as a woman. And then the doctor showed up. I'll show you the screenshot. Oh, not the eShop. You might close my game if I click on the eShop. Here he is. He came back as a lady. Yeah, we tried to lure out the bad guy, so I didn't dress up. He dressed up as a woman. And then the doctor from the hospital showed up instead of the deliverer. Now he's mad at me for being bait. If you want me returned safely like you said before, then I need you to do the same. Mathis. I was happy to hear him say that, but... Now, master, I think you've said enough. It has been a while since you saw her, so please remember your manners. What brought you out here all alone? What brought me here? This is the closest beach to the hospital. Sometimes our patients find their way out here, and my doctors will take breaks here on occasion, so... So you're trying to say you came out here to find your patients and doctors? Dr. Caprine. Oh no. Nope, I can't do it. Capuchin nodded in response, at which point everyone sighed. After a short discussion, the doctor confirmed that he hadn't seen anyone resembling the deliverer out here before. Looks like our plan failed. Might as well call it a night. I don't know how diligent this deliverer guy is, but I doubt he'd bother coming out if he saw a rowdy bunch like us. I also believe it's nearly time for the master to go to sleep. It's almost 10 o'clock.
約束通り屋敷まで戻られてください。
I will not scold you, so please return to the mansion as promised. Okay. Interesting. Adolphe offered to escort me back to the orphanage, but I asked him to wait just a moment. This was about the only time I had to talk to Mathis. After all, he would disappear from me tomorrow and go after Barrow again. I wanted to spend as much time with him as I could.
僕が踏んだせいでぐしゃぐしゃになってしまいましたね。
Every page is wrinkled because I stepped on them. We sat next to each other on his bed as I peeked at his work still in progress.
恋に落ちた主人公の男女がとうとう恐ろしい死神を打ち破り
The male and female protagonists finally fell in love and defeated the horrifying death.
互いへの愛を告白しようとする場面。
This is the scene where they confess their love. Wink, wink,
こんな
wink,
大
nudge,
事な
nudge,
ところ
nudge.
で書くのをやめようとしていたなんて。
I can't believe I ended my work at such an important scene.
あの時の僕は本当にどうかしていたみたいです。
Guess I was really out of it back then.
あり
Yeah,
がとうご
you
ざいます。
were.
あの時の僕からこの物語を守ってくれて。
Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you for protecting our work from me. You don't need to thank me. He gently touched the papers as he apologized for trampling on them.
ずっと告白のセリフが思い浮かばなかったんですけど。
For the longest time, I couldn't think of how to phrase their confession, but he dipped the end of his dry pen in the inkwell and began fill in the open space where he left off.
できた。
There. Mathis moved the pen away from the paper and looked at it with a smile.
不思議。あんなに悩んでたのに、こんなにあっさり書けちゃうなんて。
It's so funny. I can't believe how easy this was considering how long I was thinking about what to write.
これもあなたがそばにいてくれる
Could it be because you're by
お
my
かげ
side?
でしょうか。
Mathis, you're a murderer, okay? Huh? What did he mean by that? I was still bewildered as Mathis handed me his
あ
manuscript.
のどうか僕の復讐が終わるまでこれを預かってはくれませんか。
Can you please hold on to this until I succeed in my revenge?
僕が持っているとまた八つ当たりをしてしまいそうで
I'm
怖い
scared
から
that I'll treat it badly like before if I hold on to it. I doubt you'd do that again, Mathis.
するという妙な確信があるんです。
It sounds strange, but I'm convinced I'll do it again because I'm
最
brainwashed.
近また熱もないのに感情の緩急が激しくなってきているんです。
Recently, I've been having a hard time controlling my emotions even when I don't have a fever.
ふとした瞬間に兄さんが殺された記憶が勝手に蘇ってきて
Sometimes memories of when my brother was killed will come back to mind.
道端の壁を怒りのままに殴ってしまったりも
Once I ended up punching a
Stay to
wall
this.
out of rage. Really?
あなたと一緒に作り上げた物語を
I
この
don't
手で壊したくないから
want to tear apart the story that we made
どうか
together.
お願いします。
So please. Understood. But I'm only holding on to it for the time being. I quietly took the work that he handed to me. So I need you to come and get it back one day to complete the
は
story.
い、もちろんです。
Yes, of
そ
course.
れはあなたへの思いを込めて書いた僕の大事な
This
心
contains
そのものですから。
the feelings I have for you. These are the words of my heart. That seems a little too strange. Adolphe took me back to the orphanage where I was greeted by Mother, who had the most worried look on her face. I did tell her that I was going to be doing beforehand, but she didn't approve of it at all. So I decided to speak to her myself about what happened. But I didn't let her know that I had acted as bait.
ねえ、事情を聞いてからずっと聞こうと思っていたのだけれど。
Say, Lee, I've wanted to ask you something ever since you explained the situation to me.
あなたはどうしてマティス君のために そこまでのことができるの？
Why are you going to so much trouble to do your best for Mathis?
彼は本当にあなたにとってただの友達止まりの人なのかしら？
Is he really just a friend to you, or is he something more than that? Well, her unexpected question caught me off guard. I did see him as only a friend a while ago, but I then began to tell Mother about the days I spent with Mathis. I don't think it should I don't know, you should be nice to your friends. You can care about your friends. Just because he's a boy doesn't mean it have to be more than that. How he took a turn for the better after I served him my cooking. How we held hands despite being scared of so many people. How he bought me a wonderful book. How he hit me in the back of the head and caused me to have a concussion. He has to pay for that doctor bill still. How we were working together to write an exciting adventure story. How he showed his beautiful emotions to me. How uncontrollably warm my heart felt being with him. You know, squares. It's not that I want to be someone special to him. I just want to go back to the days when we worked on his story together.
そう。あなたの心をそこまで掴んだ彼の小説。
I see. So his novel has really stolen your heart.
完成したら私も読んでみたいわ。
I would love to read it once it's done.
アメリの書いたものと似ていたりするのかしらね。血のつながった親子ですもの。
I suppose the story will be similar to what Emile wrote. They are mother and son after all. Emile? Emily? Amelie? That's Mathis's mother's name? Mother nodded with
偽
nostalgia.
名だったから誰も知らないでしょうけれど、彼女も仕事の傍ら小説を書いていたのよ。
She used an alias for her work, so I doubt many knew that she used to write novels as a pastime.
とっても恥ずかしがり屋だったから知人にしか配っていないけれどね。
Then again, she was a very shy person, so she only distributed her work to those she knew.
私も一冊もらったから。あなたも読んでみる？
I have one with me. Would you like to read it? Yeah. Give me the book, bro. I'm ready.
はい、これ。女の子も楽しめるこの国を舞台にした冒険譚よ。
No, that doesn't make sense. I started to say, what if Mathis is a clone, but he's a girl, not a girl? It's an adventure story set in this country for girls to enjoy.
懐かしいわね。いつか生まれる子供に読み聞かせたいのって。寝る間も惜しんで書いていたっけ？
It almost feels like yesterday. She wrote it at night so that she could one day read it to her children. Is that so? Mother smiled with joy. But then after taking a deep breath, her smile transformed into sorrow.
本当に亡くなっているのが残念だわ。
It really is unfortunate that she passed away.
息子が自分と同じ道を歩んでくれていると知ったら泣いて喜んでいたと思うのに。
This game's got us making up random theories. I'm just trying to think, because he's got a brain problem. His parents were mean to him, but yet mom seems to think they were great. I'm sure she would have been overjoyed to know that her son is following her path. Yeah.
どうかした？
Is there a problem? No, it's just that they used to abuse him. Something didn't feel right. Mother's description of the Claude family feels off. The impression I get is completely different from what I heard from Mathis and Jean. Mother seems to imply that Monsieur and Madame Claude were kind and loving parents. It was like hearing about a completely different person. I wonder if their moods changed a lot. like their sons. Because he's Jekyll and Hyde. I placed the novel on my desk and sat on my bed. It wasn't that I was uninterested in the novel, but I'd rather read the story that Mathis is writing. I went back to the scene that Mathis had just finished earlier. Huh? As I read, I realized her name had been written as my name, Lee. Why? I couldn't stop myself from turning the page. The two of them vowed to work together to solve the mystery plaguing the town. What was going to happen next? I arrived at a certain page where my hand became still. I saw a new passage written there. The hero was speaking to the heroine who worked with him on the case. Thank you for being with a person like me. Your beautiful words and heart give me courage I needed. I love you. I love you as a woman, Lee. So from this day forward, let's have adventures together. Please stay by my side forever. Ah, what Mathis said to me before it came to mind. He told me, is everything okay? I just saw my screen glitch. He told me before that he wanted me to protect this. Is this what he was referring to? Tears flowed down my cheeks. I did my best to wipe the tears away before they hit the page. I then read it again and again. If this was how he really felt, and if these words of love were his confession, I'm happy, but I was happy and sad at the same time. After all, he might forget this feeling if his desire for vengeance takes over. Now, there is a chance that his parents became relivers after his brother was born, and that would also explain why their personalities changed. Because your personality does change when you become a reliver. That's just a theory, though. My theory. After all, he might forget these feelings if his desire for vengeance takes over. If this is the reason he asked me to hold on to this, so that he wouldn't forget, and if he did, so he could remember his feelings again, could I really hope that this was his idea? I could only imagine what he meant by entrusting his novel to me. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I will protect this with all I have. It's fine. Just put it in your cubby. Until the day came when he reached the end of his desire for revenge, then we could continue writing this novel together again. And when that day arrived, I was sure he would share with me the feelings that he wrote about his novel. As I carefully put the papers away, I looked again at the book I got from Mother that was sitting on the desk, a story that Mathis's mother wrote herself. Maybe I should bring this with me when the time comes. Perhaps by then Mathis will have found some healing from what happened from his parents. The pain from his past was undoubtedly a part of him, but I sincerely believed he was more than that. For the time being, I decided to glance through the book and turn the page. Thank you for being with a person like me. Your beautiful words and heart gave me the courage I needed. I love you. I love you as a woman. So from this day forward, let's have adventures together. Please stay by my side forever. It's a clone! It's a clone writing the same stories. Huh? The words written inside were practically the same as what I read earlier. What's going on here? My eyes widened in disbelief as I quickly flipped through the pages. The beginning of the story and every word throughout the novel looked eerily similar. Please let this be my imagination. I lined up the two novels next to each other as I prayed for something that wouldn't come true. The words written in both novels were a perfect match, word for word. The only difference was the name of the heroine and the part where the hero confesses his love. Mathis was copying what his mother wrote? No, he wouldn't do such a thing. We were also thinking together about what to write. Considering the situation, I doubted he knew the story he was going to write beforehand. This novel wasn't made widely available, and even if it had been in the mansion, it didn't seem like Mathis would have known. What in the world's going on? It matches so perfectly that he could hardly be called a coincidence. I could only stare at the novels side by side as a strange chill crawled down my spine. That means you get to know how the novel ends. Mathis.
追加した場面読んでくれたかな。
I wonder if she saw what I added in there. It was a roundabout way of confessing my love. Not that I was looking forward to her reply. I was just hoping that she knew what I felt for her despite being caught up in all this hatred. I might not have been direct, but I hope she would understand how I felt about her.
でも、いつかはちゃんと
Then again,
現実で伝えたいな。
I hope I can tell her my feelings in person one day.
僕は
I
あなたにキラキラとした恋をしています。
am so incredibly in love with you. Oh, he glitched. He's glitching. Oh no. I see. Then time is of the essence. Perhaps I should fall in love with her again as my new self. I did it! I captured it! Interesting. Okay, wait a second. As my new self? Hola, 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 hola. Not the eShop. Not the eShop. Let's not go there. Definitely a clone. Alright, can I just view this, please? I just want to look at it. What's that written on the word? Rosalie. Rosalie's written on the wall. Can I just look? How dare you do this to me? It has the number 13. There is a person in a vial surrounded by flowers. What's going on? I want to know too. Like, is this Jean? Is Jean doing this? She said the girl had the same color hair as the main character. It's like a torture table. There's vitals. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cords running through the ground. There is a woman in a vial that both has frost and flowers in it. I mean, we might not be too far off on the idea that they're kidnapping women to try and bring someone back. Maybe it's not the little girl. But that definitely says probably my Shetty, Rosalie, because this is French. Interesting. Interesting. I'm still confused. The next day, I came to visit the Clyde mansion to see Mathis, but as expected, he wasn't around.
申し訳ありません。昨夜の様子なら行き先ぐらいは告げてくださると思ったのですが。
Your mind is already messed up because another game broke you? Which game broke you? I do apologize. I assumed he would let me know where he was headed after seeing how calm he was, but it's fine. To be honest, I was a bit relieved. His story being exactly the same as his mother's, I simply didn't have what it took to ask him about it
あ
right
なたは
now.
本日も自警団の皆さんと共に行動を
Will you accompany the members of Corpse again today? Yes, we're going to Cernavel this time. Like a Dragon Gaiden, part of the Yakuza series. The ending broke me. Oh no. I want to play those, but I don't know if I have the mental fortitude with my backlog to add like a dragon to it.
おお、ということはシアン様を訪ねられるのですね。
Which means you're planning to visit Monsieur Brilfix?
共に行けない俺と坊ちゃんの分まで挨拶をよろしくお願いいたします。
As the master and I are unable to accompany you there, please send him our regards. Like a Dragon, Yakuza's got a lot of games. They do, and they're gorgeous to look at. And someone told me that in one of the Yakuza games, you can actually go into an arcade and play the games in the arcade, which made me want to play it just because I'm like, I love this as a concept. My mission today was to ask Sheen about whether Barrow could have been revived through a liver technology. Yep, yes, exactly. With Jean taking care of the mansion, I headed out to Cernavel with Eves. That's a good point. Maybe they did kill Barrow, but Barrow did the reliver stuff. And if they're doing relivers illegally, it's possibility. We arrived at the Institute to discover a large crowd waiting outside the facility. But why?
皆さん、どうか押さないで、落ち着いてください。
Everyone, please, no pushing. I need you all to calm the heck
一
down.
人ずつ来てください。中に入るには誓約書の確認が必要です。
One at a time. One at a time. Please follow me. We need to check your pledge before you can enter.
契約書ならここにあるわ。早く確認してよ。
I have my pledge right here. Hurry and check it. Wow. What the?
こんにちは、二人とも。
Why, hello, you two.
ここは見ての通りの状況なので、研究所に何か用事があるのなら、
Lucas, did you bring this crowd here?
よろしいかと。
As you can see, the Institute seems to be in chaos, so perhaps it is best you return another day. Lucas,
これは何がどうなってるんですか？
what is going on here?
国立研究所でこんな騒ぎが起きるなんて。
I never expected a crowd this big to gather.
ここにいる人たちがいつこの衛兵に拘束されるかわからないですよ。
If this keeps up, there's no telling when they'll be arrested by the Royal Guard.
私も皆さんにそう訴えたのですが、
I
聞く耳を持っていただけなくて。
said that to the crowd, but they don't seem to want to listen.
何でも研究所のサーバーに保管されていた
Something about the Institute's server.
クローン体に移行するための記憶データの一部が盗み出されてしまったそうです。
Seems a portion of the memory data used to transition into clone bodies were stolen.
え？
Gasp!
装置を壊されたとかじゃなく、バックアップが盗まれるなんて、そんなことありえるんですか？
Wait, not their devices being broken? Someone actually snuck in and stole the backup
あ
data?
りえるからこそ、こんなにも人々が怒り狂っているのでしょうね。
Someone did indeed, which is why the people have formed such an angry crowd today. Yeah, but Sheen wants to see me. Let's go. According to Lucas, a certain man came to the Institute to fill out the required paperwork for his family to become relivers. It was then that one of the researchers found out that their memory data went missing. This was something that had never happened before, so the chaos that ensued wasn't surprising. They then went into a full investigation to discover something they didn't expect. Not only did they lose a large amount of backup data, but it was also replaced with fake data. It became clear then that the data must have been stolen. Rumors immediately spread, which led to the crowd of people trying to find their way inside for answers.
苦労して金を集めてリライバーになろうとしてるってのに、ここの管理はどうなってんだ？
What the hell are you guys doing? We work our asses off to save up money to become relivers.
だってもういつ呪いにやられてもおかしくないんだ。バックアップがないなら早く取り直さねえと。
I can get hit by the curse at any moment, so you guys need to hurry and restore my backup data.
私の知り合いなんて間に合わなかったのよ。
My friend didn't make it in time because of what happened.
リライバーになったら
He had plans for his reliver life.
兄を殺したブローをクルーンが殺してくれたから。
After Barrow killed his brother, Karan killed Barrow.
憎しみを忘れて気楽に生きるつもりだってそう言ってたのに。
He was finally going to live a peaceful life without hatred.
うわ、あれじゃそのうちダーハトたちが押しつぶされちゃうよ。
Yikes, at this rate, they're going to end up trampling to Hot and the rest.
ごめん、ちょっと手助けしてきてもいいかな。
I'm sorry, Lee. Do you mind if I help them out? Go ahead.
私もお手伝いしましょう。
Let me help too.
君は巻き込まれないよう離れた場所で待っていてください。
You should stand back so you're not in harm's way. Hearing that the memory data was stolen doesn't feel real at all. In addition, it sounded like the genetic components of backup data wasn't stolen. Why did this person steal only the memory? Maybe they want to read the records of someone's past?
そんなこと不可能に決まっているだろう。
Isn't it obvious that what you said is impossible? Huh? Sheen, coming out here to flaunt yourself? How long have you been there?
なんだ。人の顔を見た途端幽霊を見たような顔をして。
What? You look like you've seen a ghost. Your husband's back. Yeah.
今日の訪問を申し出たのはお前たちの方だろうが。
Let me remind you that you're the one who asked to see me today. That's why I'm surprised to see you here, Sheen. Aren't you going to do something about the commotion?
知らん。データが盗まれたのは1年前にバカな王族どもが。
I don't care. It's the stupid royal family's fault for tampering with security a year ago.
俺の弱みを握ろうとセキュリティを強引に解除したのが原因だ。
They tried to force their way through the system to find something to use against me. I feel like they do this intentionally on his. Like, he looks so tall, and I feel like it has like a weird, like almost like you're looking up angle to his sketch.
なぜ火のない俺が奴らの尻拭いをしなければならん。
So I have no reason to cover them for their pathetic attempt to beat me. Well, now that you put it that way, it made sense. It was the royal family's fault, which was why the royal guard was noticeably absent. Seeing that I understood what he said, Sheen began to speak more about the situation, probably out of boredom.
記憶のデータという言葉だけを聞けば。
There was an official image. I have to allow you to say butt. There was an official image art of the main character with Sheen showing his butt and Eve's. Is there really? I kind of feel like I need to see. It's amazing. Just looking at the memory means as a word impresses a certain concept. Just looking at what memory means as a word impresses a certain
大抵
concept.
の人間は好きに振り返ることのできる本のようなものを想像するだろ
Most people will probably see memories as some kind of book that they can go through whenever they want.
う。だが実際は全く違う。
That's an incorrect concept. There is no word or were no words or pictures. Stored in the Institute servers were enormous amounts of memories formulated into matrix of ones and zeros. We are in the matrix! What that meant was that memories weren't stored as words or imagery. Only clones into which the proper data was downloaded could read and decipher them into memories, because they are literally in the matrix now. But the genetic data that had been that was needed along with the memory data wasn't stolen for some reason. Does that mean that there's nothing to gain from the stolen data? If I recall correctly, downloading data that doesn't match the clone body will only cause bugs that could ruin the brain. Does that mean that... Hang on, I'm thinking. I'm formulating. Processing. Mathis could be a clone with someone else's data, but he doesn't have the eyes. He doesn't have the turquoise irises. But he could be. Maybe he doesn't have turquoise irises because that's too much of a giveaway. Interesting.
普通のクローン体にダウンロードすればそうなるな。
That would be the case if it were downloaded into a normal clone.
だが、
However,
生まれる前の細胞なら話は別だ。
the story is different if the download is done to cells before birth. Before birth?
例えるなら、大凶が近い。お前も聞いたことぐらいはあるだろう。
Is this it? Is this what's happened? He was made a clone before he was born? For example, prenatal education. You must have heard of some technique before. Yeah, like how a pregnant woman might play music or tell stories for the fetus to listen to. I heard those kind of things can affect the baby's personality and even their memory.
それと同じ理屈だ。
Exactly.
生命になる前のとある細胞に記憶のダウンロードという名の対響を施してやれば。
That suggests downloading memory data to a cell as part of its paternal education before life is fully formed. Knowledge to assist parents in raising their newborns, as well as methods to help the baby in utero. This may include reading books, playing music to help stimulate the brain development of fetuses, and or giving them the memories of the wife. So you're saying it's possible to have a baby born with someone else's memories?
ああ。だがそれもごくわずかな上に長持ちもしない。
Yes, but only a very small portion, which doesn't last long. Has explained that the person's body and mind would notice that the memory didn't match the body
盗まれ
genetically.
たデータがどこかで違法な実験に使われた可能性も考えたが、
It's possible that there were illegal experiments done some time ago using the data that was stolen, but
俺と同等の研究者しか実現が不可能な上、
none of the researchers, myself included, have proved that concept in reality.
かかる手間に対し得られる利益は皆無に等しい。
She's just gonna be like, "Come, Sheen, come to my bedroom. I have something I want you to look at." It's these two books. The benefits of pursuing it aren't worth the trouble.
研究所に目をつけられる危険を負ってまで、そんな無駄な実験を行おうとする輩はいないだろうな。
Hit a button. I doubt there's someone stupid enough to earn the Institute's contempt just to conduct their useless experiments. Sheen, you make it sound as though you've tried it before.
あるわけないだろう。あくまで仮定の話だ。
Of course not. I'm only speaking in theoretical terms. Just as our conversation was about to end. Sheen, can you come to my room for science? Just science. Just science. Yves and Lucas somehow helped manage the crowd and...
イブさんたちが来てくれなかったら
If it wasn't for you
圧
folks,
死するところでした。
I would have been stomped to death.
本当に怪我人が出なかったのは奇跡です。
Really, it's a miracle that no one was hurt. The people dispersed and left the institute with disgruntled murmurs. Dun 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 dun. After parting ways with Lucas, we finally found ourselves in Sheen's laboratory.
リライバーの生産技術はこの国立研究所が独占している。他に一切の例外はなく、俺が許さん。
The Reliver technology and manufacturing process are owned by the Institute. That will never change. I won't allow it.
だがブローがリライバーとして蘇ったと仮定すると、
That said, assuming Barrow did revive as a Reliver,
この研究所に所属、あるいは過去にしていた何者かが
it would mean that an Institute employee, past or present, is involved.
廃棄予定だった古い装置を盗み出し、どこかで悪用している可能性が最も高いだろう。
Odds are likely that they stole obsolete models of my devices meant to be discarded and is abusing them for their own ends.
時間はかかるが、該当しそうなものを洗い出しておく。
It will take some time, but I'll investigate the possible culprits behind it. Is it the cute little boy? Ooh, this looks gorgeous at night. What the heck? By the time such a decision was made, it had already gotten dark outside. As we prepared to part ways, Yves and Dahat began talking about baking sweets when...
待て、死神の小娘。お前は今クロード家に仕えているのだったな。
Maiden of Death. You're working with the Claude family, right? I turned around as Sheen
あ
stopped
の
me.
羊に伝言がある。一言一句互いず伝えろ。
I want you to relay a message to the butler, word for word. To Jean, of course. What do you want me to say to him?
警告はした。
I warned you.
今も持っているだろうカメラを速やかに俺の元へ返せ。
I know you still have that camera. Return it while you still can. Camera? Is he referring to the camera Jean carried around with him all the time? Did you lend it to Jean by chance? I don't recall him ever saying so before. The way you phrased your message makes it sound like Jean stole it from you.
ようなも何も奴が持っているカメラは間違いなく
As it happens, the camera currently in his possession
数年前に研究所から盗まれたものだ。
was stolen from the Institute a few years ago. I couldn't absorb the many shocking revelations he shared with me. He said it was stolen, but Jean said before that he got the camera through connections. Perhaps his camera just looks similar to the one that was stolen. Sheen said that it wasn't possible. He explained the cameras were extremely valuable and the inventory was tightly controlled by the Institute. So apparently even prominent figures from Mattis weren't allowed to own cameras. He was curious as to how Sheen actually had a photograph, so he searched the rental records. He discovered that the records were tampered with and that one camera went missing a while back. A very rare item in Apicella, the Institute controls the few existing and rents them out when necessary. I won't forgive Sheen. He's supposed to stop my theories. He had one job. It can't be, but why? Why was Sheen lying? Suddenly. Whoa. I heard a shout from afar. I then heard a digital tone coming from E's chest. What's going on, E's?
アドルフからの緊急通信。今全員に聞こえるように音量を上げるね。
It's an emergency call from Adolf. Let me raise the volume so everyone can hear.
二人ともまだセルネボルにいるなら今すぐ移動しろ。
Both of you, if you guys are in Cernavel, get out of there now.
シューディーで男が一人ブローにやられた。
A guy was just killed in Mattis by Barrow.
しかも最悪なことに
Making matters worse,
居合わせたマティスが路地に逃げたやつを追いかけていっちまった。
Mathis just happened to be at the scene and went after him down one of the alleys. Mathis?
今回は男性が狙われたのか。
Damn it, this time the victim was a man. As we were surprised by the turn of events, Hugo told us where it all happened.
近いな。一応研究員を避難させるか。
That's nearby. I'd better evacuate my staff.
ダハト。
ダハ。
はいはい。一応確認しますけど、王族からの観光令は破っちゃっていいんです。
Gotcha! Just to confirm, I can break the royal family's gag order, right?
構わん。これだけの騒ぎになれば、もう隠し通せんだろう。
Do it. Not like they can hide that commotion at this
そ
point.
れでも文句を言ってきたら全て俺が受け付ける。
If they complain, I'll handle it. He's got his coat back on, I just realized. The Hot responded immediately and quickly dashed inside the Institute.
クルーンに小娘。どうせお前らは現場へ行くんだろ
You and Koran, I assume you'll arrive on the scene shortly? For a
う。
second, I
急
thought he
ぐ
had
なら
black
研
jeans
究所
on.
の車を使っても構わんぞ。運転手も貸してやる。
If you're in a hurry, you can use one of our vehicles. I can lend you a driver. He probably had everything ready from the beginning as a car rolled out from behind the Institute and stopped in front of us. The driver window rolled down. It was a driver who almost ran into Sheen back at the Marche in Mattis.
あの時は失礼いたしました。今度は迅速かつ丁寧な運転をお約束させていただきます。
I'm very sorry about last time. I promise you a safe and fast journey to wherever you want.
これは貸しだ。ブローを生け捕りにしたら俺の元へ連れてこい。
I'm doing you a favor here, so once you capture Barrow, bring him to me.
奴のあの身体能力には多少興味があるからな。
I'm interested to see where he gets his superhuman strength. It's blood rituals, silly. I nodded in response and hurried into the car. I closed the door and immediately the driver revved the
飛ばします。
engine.
舌を噛まないように捕まっていてくださいね。
Let's get going. Let's just make sure you don't bite your tongue on the way. Before I could say anything, what appeared to be the most advanced model of electrical car owned by the Institute sped off so quickly that it could kill anyone who got in the way.
いやマティスみたいな運転をする人がまさかもう一人いるなんて。
I never expected to see another driver similar to Mathis. I don't think similar is the right word to use. It was as though Mathis himself was at the wheel. Oh, I know we're in a hurry, but can we please slow down a...
運転に集中できないので話しかけないでください。
Please don't talk to me. I need to focus.
くそ。ブローの姿を見つけられたら車ごと突っ込んでやるのに。
I'm gonna ram this car into Barrow the moment I see him. His style of speech sounded familiar. The moment he took the handle and got the car running, his eyes and personality changed. This was way too similar to a certain someone I knew. Dude, are they all just Mathis. Fortunately, no one was hit during the drive and was quickly found ourselves at the corner of Chatis.
それじゃあ俺はアドルフたちと合流しに
Okay, I'm gonna meet up with Adolf and the others.
君はこの車の中で待機しておいてマティスの姿を見つけたら
You stay here in the car and wait. I'll let you know as soon as I find Mathis. Okay, please let me know if anyone is hurt. I quickly looked on as Eve left. What if we're on a simulation? Hear me out. We're in a simulation, and some of the personalities just are all the same. And because of that, they have the same dialogue and the same thought processing. The nearby residents looked bewildered by Barrow's unexpected return, and the corpse directed them back inside their home. It seemed like things were fairly under control, especially considering the urgency of the transmitter message earlier, but a familiar young boy was going against the flow of people and headed into the alley. Isn't he? We know exactly who he is. He's the little boy whose sister was just murdered by Barrow a week ago. Yep, that's him. He was with the woman killed by Barrow. Where are you going? I got things to do. It's one alley. I quickly got out of the car to give chase. The alley was dark and maze-like, making it difficult to see ahead. I got you. What in the world are you doing? You need to find shelter with the other people. Why was he here in Chatis in the first place? Dude, is he gonna also give you a concussion? Because I don't think he can afford the doctor's bills. Let me go. The guy who killed my sister could be around here. I'm gonna find him and avenge my sister's death. They're all in the same thing. His demeanor was similar to Mathis's. I bit down on my lip to force myself to keep hold of his arm. I had to stop him. I couldn't help but remember his strong, beautiful sister who sought a better life. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. She was probably trying to leave the country for the sake of her younger brother. But he was resisting a lot more than I thought, and he somehow wrestled free and made his escape. Wait! I kept running through the alley. I finally reached not the young boy, but... A person seeking vengeance was fighting head-on against Barrow with nothing but a short dagger. Mathis! Mathis was knocked back against the wall. I'm not through yet. He didn't let up and pushed against the wall to gain momentum. How dare you? You're a fool for bringing chaos to this country. Just remember that this guy killed like a bunch of soldiers and like could have killed Ease and Adolf, but chose not to. It was a choice. So Mathis having a chance here is a bit wild. He quickly moved within striking range of Barrow. For some reason, Barrow stopped for a moment at Mathis's roar. Mathis's knife found its mark. Blood began to pour from Barrow's side. I was stunned by the sight. Mathis, he actually hit Barrow. He wasn't... I heard that. That was static. He wasn't close to a threat to Barrow when you first met. Wait, it looked like he was in the same mental state as when he trampled on his own novel. His face was warped with ferocity. How dare you kill my brother? Why did you throw me in such a dark place when I did nothing wrong? Where's the respect for your mission you were given when you were born? What? He was shouting phrases that weren't making any sense. Who is he? He wasn't Mathis. I was probably not the only one who noticed something strange about him. Barrow leapt back as blood continued to drip from his side. How dare you do that to my brother? Why did you kill Camille Claude? Is he Camille Claude? Barrow observed the young... Ooh, it did the static sound again. Barrow observed the young man who brandished his knife in order to avenge his brother's death. Take your hood off! He lifted his hood just enough to reveal his mouth. No. I did not kill anyone from the Clyde family. He spoke. What? Don't lie to me. Blood flew from his mouth as he screamed. I saw you kill my brother and my parents with my own eyes. Sheen said he didn't see the murder. He said he came in after the murder. That night you pushed my brother down and stabbed him with a dagger over and over again. The air seemed to shake as he screamed, but still, silence. Barrow shook his head in denial. This man murdered countless people and boldly fought off all the opponents who tried to capture him. It was hard to imagine that he would make excuses now for what he has done, which meant... Lies, all lies. Lies, 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 lies. Then who? Was it Sheen? Did Sheen kill your brother? That night, my brother... Mathis froze. Brother? What if he killed his own brother? What if he had a mental break and killed his entire family? I feel like, what if he, because he has like this other personality inside him, he has visual memories of his brother being murdered and he's blaming Barrow. So what if he killed his family because he had like a break and then convinced himself that it was Barrow because Barrow's already doing all these murders. And so he doesn't remember killing his family. He also has his mom's memories. I don't know. They're all computers. What? Oh, this is happening in my world now. Wait, my brother? Is Sheen my brother after all? Because I said that earlier when they bursted into the house and they were in the yard and they were like, Claude, explain this. And they were looking at the brother. What did he look like? And a sudden noise, Mathis screamed while holding his head. Mathis, excuse me, Barrow. Mathis? Mathis. Buddy? I ran towards Mathis as he continued to scream with his head in his hands. My head hurts. Help, brother. Let me out. Is this that split personality I keep joking about? Why didn't you say anything? Barrow's like, dude, I'm gonna go. It's been real. I'm leaving. After observing Mathis groan in pain, Barrow jumped against the wall and swiftly departed. Meet bro safe. Mathis could no longer endure the pain and suddenly vomited onto the ground. Alright. I had no clue what was happening to Mathis, but there was something I knew I had to do. I need to find help.
ちょっと大丈夫？
Hey, are you alright? A woman came running to us from
手伝
behind.
うわ。この子を表通りに運べばいいのね。
Let me help. You need to get him out into the open, right? Yes, please. I asked her for her help and lifted Mathis, hoping that we could carry him out more quickly than trying to call the corpse. Everyone else is seeking shelter. Why did you go into the
屋
alley?
敷の窓からあなたの姿が見えたから。
I saw you through the window. Huh?
あなた、クロード家の使用人なのよね。以前、屋敷の前で姿を見たって主人から聞いたわ。
You work at the Claude mansion, don't you? I heard from my husband that he saw you there,
私の
too.
亡くなった友達がね、あの屋敷の跡取りであるカミーユ様の恋人で。
Ooh! My friend who passed away was the lover of the young master, Camille Claude.
あなたに少し似ていたの。だからなんとなく放っておけなくて。
You look like her, so I simply couldn't leave you be.
知ってる？ロザリーっていうあなたと同じ髪色の元娼婦の子だったんだけど。
Did you know her? Rosalie was a prostitute with the same hair color as you. I like how we're just gonna suddenly be like, she's a prostitute. Did I figure this out 5 minutes before it got exposition to me? Maybe. Huh? Rosalie? Wait, isn't that the name of the butler's Jean's lover?
執事？ジョン？
Butler John?
誰それ？
Who's that?
私も元娼婦で、シュディの男性に見初められて嫁ぐ形で昨日移り住んだ
Actually, I
ば
just
かりな
realized
んだ
my
けど。
light looks really red right now. I don't know why. OMG. He's just been in denial this whole time. I used to work with Rosalie and I recently moved to Chatis after marrying a resident here. He is Mathis's brother, which I thought when they first broke into the yard that it was his brother because he literally said that you need to explain this, Clyde. And he was talking to the brother or to the butler. I used to work with Rosalie. I'm too
その
lost.
間にカミーユ様が雇われた人？
Was Jean someone hired by Camille? No, they were childhood friends and now Jean serves Camille's younger brother Mathis.
何を言ってるのあなた？
What are you saying, crazy
カミー
lady?
ユ様には弟も幼馴染もいないわよ。
Camille didn't have a younger brother or any childhood friends.
ロザリーから直接聞いたもの、間違いないわ。
I know because I used to talk about it with Rosalie before. Wait a minute. And who was he? It's Camille. As if responding to the word Camille, Mathis's eyelids
どう
twitched.
してこんなひどい仕打ちをするの？
Why are you doing such a horrible thing?
お願い、命だけは助けて。
Please don't kill me.
私たちにはまだやるべきことがあるから。
We still have things to accomplish.
死にたくない。殺さないで。カミーユ。
I don't want to die. Please don't kill me, Camille. Huh?
ああ。俺としたことが
Shame on me.
カメラに残ってた。俺とロザリーの関係を知っている娼婦は
Oh. Oh my. I thought I made sure to keep tabs on the prostitutes in the pictures who knew about my relationship with Rosalie.
もう全員始末したと思ったのにな。
I thought I got rid of all of them.
まさかこんなところに
But lo and behold, another one appears.
始末し損ねたネズミがまだ残っているなんて。愛しい愛しいロザリーに知られたら
I suppose I need to get rid of this rat before my dear, sweet Rosalie finds out.
カミーユは相変わらずドジねって可愛らしく叱られてしまうよ。
She might even scold in the cute way of hers. Camille, you're as clumsy as ever. Did I just get a bad ending? Other. Okay, no, it's not over yet. Oh my stars. What a twist.
いつ
Gruesome.
もとは手口が違うか。これもブローの仕業なのか。
Seems different from what Barrow usually does, but I guess this is his new fancy.
おい、いつまでうずくまってるんだ。死体なら前回奴が起こした犯行で見
Quit
慣れただろ。
puking already. This isn't the first time you've seen his victims.
これはこれで
Yeah,
スキルだろうが。
but this is too much.
ああ、おぞましい。
Look at what he's done.
女の腹をナイフでかっ切るなんて、奴はどうかしている。
He's completely mad, slitting her belly open with a knife. Is it me? Am I dead? Did I die? Did I die? Am I dead? Oh, no, I'm alive. He forced me to follow him with his knife. I knew this mansion. I knew the hallway. I knew these walls. But I didn't know where there were hidden stairs here.
さあ、どうぞ。
Now after you.
こちらがマティス坊ちゃんの本当の自室でございます。
Welcome to Master Mathis's real room. Inside this cold and dark underground room. He's got lines on his face. My precious person was connected to some unknown device. This is too much for my brain to handle. This is just one root. Tubes extended from the devices which were connected to his arms, legs, and neck. He showed no sign of resistance and instead had his eyes closed like a puppet. A flash of light was accompanied by a high-pitched sound. Surprised, I turned around to discover him pointing his camera towards Mathis.
記録完了。経過は良好だな。
Evidence recorded. Not bad at all. Who are you? He was speaking differently now. He even sounded like the person that Mathis told me about during his memories as a child. He then walked over to Mathis and stood by his side as if to offer support. The camera's flash and sound woke Mathis. His eyelids slowly lifted to reveal his eyes. He's gonna have robot eyes?
John.
John? Just have to remind me about other routes. Oh god. He immediately reacted, calling Jean's name in a confused voice. He was completely bound and couldn't move, but I could see him still shaking from the uncertainty of the situation.
John, おかしいんだ。
Jean, something's wrong.
あいつ、ブローが。
Barrow told me.
兄さんはクロード家の者は誰も殺していないって。
Very clearly, too, for some reason. He said he didn't kill my brother. He said he didn't kill anyone in the Clyde family.
シャンだって見たよね。あいつに殺された兄さんたちの姿を。
You saw him too, right, Jean? You saw him murder my brother and my parents?
ねえ、こっそり見ていましたが、あの言葉には俺も本当に驚きました。
Yes, I saw from afar and was very surprised by what he said.
あいつ、喋るんだな。しかもお前の問いに答えることまでできただなんて。
I didn't know that guy could talk, let alone cough up info you were asking for.
命令に従うだけの従順な化け物だって自慢げに聞かされてたんだけどな。
Weird, given how I heard he was a loyal monster who was good at following orders.
ま、ただの比喩だったってことか。
Well, guess he was exaggerating. Only now did Mathis and I realize that Jean's mannerisms and style of speech changed.
シャン
Jean?
どうしたの？僕の質問に答えてよ。
Is something wrong?
兄さんが殺された日のこと。
Please answer me. My brother was killed.
おいおい、勝手に兄さんを殺すなんて お前も悪い子に育ったな。
Hey, hey, who are you to wipe your brother from existence like that, you naughty rascal? Huh? I see.
死神のお嬢さん。君はもうとっくに気づいてるみたいだけど。
Lee, fair maiden of death. That's a capital D, by the way. I can tell you know who I am now, but...
残念ながら、出来損ないの我が弟は、はっきり言わないと何も理解できないらしい。
Unfortunately, my pathetic little brother won't understand a thing unless you tell him directly.
だから君の口から教えてやってくれよ。
Go ahead. Let him know.
俺が一体誰なのか。
Let him know who I am. I took a deep breath. I was actually hoping I was wrong and that was all a bad dream, but my breath was very real and I knew that this wasn't just some nightmare. You're Camille. You're Camille, Claude. Mathis's eyes opened wide at my words. Mathis got a messed up family, so what about the parents? This is a bad dream. I don't think the parents were bad, and I think he's a robot. I still think he's a robot. Especially since he's putting tubes in him. I think he goes to sleep at 10 o'clock because he needs to be charged. Mathis's eyes opened wide at my words.
お見事。大正解。
Bingo! Great answer.
いや、最高だね。いい加減本名を名乗りたくてたまらなかったんだ。
Isn't this a treat? I've been itching to say my real name from the start.
生きていることを黙ってて、本当にごめんな。
I'm really sorry I kept quiet that I was still
俺
alive.
のかわいいかわいい。バカな弟くん。
My adorable little dummy of a brother. Oh man, look at this new expression. Seeing the new Jean. No, seeing Camille. Mathis gasped in surprise. Jean? My brother? Camille?
何言ってるの？そんな冗談ありえないよ。
I mean, even the truth isn't good enough for him, apparently. What are you saying? You really shouldn't joke like this.
だって僕と兄さん、シャンは昔からずっと3人一緒だったじゃないか。
I mean, my brother and Jean and I, we were all together as kids.
へえ。それって誰の記憶？
Whose memory is that from?
その記憶に映っているのは本当に俺だった？
In that tiny brain of yours, was it really me in that memory? Camille continued to speak as if trying to stab him with frozen blades of ice.
そうだ。優秀なお嬢さんはその記憶の真実にもちょっと気づきかけているんじゃないか？
Oh, right. This beautiful, brilliant young lady. I said beautiful, but I meant to say brilliant. Must have already had an idea of what's going on with your memories. I don't know anything.
へえ、本当に？こっそり監視を雇って観察してたけどな。
Is that so? I did hire a few people to keep an eye on you.
すっごい偶然が重なって何人も出会ってきたんじゃないの？
No doubt you have met many people by sheer coincidence. Which means bro
数年前、本当なら
killed my brother.
大事な兄をブローに殺された男。
Someone who lost his brother to Barrow. Stop.
レイ君？ええ、もちろん覚えているわよ。
Lewis, of course I remember
両親
him.
に虐待されていたところを偶然私が保護して、あ
That's
れか
right.
らもう10年以上経って、今はうちの臨時職員として立派に働いてくれています。
Oh wait, is it Lewis? Is this Lewis then? I'm more
た
confused.
だ、
Oh
ずっ
dear.
と暗い地下に
I
閉
kicked
じ
the
込め
desk.
られていたせいか、暗証
Interesting.
両親に虐待を受けて
A certain man who was locked in a dark basement abused by his parents. I don't know anything. A book? Come on, girl. Word for word. Drives just like him, huh? How did you send this guy to me? You didn't. This guy came up on his own. Who's recklessly drove you around with a certain someone. Stop it. Oh, and it's gonna be the book. Mention the book. I want to know about the book, man. Book. Identical book. There we go. You may know the story of a man and a woman facing death in a daring adventure. Novel by Amélie Claude, with the same content and title as My Young Brother here wrote.
いやー、実に不思議だな。彼女が今日出会った男たちも、アメリも。
What a coincidence. The people you've met and even this Amélie person.
まるでマティスの記憶をバラバラにして生み出された物語の登場人物みたいじゃないか。
They all sound like they were taken from pieces of Mathis's memory, like characters from a novel.
なんてな。実際は、
Fooled you. It's actually the opposite. What are you?
ご心配なく。坊ちゃんにとってこれは日課の一つですから。
Don't worry. This is just a daily routine for the master. We're not going to talk about the ice pod in the background? Prostitute that looks like me? No? Okay. Brother. His welling wasn't a part of him. I'm sorry. I'll be a good boy, so please. He looked up at his imaginary parents that only he recognized. Don't worry, I'm with you. Who was this consoling him? And?
ありがとう、アメリ。
Thank you, Amélie.
あなたが書いた小説だなんて最高の贈り物だわ。大切に読ませてもらうわね。
A novel that you wrote personally is the greatest gift of all. I'll read it carefully, page by
あなたみ
page.
たいな身分を超えた友人を持てたこと、私、一生の誇りにするわ。
If you have a friend transcending the boundaries of social status, I'll be proud of you for as long as I live. Someone was calling that person Amélie. This Amélie was very satisfied that she was able to share a novel she had spent so much time writing. I'm more confused than ever.
思い出したろ？お前のその記憶は。
Finally remembered, huh? That memory of
た
yours?
くさんの人間の記憶を組み合わせて作り上げた。いわば継ぎはぎなんだよ。
I just connected a bunch of memories from different people to form the memories you've got. The backup memory data that was stolen from the Institute. The artificial life that Sheen explained was needed in order to download memories from other sources. The many people I had seen and heard from who shared similar memories to what I had heard elsewhere.
いいか？お前はリライバーでもなければ純粋な人間でもない。
Listen carefully. You're not a reliver, and you're not really human either. Everything was starting to lead me to the same conclusion.
人工的な記憶と特殊な細胞を提供してくれたたくさんの女性の犠牲から生まれた。
You were born with artificial memories and cells provided by many women.
俺の愚かで可愛い出来損ないのホムンクルス。
You are my cute and foolish failure of a homunculus.
恋愛感情の誕生おめでとう。
Congrats on developing a sense of love. From this moment, the young man's revenge.
その感情が今度はどれだけ持つか俺に観察させてくれ。
Now then, let me observe how long that emotion of yours will last. Was reborn into utter despair. Oh my word, what?
もはや語るべき言葉は何もない。
There was nothing else to say.
物語を紡ぐ筆者がいるのなら、我らはページをめくるだけでいい。
If an author wrote stories, then our role was simply to turn the page.
ああ。だがしかし、
Ah, the
悩
conundrum.
ましい。過去の愛に準じる共愛と、未来に救いがない純愛。
Mad love was loyal to past love, pure love that had no salvation in the future.
やあ、そこにいる君。君はどちらの恋物語がお好きかな？
Ah, you over there. Which love story do you prefer? I don't know. I usually like romantic love stories where like people don't get abused. I'm not against AI love. That's fine. But you know, it just really depends. Things change. This is wild. This has been a wild ride.
アルペシェールの名門クロード家には一つの秘密がある。
The prestigious Claude family of Arpacelli have long kept a secret. All who lived in this country knew the story of the drifter who washed ashore long ago. He brought with him 4 books, all of which had been lost, save for the one on
クロー
genetics.
ド家はそのうちの一冊をかの漂流者から直接受け取っている。
The Claude family received one of these books from the drifter in person. The book governed the knowledge of words. From the west to the far east, a universal translation tomb that made it possible to understand the words of any country. New knowledge and culture from the outside world washed up on this isolated place. The Claude served the royal family, translating and publishing foreign texts for all to understand. That was the original mission tasked to the Claude family. Monsieur Rouge Claude and Madame Emile Claude, my parents, were just as you might expect. They served the Arpachel family, known for its corruption. My father was an officer who served a now dead member of the royal family. He wed my mother not because of love but politics. I, Camille Claude, was born as the only son of 2 obstinately loyal citizens of the
カミー
country.
ユ、お前がリライバーになるときはいつかこのクロード家のもう一つの使命を伝える。
Camille, once you become a reliver, I will tell you the Claude family's other mission.
だからそれまでの自由を許す代わりにリライバーになる時が訪れた時、クロード家の当主の座とその使命を継いでほしいの。
So until then, we will allow you to do what you wish, but when the time comes, you must bear the torch as the heir of the family. What my parents told me wasn't a bad deal. So I spent my days fooling around with prostitutes day in and day out.
とある酒場で彼女ロザリーに出会うまでは。
That is until I met her at the bar. Rosalie. Rosalie lived a life scorned by society as someone who was born in the slums and became a reliver prostitute. But with her golden hair, she was so beautiful that she won everyone's heart. I was completely captivated in the moment I laid eyes on her. Yes, it was love at first sight.
苦しいほど君のことを愛してる。
I'm madly in love
美
with
しい
you.
ロザリー、どうか俺の妻になってくれ。
My beautiful Rosalie, please be my wife.
出会ったばかりの娼婦に求婚だなんて
Proposing to a
あなた
prostitute you just met?
とっても趣味が悪いわね。
You have bad taste, you know? She always teased me, but Rosalie wasn't like the others. She never looked down on her background or her profession. She was a woman who loved beautiful flowers, who lived with the sort of grace that silenced any unreasonable words. The more I got to know her, the more I fell in love, and each day I tried to persuade her to marry me. Rosalie would laugh off my proposals, but
私
soon...
がこの国を呪う死神のような あなたの財産目当ての性悪だったらどう
What
す
if
る
I
の
were the Grim Reaper or a wicked woman after your fortune?
何その時は俺もそんな君にふさわしい悪党になればいい。
In that case, I'd become a scoundrel worthy of your presence.
そうすれば俺たち嫌な奴同士でお似合いだろ。
We'd make a nice couple of jerks together, wouldn't we?
もう本当に悪趣味な人。
You really do have bad
けれど
taste.
そんな悪趣味なあなたが
But I like you
好きよ。
and your bad taste. In the end, she responded to me favorably. What a lovely story. Then the time came for us to marry. It was then that I broke one of my promises to my parents. Turning into a reliver would make people lose the love they felt. So I gave up on extending my family, even if we died from death's curse. We vowed that we would end our lives together at the age of 23. My parents fought back when I told them I wouldn't become a reliver and that I would take a prostitute named Rosalie as my wife. But they could tell no preaching would change my mind. So they gave in, saying that they would allow me what I wanted so long as I fulfilled my role as their heir until they bore another child. After some time had passed, Rosalie and I were expecting our first child. What?
ありがとう。本当にありがとう、ロザリー。
Thank you so much, Rosalie.
君も、君から生まれてくる子も、俺がまとめて幸せにしてやるからな。
You and our future child, I'll make sure we become a happy family.
でもまずは無事に結婚式を挙げなくちゃね。
But first, we'll have a great wedding, right? I was overjoyed. I believed that our happiness would continue until the day we died. I'm done. My brain shut down. To be honest, it was blind faith. But such happiness would not last long in a land cursed by death. The day before our small church wedding, Rosalie fell ill. She told me that her chest hurt. Rosalie thought it might be something other than morning sickness, so she went to see a doctor alone. She went by herself. I had been busy preparing to succeed the family business and taking care of her, so she left without telling me anything. She didn't want to burden me any further. I never knew that would be the last time we would speak. That night, Rosalie and the tiny life growing inside her were killed.
あんたが悪いのよ、ロザリー。
It's all your fault, Rosalie.
あんただって汚らわしい娼婦のくせに自分一人だけ幸せになろうとするから。
This one's a shabby prostitute. That's how you know she's trashy. You're a filthy whore, no different from me, but you tried to find happiness all by yourself. Her killer was a prostitute from the slums who worked with Rosalie before. She was envious of Rosalie for finding happiness with a man from a noble family, so she dragged her into one of the alleys. There she used a dull blade to stab her over and over again. The knife made its way through Rosalie's abdomen to our baby.
ロザリー。なあ、起きてくれよ。
Rosalie,
俺
wake
の
up, my
愛しい
darling bride.
花嫁様。俺たち、明日、結婚式なんだぞ。
We're going to marry tomorrow.
君がいなきゃ、お腹にいる子供の名前。
Without you, how am I supposed to decide on our baby's name? The death of my love. It was more than enough to plummet me to the depths of despair. And so you built a robot.
これが俺。娼婦を狙う失踪事件の真犯人。配達人カミーユ・クロードと。
There you have it. I'm the person behind the missing prostitutes, Camille Claude. His true identity is Camille Claude, the only son of the Claude family. He is called the Deliverer and has caused the disappearance and death of prostitutes from Cohen.
恋人ロザリーの本当の馴れ初めだ。
That's the truth behind my beloved Rosalie.
どうだ？お前が盗作した小説にも劣らない素敵な愛の物語だろ？
How was it? A sweet little love story better than the plagiarized one, right? It was a love story with a tragic ending. There was nothing for us to say. As if confident that we wouldn't get away, he removed all of Mathis's restraints except for those that bound his ankles. As for me, he didn't even bother tying me down with a rope. He must have known that I had no intention of escaping now because the person in front of us looked mad as he told the story of his lost love with a strange sense of happiness. Beneath the Claude family mansion was a hidden chamber used for experiments. Inside was a large tank filled with beautiful flowers and water. Jean, no. Camille walked over and gently brushed his hand over the glass surface.
どうだ俺の恋人は俺が話した以上に美人だろ
Isn't my darling more beautiful than words could express?
愛しいロザリーくだらない嫉妬心で殺された俺にとって世界で一番美しい女
My beloved Rosalie, the most beautiful woman in the world who was killed by petty jealousy. Inside the tank filled with water and flowers was a woman sleeping peacefully. No, to be specific, I knew exactly who was submerged inside. She's Rosalie. Her pale skin showed no signs of warmth. It was very clear that she had been dead for a while. I could only guess the stab wound he spoke of was hidden under her dress.
さすがに俺も答えて初めてリライバー技術ってもんにすがりつきかけたよ
It was hard for me to accept reality, so I finally took an interest in this blasted reliver technology.
大事な約束を破ってでもロザリーにまた会いたいってな
I want to see Rosalie again, even if it means breaking our promise.
けどロザリーは俺との愛に準じようとしていたがゆえにバックアップを取っていなかった
But Rosalie planned to die with her love for me, so she didn't upload a backup.
かろうじて遺体は残っているがロザリーをロザリーたらしめていた肝心の記憶だけはどうにもならない
I was able to secure her body somehow, he says vaguely enough. But nothing can be done about the memories that made her my Rosalie. So what resulted was him preserving her cold body in that tank. Then again, I already knew by now that this person wasn't normal at all and wouldn't give up so easily.
まっとうな方法でロザリーを取り戻すことができないのなら
If there's no known way to revive Rosalie as herself, look how cute he is. Aw, he's a little mischievous.
まっとうじゃない方法を使うまで
Then I simply need to resort to untested methods.
そのためなら俺はどんなものだって犠牲にしてみせる
I'll do it, even at the expense of other people's lives. His eyes were swimming in madness. Camille continued to speak in detail about the truth behind his lies and his hope of reuniting with his beloved Rosalie. In order to revive Rosalie back to her own self, I went to the Institute to find anyone who would share their knowledge with me. But no one would help, and I returned to the mansion in grief. But one day, I received a letter from an unnamed soul who offered to assist me in my research efforts. This stranger gave me the technical knowledge and equipment required to implement reliver technology, and so this mad laboratory was created. Recreating her body was one thing, but all efforts would be meaningless without a backup of her memory. I was taught that basic knowledge to create false memories by both my benefactor and another aspiring researcher. The rest I did on my own, and by stealing the memory data from the Institute, I succeeded in recreating Rosalie's memory. The rest for me to properly nurture her artificial memory through my experiments. And the body I used to nurture that memory was... You're gonna say our baby?
そうして生まれたのか
The body you used was me. Wait, so the reason Mathis's personality changes sometimes is...
組み込まれた記憶の影響を受けて人格ごと変動していたから
Because my personality is influenced by the different memories implanted in me? That means my brother, Sheen, those happy memories are all...
そうだ。他人の記憶から作り上げた偽物。
He's so good at this! That's right, they're fake memories that I cobbled together.
虐待していた両親も、お前が打つべき仇も、大好きなお兄様も信頼していた執事も。
The parents who abused you, your desire for revenge, your dear brother, your loyal butler.
最初から存在すらしていなかったんだよ。
None of them really existed from the very beginning. Which would explain why Barrow was so confused when he heard Mathis's angry accusations. As for Sheen, his disguising himself with clothing and a different personality to keep the neighbors unaware of his true identity. Oof. No, wait, what you say is impossible. Why? Even if you could create a fake memory, the memory would have to be downloaded into a clone that matched the memory, or the clone body would die.
それができるんだな。できちゃうんだよな。
But you know that where there's a will, there's a way.
お前の培養にはリライバーとは違って普通の遺伝子は使ってないから。
The normal reliver procedure requires matching genes, but you were cultured differently.
本人のものじゃない記憶を肉体を作成した後ではなく、作成する前に組み込む方法。
There's actually a way to incorporate someone else's memory into a body by including it before the body is formed.
そっちのお嬢さんはすでにかの天才科学者から答えを得てると思うけど。
I think this young lady here knows what I'm talking about since she spoke to the mad scientist.
シアンさんのこと、あの人から何か聞いたんですか？
Sheen? Lee, what did he tell you? Now that you mention it, it was back at the Institute when there was some commotion about memory backups going missing. I'm not going to read the flashback, guys. I don't need a flashback. Just fraternal education. Fraternal yeah. You can tell a baby something and it'll remember it in the wound. Just kidding. That's what Sheen said to me before.
それに生まれる前って
Fraternal education before life is formed?
そっか。
It can't be.
人工的な記憶と特殊な細胞を提供してくれたたくさんの女性の犠牲から生まれた。俺の愚かで可愛い出来損ないのホム。
Homunculus. You're a homunculus.
あなたが配達人の噂を流し、わざわざ娼婦だけを。
You spread the rumors about this deliverer in order to lure out prostitutes?
そう。
Correct. Camille gave an eerie grin. It's a cute grin. He's doing his best as a murderer. He then looked at me as a woman no different than his victims. His eyes looked over, not my face, but rather a place lower. My abdomen. Oh, thank you.
生命になる前のとある細胞に記憶のダウンロード。
Back then, Sheen's vagueness about this cell wasn't because it was difficult to explain.
妊娠した女の腹に宿った胎児に至る前の胚細胞。
A pregnant woman is able to nurture an embryo inside her body.
その誰でもない状態の細胞になら 別人の記憶を強引にダウンロードすることができる。
It is there that I can download someone else's memory before the cells take the form of a fetus.
お前は数々の犠牲と失敗を経て生み出された唯一の成功例なわけだ。
Okay, everybody dies at the age 23 in this world. He is not a reliver. This man's beloved died a few years ago. So let's say 3 years ago. 3 years ago. In 3 years' time, he has built a mad scientist lair. And then started kidnapping prostitutes and trying to make them become pregnant. But hang on, I got this. Mathis is 17. How is he 17 but an adult and had been born in the last 3 years? You are my one and only success, born through repeated trial and sacrifices. It was because the experiment he was referring to, it was beyond even what Sheen would discuss. Sheen cruelly went on to say that Mathis never had a childhood and was born only a year ago. I instinctively placed my hands over my belly as though to protect it. He was completely mad. You can't have my tummy! Realizing the sacrifices made for him to be born, Mathis crumbled to the floor. No, 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 no. Please stop. I don't want to hear anymore. Why was I born? What is my life? That's a great, valid question. Camille slowly walked towards Mathis and looked him in the eye.
自分で自分を否定するな。そんなこと、最初から決まってるだろ?
Don't deny your own existence, isn't it obvious? He smiled gently, patting Mathis on the shoulder. Aw.
俺が愛したあの頃のロザリーを蘇らせるための。
You were born so that I could revive my darling Rosalie.
使い捨ての実験動物になるためさ。
Oh, that's not as sweet. You're my expendable guinea pig. Mathis had finally reunited with... No, he finally met his brother for the first time, coming face to face with his sinister smile. I could almost hear Mathis's heart shatter into a million pieces. No, 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 no. Did he fall asleep? Perhaps he didn't have any tears left to cry. Mathis dejectedly looked down to the floor. Meanwhile, Camille looked down at Mathis without any concern whatsoever. Can't speak, can you?
そういう人格にしようと記憶を作ったのは俺だけど、ここまでつまんないやつだと呆れるしかないわ。
I know I'm the one who created the memories to make him like this, but I can't help but be amazed by how boring he is. I glared sharply at Camille on Mathis's behalf.
そう睨んでくれるなよ。妊娠してない女に危害を加える気は全くないんだ。
Whoa, hola. How did he know all the prostitutes he kidnapped were pregnant? Stop glaring at me like that. I have no interest in harming women who aren't pregnant. You might not think so, but I have good reason to glare at you. Even if you implanted false memories in his mind, Mathis looked up to you and loved Camille and Jean like brothers. You don't feel anything looking at him like this?
特に何も。だってそういう感情を抱くよ。俺が記憶を構築したわけだし。
Not at all. I mean, I'm the one who put his memories and feelings together. He shrugged as if he couldn't care less. Camille scratched his head as if annoyed. Nothing nice would get through to him. I grabbed one of the weapons near me, and he must have used to kill a
俺
prostitute.
を倒してマティスを実験体から解放してみせるって
I take it you'll beat me up and free Mathis from my experiments?
やってみても構わないけど自由になればマティスは死ぬぞ
Go right ahead and free Mathis if you like, but he'll die. Huh? Camille scoffed at me, saying that the same would happen if he was captured by the corpse.
こいつは所詮は元素人の俺がゼロから生み出したホムンクルス耐久度はそんなに高くない
I pretty much created him from scratch as a homunculus. It means that he's not very stable. A human-like creature. One can be created using embiotic cells and downloading memories into their brain.
現に今も遺伝子が齟齬に気づき始めて頻繁に脳が崩壊を起こしかけてるから
In fact, even now his genes are noticing something wrong with his memories and are eating away at his sanity.
俺が毎晩最新の記憶をダウンロードしてやることでごまかしどうにか生きながらえてるんだ
So every night I'd extend his life by downloading new memories into him to fool his genes. He chuckled as if expecting me to understand.
マティスが少しでも長く生きるためには
I wonder if anyone's looking for our girl. Mother's gonna be mad. That's true. I'm surprised Mother doesn't have a tracking device on her, honestly. That seems like something she would do. Which means that in order for Mathis to continue
お
living,
兄様であるこの俺の実験動物であり続けるしか他に選択肢はないんだよ
his dear brother has to continue treating him like a test subject for these experiments. But if Sheen finds out, then
確かに可能だろうな特にシアンにとっちゃ俺が開発した技術なんて
I
お
guess
も
he
ちゃ
could
みたい
take
なもん
over.
だ
After all, the technology I developed is hardly more than child's play to him.
けど違法な人体実験で作られたホムンクルスにまともな人権なんてあると思うか
Do you seriously think he would give a test subject and a homunculus at that the same rights as a normal person?
よくて実験体域悪くて殺処分
Either the test continues or he dies.
シアンが論理を確立しながらも実際にホムンクルスを作らなかったのはそういうことじゃねえの
Which would explain why he didn't move forward with creating homunculus subjects despite having the know-how. Camille gloated as if he attained victory. Mathis and I couldn't say a word. What he was saying might be a ruse to escape the situation, but even so, I gave up and let go of the knife. No matter how slim the possibility might be, I couldn't go against him and risk Mathis's death. Okay. He's a murderer. Hours later. Is he gonna let you out? Apparently Adolphe and the others learned that we were missing and immediately set out to find our whereabouts. Camille, do you know who you're talking to? If it was me, Mathis might have to die. I mean, again, if he's more like an AI, you really can't help that. But he is a murderer. He's murdered many prostitutes in the course of 3 years. That's also a hint I didn't catch up on because they talked about how many years ago his love died. Dang. Told us with a smile how he told them that he didn't know where we went. But because Mathis was chasing after Barrow before he went missing, they didn't see Camille as a suspect when he invited Adolphe and the others over to the mansion. Similar to the missing prostitutes, they suspected Barrow to be at fault for their own disappearance. Dude, is he gonna poison these guys? Are we all gonna be locked in this basement together?
いやー
Aww.
俺が仕組んだこととはいえこんだけ無実の罪をかぶせられることになるとはブローも哀れだこと
He changed his outfit. Man, I know I was the one who set everything up, but I'm starting to feel bad that Barrow's getting blamed for everything.
まあマティスが腹をぶっすり刺してくれたおかげで文句を言いたくても言いに来れないだろうけどな
Then again, Mathis did give him a good stab, so I guess he's not in the shape to come here and complain. He wondered aloud why Barrow got so rattled while fighting Mathis. Camille tilted his head visibly as if thinking, but didn't say another word. I mean, if it's Lucas, which it could still be Lucas. I'm not done blaming possibly Lucas. It's not his MO. I don't want anything to happen to Mathis, but I don't want him to suffer because what Camille did to him. He's already suffering quite a bit. I mean, at this point, just remember, early on, you said you hope nothing ever happened to Jean, and now Jean is Camille, so I don't know if you feel the same way. Then suddenly, please. Please let her go free. Hello. How are you, Mocha? She has nothing to do with reviving Rosalie, so please. Rather than criticizing Camille, Mathis lowered his head and pleaded for my safe release. Doing great? Awesome. We're in the middle of a torture scene. Sorry, but I can't do that. He's got such a cute smile. I'll need her cooperation in my experiments to help make you a better human. But she looks like Rosalie. She isn't pregnant, and she doesn't have any memories that could contribute to Rosalie's. You're kidding. She's the greatest contributor ever for helping you develop love in your unstable state. A lot has happened during the stream. Your brain still hurts. Yeah. It's definitely not what I was picturing. This story did go down this path, so I'm honestly surprised too. There was so much already happening. There's already a serial murderer. Turns out that one of the characters is a robot humanoid. If anything, I owe her too much to harm her. But you just might. What do you mean? There's actually one other problem with replicating Rosalie's memories. It's whether Rosalie will return to her original state where she loved me. I'm so glad he didn't have a route. He's already in love with someone. That's why I can't love him. If we did a prequel story, maybe. But then I end up dead in that prequel. I can't bear to see her return as a reliver without any memories of being with me. He went on to explain that he purposely implanted horrible memories based on feelings of love, hatred, sorrow. Hang on. Wait, is love on there? No. Sorrow, fear. That's perfect. We'll screenshot that. He set up those. Ooh, hang on. My voice is starting to crack. My coffee isn't cold anymore. He set those up so that he could confirm whether such powerful emotions could properly transfer to the memory. Camille then continued. But I can now see why Sheen Brophy has such a problem with emotions of love. Camille, I got hatred for you. I gave you a mix of my memories and some other guys, but they don't seem to take, so I was just this close to terminating you.
だが、彼女との出会いによって、お前はその運命を逃れた。
But you were able to escape that fate because of her.
いやー、よく恋愛感情を生んでくれた、マティス。
You found that emotion of love after all, Mathis.
これで俺を愛するロザリーを再構築できる確率がぐっと上がる。
Now the odds of replicating my beloved Rosalie's memories are much higher.
俺も記憶の中だけとはいえ、残酷に殺された甲斐があったよ。
I must admit, I am happy I was brutally murdered, even if it was only a false memory. Oh man. He spoke ecstatically as he looked at us with crazed eyes. I was certain that he couldn't see us in front of him, only the image of his past happiness.
けど、たった一度恋したからって、実験が成功したとは言えない。
But just because you fell in love once doesn't mean my experiment is a success.
こういうのは何度も何度も条件を変えて繰り返すことで精度を上げていくものだから。なあ!
After all, true success comes from changing the conditions and replicating the results over and over again, right? Which means you have to become I started to say replicant, which is not wrong, but it's not this universe. Suddenly, Camille grabbed Mathis by the neck and slammed him on top of the lab table. What are you? Before I could react, Camille touched a strange device in Mathis's neck to download memories into his mind. He plugged one of the cords in and light went on. A new memory forced its way inside. Stop! I reached out to try and stop the download, but the actual download speed was much faster than I could move. Near replicants, yeah. different kind of story. Same vibe. Before I could get to him, the download was complete. The man madly seeking his lost love spoke.
明日から1日ごとに、マティスの記憶を今までと異なる別人の過去に切り替えていく。
Dude, he has to keep me in this basement forever. Starting tomorrow and each day thereafter, Mathis will experience a different person's memory. Mathis Claude 3. A homunculus created by Camille. He was a test subject in experiments exploring whether powerful emotions such as hatred, sorrow, and fear could be combined from other people and downloaded into a single individual.
その上で、名前も思い出も消えた彼女に、もう一度恋することができるのか。俺が確かめてやるから。
The purpose will be to see whether or not he remembers you and falls in love again without the assistance of his own memories.
ぜひとも愛の力ってやつを俺に証明してくれよ。
Now prove to me what the power of love can do, little Mathis. He gently tortured the younger brother he created himself. So gently. Perhaps because he had nothing more to say, or because he was happy because of the progress he made, or maybe both. Camille freed Mathis from the device. Then he left the chamber. The only ones in the room were me and Mathis, who were looking down at the floor. He was within reach, but for some reason, my instincts were telling me not to touch him now. In fact, it was possible that nothing I said would help the situation. I need to find a way to stop Camille, but he wasn't physically binding here. He was simply taking Mathis's life hostage through threats. Taking action without a plan would only bring about the worst results. I tried to think of something as time slowly passed in silence of the room. Then suddenly... Please escape. A voice no different from a whisper. It was barely audible, but I could see him looking straight into my eyes.
次にじゃんいえ神優がここを訪れた時
The next time Camille returns,
僕がどうにかして彼の気を引きますから
I'll do what I can to draw his attention.
あなたはなんとか外に出て イブさんたちに助けを求めてください。
Once he's distracted, escape. What did I just say? Once he's distracted, escape and seek help from Ease and the others, Lee.
カミーユの非道な実験のことを知れば、死刑だ。この衛兵、研究所も。
The corpse, the royal guard, and even the institute will act if they find out what Camille's been doing.
総力を挙げ、この研究室を潰しに来るはず。
They'll come here and destroy the lab, so you'll be safe too. I can't do that. If I do that, you're gonna die. Mathis shook his head. He seemed to accept this
だっ
outcome.
て、僕はたくさんの犠牲を生んで作られた偽物の命なんですから。
It's fine. After all, I'm just a fake human created through others' sacrifices.
あなたが命を懸けてまで守る価値なんて。
My life isn't valuable enough to put your life at risk, but you do admit that your life has value, so that's a step in the right direction. That's not true. No matter what, I want you to live. It didn't matter if he was a human, a reliver, or a homunculus. Mathis,
好きって言ってくれるんですか？
will you say that you love me?
僕からあなたに向けたあの思いさえも。
Even the sincere emotions I felt for
他
you.
人から譲り受けた偽物だっていうのに。
were just fake emotions given to me by someone else. For a moment, I didn't know what he was telling me. What? What do you mean?
思えば僕はあなたに対し温かな感情を抱くたびに。
Every time I felt this warm feeling when I thought about you. Rosalie. Oh, I remember that.
不意打ちでこんないたずらをするなんて、君は愛。
We don't do flashbacks.
綺麗な金色の髪を持つ一人の女性の姿をぼんやりと重ねていました。
Hazy image of a woman with beautiful golden hair would
で
appear.
もあれはあなたに似ているけれどあなたじゃない。
Was someone who looked like you and nothing more.
あの培養器の中で静かに眠っているカミーユが愛した
The image I saw in my
ロザリーの
mind
姿だったんです。
was the person sleeping in that tank, Camille's lover, Rosalie. Camille's memories were implanted in Mathis's mind too. He said that. If that's true, then seeing me completely frozen, Mathis forced a weak, sad
も
smile.
う分かったでしょ。
You know what I'm trying to say, right?
僕があなたのことを好きになったのは
The reason I probably fell in love with you was because
あなたが記憶の中にいる彼女によく似ていたから。
you were very similar to the woman in my memories.
あなたに向けるこの愛すらも他人からの借り物だったんだ。
So the love I felt for you was for someone else all this time. The words were heartbreaking. I couldn't stop my tears from flowing. I had to stop. Mathis, who was betrayed of everything he believed in, was the one who should be crying. Seeing my tears, Mathis gently wiped them
だ
away.
からあなたはこんなひどい僕のことは見捨てて逃げるべきです。
Which is why you should abandon such an awful person and escape from here.
登場も罪悪感もいらない。
I don't need sympathy or guilt.
今度はありのままのあなたを見て好きだと言ってくれる素敵な人と
I just want you to find someone who will
幸
love
せになっ
you
てください。
for who you are. I want you to find true happiness, Leah. He slowly uttered words of deep sorrow and acceptance. Please don't say such a horrible thing. Mathis, you've never seen me as someone else before. If we're to escape, then we need to escape together.
ありがとう。その言葉だけで僕は
Hearing that from you is enough. Please leave. Thank you. Hearing that from you is enough for me.
でもこれ以上カミーユのことを放置すればまた新たな犠牲者が生まれる。
But letting Camille run free will only lead to additional victims.
いいえ、期限次第ではあなたに危害が加えられるかも。
Depending on his mood, he might harm you too. I didn't think about this till now, but those flowers are huge that are in that tank, all things considered. He continued saying that he needs to make sure that didn't happen. I couldn't refuse the strength of his eyes as he spoke. I understand. I'll try to escape and let everyone know what's going on. But it's only so we can stop Camille. I haven't given up on you, Mathis. Suddenly the door of the laboratory opened.
お待たせ。
Mathis, please don't make me sad. I already cried today, so chill. You calm down. Sorry for the
最近
wait.
すっかり食い慣れてたお嬢さんの飯に比べりゃ粗末なもんだけど、今日は俺の料理で勘弁してくれな。
I know my cooking isn't as good as hers, but you're just going to have to deal with it. His smile was surprisingly happy as he came in with a tray of snacks. Camille slowly walked towards Mathis, who wasn't able to move.
ほらよ、両手は空いてるし、飯は普通に食えるだろ。
Here you go. Your hands are open, so you should be able to eat without a problem. Just as he was about to hand the tray over to Mathis. Mathis bit Camille's arm with all his might. Oh no. He's a replicant who's got the taste for blood now. Blood dripped from his arm. Your cooking is just as bad, like Eve's, but technically, Mathis liked Eve's cooking. Despite Camille's struggles to get loose, Mathis refused to let go. Girl, run! Go now! Is this an internal? No one's saying that. I could almost hear his voice from the sharp eyes that looked at me. I'll be back! And then she trotted off into the night. Wouldn't this be a funny time to run into Barrow? I ran past Camille and slammed the door open. Dang it, I forgot he likes Eve's food. I was surprised that he didn't lock the door from the inside. It felt rather odd, but now that I made a move, my only choice was to escape. I quickly ran up the dark stairs and finally returned into the familiar mansion. I didn't sense Camille coming after me. Mathis must have somehow still be keeping him at bay. I need to get out of here. Well, the front door's locked. I quickly ran through the familiar corridors. I finally ended up in front of the heavy door and the entrance is locked just as I thought. I tried windows, but to no avail. What the? There weren't any locks like these on the windows before. They weren't needed before. Wait. Did he expect me and Mathis to somehow find out who he really was? So the reason I was able to make my escape from the laboratory so easily was... Girl, hide.
窓が開かないなら力ずくで破ってみるのはどうだ?
The windows don't open. Why don't you try to break them?
まああんたの細腕じゃ自分の拳が血だらけになるだけだろうけど。
Then again, you'd probably cut those pretty little hands of yours. Camille slowly walked towards me from behind. Where's Mathis?
腕からなんとか引き剥がした後、飯を強引に食わせたら腹がいっぱいになったとかでぐっすり眠ったよ。
I somehow got him off my arm and managed to feed him, and he fell fast asleep before long.
あいつもまだまだ子供だよな。
He really is the same kid as always. You probably drugged him with the food he brought. Luckily, I didn't eat the food myself, but it didn't change the fact that I couldn't escape. The only thing I can do now is yell loudly enough so that someone can hear me from outside. But as I took a deep breath, Camille strolled towards me and grabbed my wrist. He slammed me against the wall. Oh my gosh.
マティスも一人寝は寂しいだろうし、地下室にまで戻るか。
Now then, Mathis is all alone underground. Why don't we get you down there? He looked at me with an expression of joy unlike that I had seen before. Other characters, what are y'all doing? They're looking for her where they think she is. They need a tracking device on this girl. It was as if he thought there was no way a frail couple like us could escape from the mansion. Or rather, it looked like he was actually enjoying seeing us trying to fight back. Let me go. I won't follow orders of someone who says such horrible things to Mathis. My struggle accidentally landed my elbow in his cheek. His cheek slowly began to redden and swell. I felt a chill as though that he was... Ugh. I felt a chill at the thought that he was going to snap.
すっげえ強烈。あ
Battered.
んた見かけによらず結
Something's
構気が強いんだな。
wrong with you. If we survive this, Mother needs to put the tracking device on this girl. She does. I mean, she's gotten lost so many times now. Wow, nice one. You're much stronger than you look. I was totally confused hearing his strange praise and seeing his happy face. He then stared at me for a few seconds.
気が変わった。あんたならきっと違和感なく飾ることができるはずだよな。
I've changed my mind. I'm sure you'll fit in really well. Camille crossed his arms and nodded as if he came to some decision. What are you talking about?
いや、ほら、あんたも見た通り、あの研究室って全体的に陰鬱っていうか、もの寂しい雰囲気がするだろ?
As you've seen, the lab has a gloomy, dreary sort of atmosphere. She also hasn't told him that Sheen told him to bring the camera back.
ぬいぐるみとかも飾ってないし、あそこで眠るロザリーも一人じゃ寂しがってると思うんだよな。
The place lacks a certain cozy touch. Rosalie must be lonely all by herself without even a stuffed doll to keep her company. Something was wrong. Is he gonna stuff you? When he's saying what he's saying seems so ordinary that it would be unusual in another conversation.
だからロザリーも
So I was thinking
自分によく似た妹とかがいれば喜ぶんじゃないかなって思って。
maybe Rosalie would be happy if she had a younger sister who looked just like her. With that, Camille took some flowers out of a vase that decorated the hallway. I took a shaky step back. Camille came closer to me with the same smile on his
俺
face.
と同じ立場になればマティスも実験にもう少し協力的になってくれるかもしれない。
I'm sure Mathis will be a lot more cooperative if he's in the same situation as me, don't you think? That was the last I would hear his voice. A single blow knocked me out cold. As I held onto the regret of being unable to fulfill my promise, my consciousness slipped away from me. Dude, what? I thought there'd be another tube. Mathis. Oh no. I could hear bubbles rising. It was in this dimly lit laboratory of horrors. Upon waking up immediately, noticed the change inside the room. There was a giant tank filled with water that used to hold the body of a dead woman. I knew there was only one such tank, but now I saw two. Inside the new tank, I saw something swaying to and fro. I'm so tired of Camille. Well, look, it only took him becoming a serial killer. Beautiful golden hair waved in the water. But the golden hair wasn't that of Camille's lost love. It belonged to the person I wanted alive, the person I asked to leave me behind. The hair of a very precious person. Why? One step at a time, I hobbled towards the glass tank. Lee? I called out to her in a hoarse voice, but her eyelids didn't move. Why? Why? Where did I go wrong? Was it when I told her to run? Was it when I dragged her into my vengeance? Or was it because I met her at all? I'm sorry, where's Anku? Anku! It was the roar of a wild beast. My strength all but escaped me, and I slowly fell to my knees as I groveled to the tank. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I wished to awaken from my nightmare. Anku, sir, yeah, where are you? Suddenly, someone gently placed his hand on my shoulder.
どうだ、マティス。これでお前も俺の気持ちが少しは分かったろ。
How does it feel, Mathis? I hope you know how I feel now.
もし彼女を蘇らせたいと願うのなら、
If you want to bring her back to life,
兄さんの研究に抵抗も反抗もせず、心よく協力してくれないか？
you're going to need to be compliant and work with your dear older brother, understand? Just sharing in the torment, you know, just simple. His gentle voice. It was the same as in the memories I had of my brother. Everything would be fine if I listened to him. Ooh, I don't know. Someone or something in my mind whispered those words into my ear. Before long, I nodded at the kind and commanding voice. What? There's no kindness in there. Amongst the prostitutes was a whispered rumor. If one went out to the shores on the moonless night with a bottle filled with water and flowers that they raised up to the starry sky, 2 beautiful men would appear on a boat to deliver that person out of the country. At one point, the deliverers were thought to be Barrow, but that had not been proven. And now a few women believed the rumors and arrived at the quiet night shore in search of salvation elsewhere. Oh dear.
やあ、可憐なお嬢さんたち。自由への船旅をお求めかな。
Good evenings, ladies. Do you seek safe passage to freedom?
その身に宿している生命の花さえいただければ。
If you would give me the flower of life that resides within you.
この配達人があなたたちをどんな国にだって。
I knew it sounded creepy when he said it. The deliverer shall take you anywhere you wish. The beautiful deliverer was waiting to make your dreams come true. But at what cost, my guys? Oh, it was an ending without a cutscene? What? I don't get a cute picture? That's messed up. Okay. Usually you get a picture even on bad endings. How dare you? Aha! There was no choice here, so I need to go... Let's see. Honestly, there was only one save in that one where I got a bad choice. It was... You're selfish. Okay, wait, hang on. Let's try here. I'm a bit relieved. I thought that Jean was only focused on taking care of you, Mathis. So I'm a bit relieved to see him like this.
はい。話に出るたびに何時間ものろけられるのは困りますが。
Yes, though having him speak for hours about her can be bothersome at times.
彼女のことを語っている時のジャンは本当に嬉しそうで。
Regardless, Jean looks genuinely happy whenever he's talking about her.
見てる僕の方が幸せを分けてもらっている気分になってきます。
Seeing him happy like this makes me feel like he's sharing his happiness with me. Plot twist. Ah, there should be quick load, bro. I need more than auto. I need skip. Is that not an option in this one? Oh man, don't be like... Skip mode. Choose to skip all text. Only text that you have. Okay, perfect. Do that. Skip end. Set whether to stop the skip function at a choice selection. Okay. Skip and save is our best friend. Yeah, it's my only thing I need. All right, let's see. Do I have it now? Can I do it? It wasn't letting me do skip earlier. I'm not trying to use quick save. I get that. I understand. I don't want auto. I want skip all. Because there's like a... I've done this. Got scared. I thought I scared myself. In other games, that's the button you press to get to skip. Oh, God. Oh, there we go. Yeah. That's what I need. Can I go faster? I want the option to just go to the next choice. I don't know. At least it's faster. The last game I played had the worst skip feature I've ever had to deal with, where you basically had to see this almost in real time. The whole time. But I feel like there's definitely an option for skip all, though. Choose to skip all text, or simply skip only text that's already been read. Read. Okay, that's not right then. Display, Windows, sound, computer manual, no. Hang on. It's going to tell me where to go to skip all. Skip text. Skip movie. Oh. Toggle skip function LZ, which is what I was doing. Oh, no, wait, it wasn't. That wasn't what I was doing. Now that I've seen Gene in a different light, I have an urge to punch him. Read. Is this new? There are words I can understand.
鎖国されているので、知っての通り、この国の周囲は海流が強いので。
Do you want to know? Okay, I'm so confused. It's acting like I have a skip. I don't know. It's not doing like a skip to the next choice. I like having a button that's just like skip to next choice. Oh, man. I'm trying to think if there's any other buttons I haven't pressed. I'll double check the configuration one more time just because this is slow. This is still kind of slow. I had, again, that one that was really bad. It is interesting how they can really change like your opinion of someone. Skip text, display, hide text, window cancel, next, confirm. Controls for CG display only when viewing gallery. Some buttons can be changed. Please refer to the screen for any blah, blah, blah. Click up display log, right to next chapter. Ooh, next choice. Okay, hang on. Right? Am I doing this? No. It said next choice, right? Am I reading this wrong? Bro. Left stick. Flick up to display log. Right stick. Flip right. Oh, I hit the left stick. My bad. Yes! Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Virche Evermore. Jumping. It says jumping under my thing. Alright, hold his hand's the right choice for this one. I know that. Yes. Perfect. We're going to do anything that makes the flower bloom this time. And then see if I get a better ending. Jumping. It's a lovely flower blooming. You just can't see it because that's where my thing is. I'm going to save right here because I did plead for him to stop last time and it didn't act like that was a good ending. All right. Foursome. All right, so this will be new dialogue for the first time. Stop! I instinctively reacted, shoving Mathis away and picking up the papers from the floor. Most of them were creased with footprints on them, but fortunately none of them were torn. What was that? Unlike the Mathis I knew, he looked down at me with unbelievably cold eyes. I couldn't let him intimidate me. This is your most precious treasure. Even you don't have the right to trample on it like this. All right, let's see. Well, that wasn't much of a dialogue change, if I'm being honest. But whatever. How am I supposed to know that he wants me to be aggressive? Like, he's like, be aggressive, and that's how he likes it? I didn't know. All right, let's see. I think we're like 3 choices away now. I'm relieved. I recall this was the right answer. He did not like being called cute. All right. I'm curious if, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I'm curious, but I don't know how many paths there are. I like when the flowchart shows you where you're headed. Like, it can be like question marks, just so you know, like, there's a different change. Like, nothing can be as intense as 0. Re-0? Whichever, not re-0. Oh gosh, what's it called? 9990? I can't think the name of it. That one had so many flowcharts. But they were something to look forward to. Saving. Okay. That means that there was nothing different after that. That means getting all the good answers didn't get me a different ending? Oh. I did all the good answers, or at least what looked like good answers, and I got the same ending. I'm curious. How did I mess up? I don't think I had another choice prior to that. I think that was the first one I got wrong. Interesting.
ようこそ、クロード家へ。
I wonder. I don't want to look it up. I don't like seeing spoilers. I wonder if
僕は本当に
I'm really foolish and selfish,
自
aren't
分
I?
勝手で愚かですよね。
Oh, wait a second. I don't think. Hang on. I don't think I did this one right last time. I don't think I saw flowers when I did this one. Is this a very all or nothing one? I don't think you're selfish. There we go. My bad. I didn't change the very, 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 very first thing. Maybe do the choices that you don't have flowers properly. Yeah, I had one I missed. I don't think what you just said is dangerous, but I don't think you're foolish or selfish, Mathis. Someone truly feels selfish doesn't think about how they might affect others.
そんなの詭弁ですよ。
You're just being nice. But I think I'm telling the truth. To add, if anything, I'm the one who's selfish here. Okay, now we're at the previous red stuff. Okay. My bad. I didn't remember getting that one wrong. But maybe that's because it was the very first choice. I wasn't even thinking about choices at that time. I'm a bit relieved. Wink, 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 wink.
彼女のことを語っている時のジャンは本当
Yeah, next selection or unread text, please. I missed one. That was my bad. But at least I have a skip all option. Because that was getting so depressing. Pat his back. Just pat his back. Go there. I have many questions about Camille now because, like, totally get his motivations. You were so in love and she died, and like you're like, now I have to have all the revenge in the world. When did his parents actually die? Because his parents said they wanted him to take over. Like, did he kill his parents or were they already dead? I'm just curious. I just have some curiouses. Honestly, I thought for a little bit that he was going to try and kidnap her because she seems similar to his now dead girl. But you can't put those memories in there, so that makes sense too. Curious. I have very many curiosities. Man, is this an all or nothing ending? I also don't know. Actually, when it gets to the next choice, I'm going to see if it'll let me check status. Okay, the flower's kind of changing colors this time. I'm relieved. Like, is it working? Are you falling in love with me? I can't tell. Actually, I can't tell. But that's like the most curious thing. Like I'm still lost. Reliver's real weird to me. Okay. Did we do it? Do we have a different ending? Was that the last choice? Should I have saved before I did this? Oh, could you tell me what he said just before this? Dang it. I understand well enough what Mathis was trying to say. Considering what Camille said, I couldn't deny that it made sense. But really? Were the feelings Mathis had for me really manufactured all along? Okay, at least I know where we're at. His embarrassed look. The courage he displayed. I don't know about that one. That's still the most peculiar position he was in. His tears, they were all artificial. No. That can't be true. No matter how hard Mathis tries to deny his existence, should I have tried to get the bad ending first? Ooh, I just thought about that. I can't do that. How? My heart was telling me to push back. The pulse that existed in his chest was without a doubt his very own. I don't want to force myself to fall in love with someone besides you. So please don't give up. I want you to live. Is that such a cruel thing for me to wish? I moved closer to him and held his hand. It was terribly cold. His body wasn't very warm to begin with, but I could tell it was worse now. I gently led both of his hands to my cheeks. Sorry, I say chest. I placed his hands over my cheeks so that he could share my warmth with him. I cradled his hands with mine so that he couldn't move them away. The memories you have and the emotions that were born from them may not be yours. But what about the memories and emotions after you met death? In all the memories that you inherited, has there been any other woman capable of spreading misfortune like me? What? That's not true, but I've brought misfortune to so many people as death, so I used to think, if only there was someone else at fault or blah 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 blah. Oh, that's the selfish thing. We don't do repeats. You keep thinking about others and you don't even realize how much you lose. Even if you're death, you're the kindest person I've ever met, and I've only met 6 people in my entire life. If that's the case, then your opinion of me is a unique part of your memory that doesn't come from anyone else's memories. If I could somehow stop him from clinging to the word fake, I would say whatever I needed to. Was there ever a person who wrote a story with death? Was there ever a person who confessed his feelings to her so lovingly? I doubt you can find anyone who has even if you looked at all over the world. But Mathis's expression twisted into a frown.
その絆の証である小説だって僕がクロード夫人から奪ったものだ。
The proof of our bond, that novel, it was stolen from Amelia Claude. Then we can rewrite the story. This time, you and I can be the characters who confess their love. If we do that, it's proof that the memories we've shared with death and those who can call your own. I read that wrong. I can tell. It didn't make sense at the very end. Aww. Wait, did he have the robot lines when we were talking? I can't write a new story. Because I'm going to become a different person who won't remember who you are. Actually, but I didn't take a chance to look at her outfit from the side. Okay, it's backless. Got it. Memories entered from the mark on his neck. They slowly encroached upon his mind with lights gradually spreading across his body. Stop the pain. I understand what you're telling me. I understand that you're a kind death. And I know the warm feelings I have are my own and not inherited from someone else. No, I don't want to. I don't want to forget you. I don't want to lose the love I feel for you. I've never been so scared of the future. I hugged him with all my might as he sought salvation. I'm sorry, but I don't want to lose a future where we can be together. Because you've cherished the memories we've made with death. And I love you. There, I said it. I'm strong and I can say words. And all this time, I told myself I didn't have the right to say it. The most precious, fleeting emotion in the world. I cornered him with my feelings despite knowing that he feared losing anymore. You? I was patched together in a series of horrible experiments. Aren't you afraid of me? Dude, I'm literally death, my guy. I'm neither human nor reliver. That doesn't matter to me. Whatever your past was, I love you for who you are now. Then I'll do my best. Huh? Do you remember what Camille said earlier? So leaving your body, what? That he wanted me to prove the power of my love. Understanding his meanings, my expression stiffened. I then embraced him, and Mathis held me tightly in return this time. A hug so strong that it seemed he wanted me to remember his warmth. Starting tomorrow, I'll live out a different life every day. I'll probably forget what we spoke about. No, perhaps even your appearance and your name. Perhaps his personality was fading again, as he didn't speak the name he was soon to forget. I'll do my best.
あなたへ恋する自分を作れるように。
Each time I'm reborn, I will continue to prove that I still love you.
だから
So in turn,
あなたも
my soul left my body a long time ago thanks to Camille. I mean, that was a special kind of soul, like, extraction. It was against one's will. In turn,
どんな人間になっても
will you
愛されるって
please trust me that
信じてくれる？
will you please trust that I will love you regardless of who I become? He was shaking horribly. His voice was frail and weak. Still, he was showing determination stronger than anyone in the world. His voice, his smile. There was enough for me. Those were enough for me to trust him. Look at that. This is the most awkward looking kiss I've ever seen, but it's happening. I responded not with words, but a kiss. Careful yet firmly. A kiss that I could only give to Mathis. We savored the moment so that neither of us would ever forget. I mean, he had his eyes open. That's the most awkward kind of kiss. A simple kiss. The first and last kiss that I would share with Mathis. Oh no! Tell me he has a different name. Just tell me he has another name and that's all. His appearance change? That'd be cool.
よ、おはようさん、マティス・クロード。
Hi! Hello, morning, Mathis Claude.
新しいお前の目覚めを、俺は心よく歓迎するよ。
You've woken up to a new day, to a new life. Violence. This man was someone unreasonable, constantly spitting upon the weak when he was in a bad mood.
鬱陶しいんだよ、このグズ。
You really get on my nerves, biatch. Ah. He slammed the hilt of his knife right into my temple. I fell to the floor with thin lines of blood spilling down my face. Oh my goodness, this is the gooder ending? I tried to speak to him the moment he woke up, but he was already irritable with me. It was the only reason he needed to resort to violence. Anytime he felt displeasure, he seemed to grow in his hands before he struck me. He punched, kicked, and stomped on me. The only reason he didn't use the knife in his hand to kill me was because he must have known he was under the control of the man with the camera in his hands, leaning against the wall.
なんだよ、その目。何が言いたい？俺をバカにしているのか？
Dang, is this the same voice actor? Because that was deep. What's that look on your face? What is it? Are you mocking me? When his knife broke, he used his fist. He did what he could to vent his frustrations on me, just stopping short of going too far. Who would have thought that the medium ending would have been a better ending? The violence stopped. It seemed like he punched me so hard that the skin on his knuckles peeled. I somehow managed to stand, then slowly walk towards him as he still fumed with anger. Using a piece of fabric torn from my skirt, I wrapped it around his wounded hand. What are you doing? Oh, is this a face I've never used? I don't know if I recognize this one. Bandaging you. Your hands are special. You need them to write your novel. We can't take any chances. The hell are you talking about? He raised his other hand to swing down on me for speaking nonsense, but seeing that I wasn't cowering or trying to run, he lowered his fist in confusion.
No?
Oh. Was that blood there before? I mean ketchup. He continued to use violence against me over trivial matters as the day went on, and I had no peace until the night was over. But it felt as if his strength was weakened little by little.
俺、子供の頃から自分の理性や感情がうまく制御できなくてさ。
Since I was a child, I've never been able to control my thoughts or emotions. We were just a few minutes away from today's version of him falling into a deep sleep.
ほんの些細なことで頭が真っ赤になって。
Why would this person have a reliver? I feel like there should be more. I get so upset over the stupidest things. Even though I know it's wrong, I can't stop myself from being violent. That's why everyone who has ever known me hates me.
だから殴った拳を心配されるなんて初めてだったんだ。
That's why I didn't expect you to actually worry about the fist I used against you. Should I not have worried? He shook his head quietly.
あんたは嫌かもしれないが。
You may not want to hear it, but I think I might love you. Dude, that's way trauma. That's great to hear. And with that, he closed his eyes. I quietly said good night to today's Mathis as he drifted off.
滑り出しは好調。よくあんな激しい男を相手に愛してるを引き出せたな。
Not a bad start. I can't believe you actually got that asshole to say that he loves you.
っていうか、もっと泣きわめいて嫌がるかと思ってたよ。
Oh no, I have choices again. I don't have a reason to cry. I don't have a reason to cry. After all, I already made my decision that I would stay by his side no matter what.
そういうのってダメな男を助長させると思うけど。
You think it's worth encouraging a useless man like that? As long as he tells me that he loves me before he goes. I can love Mathis no matter his personality. I assume you want to capture our despair on that camera of yours. Too bad.
その強がりもいつまで持つかな。
Let's see how long you can keep that up.
じゃあ次のマティスがどんな人間か夜明けを楽しみにしててくれよ。
Well, you just sit tight and enjoy the kind of person Mathis will be tomorrow. I'm surprised they're not showing her with like bruises after Camille left. With my whole body aching from pain, I brushed away Mathis's hair from his cheek. He looked so at peace that it was hard to believe that what he did earlier. Thank you for doing your best like you promised. I was very happy to hear your rough side tell me that you love me. I don't know if that's his rough side. I gently kissed him on the eyelids to thank him before going to sleep by his side. Girl, don't get too close. You don't know. Self-protection. This man was a despicable coward. Where did that come from? The woman Camille dragged in here screamed as she was slaughtered. Holding her down and splitting her belly with a huge knife was not the deliverer Camille, but rather... Aw, he's smiling. The operation is complete as you wanted. Does this fit your bidding, Master Camille? Mathis was trying to get on Camille's good side. The memory he possessed were from a merchant in Mattis who lived in the shadows of those stronger than him. He willfully deceived and abused others for his own sake and flattered those in power. He stole money from many people to donate to the Institute. I wanted to save the woman, but Camille had me bound with rope preventing me from moving. All I could do was watch the woman die as Mathis looked on with a chivalrous smile towards Camille. Servile? Servitile?
What?
No one of importance will care about 1 or 2 prostitutes dying.
私は仕方なく強者に従っただけ。そうだ。私は何も悪くない。
I had to follow his command or I would have been in danger. That's right. It's not my fault. There's a vial in the cabinet over there. It's not medicine, but it's a special concoction that can help make you feel better. If you feel like vomiting, drinking that will help settle your stomach. Once Camille lets me out of these ropes, I'll have the body taken care of.
なんで責めない。
Why aren't you blaming me?
お前は私が自分の命かわいさに何をしたのか目の前で見てたんだろ。
You saw me do what I did back there because I wanted to save myself. Yeah, I saw what you did. I also saw you frowning to the point of tears. You kept your eyes on the woman that you killed to the very end.
Masaka. ずっと小賢しい卑怯者だと罵られ続けてきた私が。
No way. Everyone's always called me a coward and a rat.
あんな些細な一言で
I never thought I'd fall in love with
恋
what
に
you
落ち
said.
るとは思わなかった。
I called. Okay.
せいぜいあいつの機嫌を損ねて殺されないよう気をつけろ。
This is really having amnesia vibes. Like he's giving me major Joker vibes right now. Only the person he'd be referring to is himself. You just be careful not to get on his bad side or else he might kill you. I wouldn't want the woman I love to die after all. I understand. And with that, he fell asleep with a different expression than before.
今回も実験成功。けどあんたも大概我慢強いね。
Looks like the results were good again. I have to admit you're handling this well.
俺、あんな自分本位な奴が身近にいたら、出会って数秒で殴る自信があるわ。
If I met a selfish guy like him, I'd be sorely tempted to beat his ass. If he's irritating you so much, you shouldn't have downloaded his memory. Things would be fine. No matter what anyone said about me, the results wouldn't change. I don't know, man. Strict. Gloomy. Contemptuous. I wanted to see gloomy. That seemed like a great one. A variety of personalities and memories were downloaded into his brain. Some ended up harming me for no real reason. Regardless, each night before he went to sleep, he said,
不思議だね。
I feel so strange. I just
出会
met
った
you,
ばかりの苦しいまでに。
but I'm already madly in love with you. And each time I sent him off with a smile. The experiment continued to lead to successful results, but for some reason, Camille seemed irritated with each passing experiment. Maybe he's not convinced. Camille? Plot twist. Things were moving along as well as they could have. I was happy to know that my reunion with Rosalie would happen sooner than expected. That said, I was so damn irritated seeing the two of them together. Damn it. I've been reluctant to take pictures of them instead of throwing the camera down onto the sofa pretty much every day. How many days had passed since I last took photographs of them confessing their loves to each other? Jealous much? Yeah, you can't handle that. They were whispering their love to each other every day while I was still longing for Rosalie. Was that why I was irritated? No, that was close, but not quite it.
なんであの女は
It's that girl. Are you wanting me now? Do you not want your girlfriend anymore?
心まで変わり果てたマティスに失
Why isn't she turning her back on Mathis after all he's done? I don't know why. I didn't even want to think about it. I don't know. Why are you literally are murdering prostitutes. What are you talking about? You literally made a secret lab. Like, dawn broke, hours passed, and night came again. Nothing was unusual about this time, but I wasn't sure how many days had passed by now. Valid. Congratulations, this is the last of my experiments. As usual, Camille came into his laboratory to download a new memory into Mathis. I somehow got up as Mathis continued to sleep. I hardly slept all night because he kept kicking me in the back. The many love stories I had played out with Mathis were taking their toll. My body ached and I was tired beyond belief. Which was probably why Camille could tell that I was at my limit. Still. Wait. What do you mean by last? I thought you needed to continue downloading memories into Mathis to keep him alive. Don't tell me you forgot. Mathis is just a guinea pig to me. Once I've gotten my results, he's of no use to me. I was able to confirm the possibility of using artificial memories to grow the emotion of love thanks to you lovebirds. So there's no need to experiment anymore. But that's not right. He did say he would continue to download memories, but he didn't say that he would do it forever. Why hadn't I thought of this possibility? I was probably turning my eyes away from the horrible thought all this time. Or perhaps I had hoped deep down that he would keep his word. What a fool I was. Still, Anku! Like, where are you? If I didn't do something, Mathis would really disappear. I was being asked questions. If I did something, Mathis would really disappear. If I didn't do something, Mathis would really disappear. I couldn't let that happen, ever. Strangle him. Please don't Mathis die. I don't care what he might become as long as he's by my side. That's how you know you have a problem. I was so useless. The only thing I could do was bow my head with desperate hope that he would listen. I somehow held back tears from how pathetic I was. Camille's eyes narrowed a bit as if something I said caught his attention. He's so cute! For a psychopath. What he might become. Very good. That's a good statement here, considering the last experiment. What is he going to be, a killer? Camille gave an eerie smile that turned on the switch to the device connected to Mathis. Is this even human? I hadn't heard him scream like this before. Mathis. I rushed towards him. I got no patience for this man. I want him gone already. Is that a knife? I rushed towards him and tried to remove his shackles to no avail. Don't you worry. It'll be over soon enough. He continued. Yep, a knife. The memory I'm downloading into him is a lot larger and more complex than before. So the load on Mathis's brain is rather extreme.
せいぜい目覚める前に死なないよう手でも握ってやっててくれ。
Why don't you hold his hand and pray? He might wake up before he dies. Camille glanced at me for a moment. He then let out a heavy sigh. Then he moved away from Mathis and looked at me more fully. His expression of ridicule and casual manner of speech disappeared as he looked at me seriously.
それじゃあ俺と最後の実験といこうか。愛に一途な死神さん。
That's true. If I had my powers, if Anku wasn't repressing my powers, maybe this guy would die. Now that it's time to undergo the last experiment, faithful and loving death.
今ダウンロードしているのは
Let me tell you who I downloaded.
女性を痛めつける快楽に目覚め、目的もなく何人もの女性を事故に見せかけ殺害してきた。
Is it you? Just kidding. Is it someone who found pleasure in hurting women, who killed many under the guise of accident simply to pass the time?
殺人鬼と名乗ることすらおこがましい。俺から見ても愚か極まりない。クズの中のクズの記憶。
Yeah, but she doesn't know how to run. Even from my perspective, he isn't worth labeling a mere killer, but the worst scum one can find.
深い愛と真逆の位置にある感情を持ってしまった記憶を乗り越え、再度あんたに恋することができたなら。
I wonder if this game is one of those games where you have to unlock a good ending after finale or something. I'm tired of this man. That's a really good question because I did all the blooming flower options. So, you know, there's also I have to go back to the previous save and see if there's a different ending if I choose the other option. Hello. The memory in him is the opposite of what one would call love, but if you can somehow make him love you...
マティスは実験体として最高の結果を出したことになる。
Mathis will have accomplished the greatest results as a test subject.
人工的な記憶を持ってなお愛を失わないホムンクルス。
This is the best sentence I think I've ever read. He would become a homunculus with an artificial memory that knows love.
俺を愛するロザリーを蘇らせるための研究の完成だ。
He would be finally ready for me to bring my beloved Rosalie back to life. He was completely mad. Once again, I was reminded of this. He spoke of inhumane things as though they were nothing. He was more mad than murderer. My brain shut down whenever this man's talking. I feel that. The device stopped and Mathis gave a small groan.
恋人同士で過ごす最後の夜だ。邪魔者はここで退散するかね。
Thanks, Camille. This is the last night you two can spend as lovers, so I will see myself out.
せいぜい死なないように頑張れよ。
Do your best not
も
to
し最
die.
後まで生き延びることができたら、
If you somehow make it out alive,
実験成功のお祝いとして、マティスのホムンクルスをもう一体送ってやるからさ。
oh man. I'll send you another homunculus of Mathis as a thanks for making my experiments a success. You just fixed the one that's here. Camille removed the tubes connected to Mathis, then left the lab. With him gone, I quickly crouched next to Mathis and touched him gently. Girl, you just got told not to do that. He downloaded the memories of a killer, which meant the personality that was inside him would be the worst so far. Also meant that I would only imagine what would happen when Mathis woke up. Would he still be the Mathis I knew? Must be from Full Metal Alchemist. That's a great example too, yeah. I had heard him scream many times, but I couldn't get the most recent one out of my mind. Perhaps this time he finally lost any memories he had of me. Just as that thought came to mind. A woman? I don't think he said words. His sleepy eyes caught sight of me. But Mathis' expression remained vague. He was staring at me in a daze. Mathis? I spoke his name, wondering if his mind was elsewhere. No playing with Big Brother. Not that one. And then I died. The next moment, I was slammed into the floor. It took some time for me to realize that he had punched me. A woman. A girl. He's not even questioning where he's at. You can be a psychotic murderer, but you'd probably like take in your surroundings a little bit. His voice was filled with an excited madness. Why not that line? Just not. Yeah, see, exactly. I tried my best to escape, but it was too late. Oh, he had a knife. I totally forgot. Ah! Pain surged through my right leg. He had picked up a nearby knife and drove it into my leg, cutting a tendon. Classic. By the time my brain recognized the pain as reality, I was already unable to move my leg. Feels so good. Oh no. She's not running now. I feel like she just resolved herself to failure at the beginning of this one. There's nothing like hearing such a pure human girl scream in agony like that. Still, this isn't enough. I don't think I've ever seen her eyes that wide, actually. That's probably the widest they've been. My agonized cry rang louder as he stepped on my injured leg. He then played with the knife in his hand before stabbing me multiple times, all over, nowhere specific. Red blood squirted out of my skin. I don't know if I could feel my consciousness slowly starting to fade. Music to my ears. You don't need to make such a fuss since your wounds will go away once you're a reliver. I screamed and struggled, dragging myself across the floor with shaking arms. She's not a reliver, though. I tried to get myself to the door, but seeing me pathetically crawl away... Leaving already? Are you? Just try it. I love chasing after wounded prey and killing them afterwards. All I can say, the good endings for Roots better worth it. The Roots better be worth it, or else Dark Otome games probably get 500 bad endings. I'm so used to like the Dark Otome games and going like, and then I never want to be with this person because they injured my character in a different story route. So if this is the good ending, I don't understand. Girl, I somehow dragged myself towards the exit. What exit? Give me one good ending. This is the good ending. This is the good ending. I somehow dragged myself towards the exit, my bloody leg leaving a trail behind me. You were stabbed all over as well. The ruthless man knew he was in control. I turned around to see him walking towards me slowly with a malevolent smile. I didn't see Mathis in his eyes. I continued my best to escape him as he gripped the knife in his hand. I needed to get away. I don't think this is a good ending. It was the flower blooming. Is that not good? I needed to run. I couldn't run. Aw, he's so cute. She should have done that already. Yeah, she should have done that moment he said it was going to be a killer. My face, my arms, my legs, my shoulders. Wounds all over my body released streams of blood that soaked me through. My vision was starting to blur. Maybe the flower's bad. Got you. Oh my goodness. The best expression ever. Now let me hear that scream. Spend the last of your life entertaining me with your agony. Can you scream? You can't scream being choked. Pathetic. And this is all your fault. Actually, I was trying to see the room, but I really don't get much of the vibe there. You damn women, you normal relivers bring this upon yourself. She's not a reliver. You can tell by her eyes. My mother was a prostitute and a reliver. Yeah, once this one ends, I'll see how many CGs we have, because he only had 17, I think. It's the likes of you who killed her, burning her alive to cleanse her. What? Heaven gave me the opportunity to take revenge on the likes of you. He grabbed my neck and slowly dug his thumb into my veins. At this rate, he would strangle me to death before finishing me off with his knife. The pressure on my vein throbbed with pain as did my brain, I bet. My consciousness plummeted into the depth of darkness. The man shouted slowly, moved away from me. I can't die now. I don't want to die. I cannot see how she is not dead already. Agreed. I tried to resist death. I haven't heard from Mathis. I haven't heard his words of love yet. He made me a promise. I trusted that he would say he loved me no matter what happened. I forced open my eyes using the strength of my emotions. He probably thought I was going to give up and die. Our eyes met by coincidence. I mean, you guys are kind of right there. A teardrop rolled down my cheeks from above. The warm teardrop ran down my cheek and blended with the blood below. Poetic. Like he's waking up. You... there... Huh? Are you there? I cannot remember your name nor your face, for you appeared in my dreams but once. Surely you must be my beloved. I wish to see you. Where are you? I can hear you, but everything is covered in dark, hideous emotions. I can't see a thing. Wait. That was from the book Mathis gave me, a poem of love from a faraway land. The fact he was mumbling the poem meant... Mathis! I called his name with all my might as he continued to cry. You may not see me, but can you feel me? I'm holding your hand. So it's your turn. It's your turn to do your best, like we promised. He heard me, my strained voice. Is he still choking you? I'm just saying. I don't know. The man above me nodded as the person I loved. He didn't need to regain his sanity. I don't know about that, because each and every time Mathis awoke, I love you.
くれ。
Oh no, I love you, so please die.
このまま僕は
We're going away. I don't want.
あなたの見えない世界で生きていたく。
It's romantic in the worst way possible. I don't want to live in a world where I can't see you. Just as we promised. Oh no. He would do what he could to express his love through his given personality. Yes. I'll gladly die for you. Maybe not. I don't know. Say, Mathis, have you noticed? Each time you were born, I could recognize a part of you that never disappeared. I always sensed a little of that kindness of yours I fell in love with. I felt so much pain in our time together, but not once had I fallen to despair. You kept loving me over and over again. Thank you. She didn't say those words. Rather than the sharpness of the blade he pointed at me, my eyes wouldn't move from the tear-stained face of my beloved. The blade I thought would hit me grazed my face and landed right onto the hard floor. Mathis? There's no way in hell this is the good ending. This is the good ending. I called his name. In the neutral ending, I ended up in a tube. The knife slipped from Mathis's hand in silence.
ごめん。やっぱり
I'm sorry, I can't.
大切な君のことを殺したくなんかない。
I don't want to kill someone so dear to me. Mathis, is that really you?
ああ、全部思い出した。
Yes, I remember everything now.
今はずっとたった一人で耐えさせてしまって。
All this time I made you suffer. I'm sorry.
これからはもう惑わされない。ずっとそばにいるから。
I won't be led astray anymore. I'll always be by your side. Yeah, Trico TV, that's my friend who played games with me once. I won't be led astray. Let's. I don't know, man. I did my best to give Mathis a firm hug for being able to regain his senses of self through his own willpower, and then he stabbed me in the back. Don't worry, you kept your promise the whole time, Mathis. I knew it. No matter where your memories came from, as long as our souls are bonded, we can create as many miracles as we want. Mathis, you did so well to endure everything. Thank you.
大切な人のために頑張るのは当たり前だろ。
This girl's literally bleeding to death on the floor. You did so great, Mathis. It's only natural to do my best for my precious someone.
だって俺は
After all, am I not
君の愛する恋人なんだからさ。
the lover you've always wanted? Ooh. Ooh, no. Oh, no, no. No. The words came out in a gentle, chilling whisper. Mathis? Did you say the lover I've always wanted? A cold shiver ran down my spine. I quickly let go of him
どう
instinctively.
したの？俺たち今さら恥ずかしがるような関係じゃないだろ。
What is it? We're more than just two normal people in a relationship. His eyes were dark and muddled.
それとも久しぶりで緊張しているのかな。
Or perhaps you're just nervous since it's been a long time since we last met. I'm tired. You're tired. I want to know where that strength is coming from. Same. Something was wrong. He's not talking to me at all. Before I could put up a fight, he quickly embraced me in his arms. No.
あの日からずっと君にもう一度会える日を夢見てきたんだ。
Is this Anku? It can't be, right? Ever since that day, I dreamed of the day I could see you again. Wait just a moment.
俺を愛するために蘇ってくれて本当にありがとう。
Thank you for coming back to life just so I can love you again. Do you really know who I am?
誰よりも愛して
I just noticed the question mark. Mathis question mark? I love you more than anyone. Stop saying you love me and look. He wasn't listening to me at all. Is this Camille?
俺の愛しいロザリ
Was that like a prior version? He gets a new memory put into his brain every day. I need to know how many endings for each love interest. I know there's a good ending on game. Look at the blood. Look at the blood. Oh, you scared me. My dear beloved Rosalie. I found myself confronted by the bleaking reality. There was no trace of miracle thoughts or emotion. Every human concept meant nothing in the face of memories that could be controlled with the flick of a switch. I kind of thought that might be Camille because he was talking about how they just likes to kill people.
今日からあんたがこいつのロザリーだ。
Congratulations! You are his Rosalie from now on.
死が二人を分かっても
Even if you two are parted by death.
この暗い花園の中愛し合いながら永遠の時を生きてくれ。
I wish you a life of love in this dark eternal garden. A few months passed. As usual, I was spending my day in this cruel, mad world.
よ、あんたも今日から正式にクロード家の一員だな。
Looks like you're finally an official member of the Claude family. Camille came into our room with a simple congratulation. His untruthful words didn't have the power to move my soul. I'm so done. I swear, if in other endings for Mathis don't involve with Camille being gone, I won't play this. Today was the day I married him. I had been spending my day with him in the underground laboratory, satisfying his pangs for love. Coming up to the surface like this once a month was like a gift. Camille made up the story that Mathis and I were rescued from Barrow and decided to live together. He reported to Mother and everyone else that all was well and waited for things to settle down. It was then he announced I was marrying him. This news was spread to everyone who knew me so that no one would suspect something was wrong. Adolphe and the others were aware of my relationship with him, so despite being surprised, they accepted the news. Mother was disturbed, thinking that I was too young to marry, but in the end, she honored my choice and allowed me to marry. Oh, man. Anku, my dude. But there was one person who knew the truth and came to see me in secret to try and save me, but I apologized to him and turned my back on the hand of my salvation he offered me. Why would you turn Anku down instead of a weak woman like me so willing to kill her own sanity for the sake of maintaining someone else's? There had to be another more suited to enter into a contract with the Watchman of Death. Aw, look, we got married. He looks wild. Most of all, I couldn't simply turn my back on him.
ロザリー、もっとこっちに。
Rosalie, a little closer. Yes, Camille. He kissed me gently the moment his warm fingers touched my chin. Our tongues caressed each other as the kiss weakened my powers to think straight. Why? His hand gently found its way under my dress and up my back.
ロザリー、どうして息を殺すんだ？いつもはもっと積極的だろ。
Rosalie, why are you so quiet? You're usually much more aggressive. It's just that it feels a bit ticklish. I'm sorry. I took everything I had to comply with his sexual advances. The lustful look in his eye was not directed towards me. It contained the love he had for a woman with hair similar to mine. He called me Rosalie and embraced me with love. I called him Camille and responded to him with love. I had gotten tirelessly used to this charade. The Mathis I loved is gone. I knew that, but the reason I couldn't move away from him was he believed himself to be Camille because of the memories downloaded into his brain. Give me my boy! He was urged to seek out his very own Rosalie. If I suddenly disappeared, or if I said or did anything that was contrary to what Rosalie would do, he would no doubt be broken.
愛してる。ロザリー。
I love you, Rosalie. Yes, I love you too, Camille. Which was why I decided to love him blindly as his very own Rosalie forever and ever. Wild. Oh. A single man's soul was killed. A single woman's name was stolen. Their love was so horribly warped, it was too repulsive to be called love. I could see now. This was befitting of this cursed country. This was a story of love and hate. I don't know. One Ted would not date him again. But it's a true ending. Look, we get the end credits. I'm so confused. I don't know. I don't know about this. Definitely not the path I was expecting this to go. I need to know what ending is. Well, it's definitely a good or bad ending. We picked the flowers all the way through. It should have been a good ending. Lycra's love, dream evermore. Nice. I mean, he looked great as a psychopath. That was nice. I don't know. We'll see how many pictures we're missing at the end of this. I had a feeling that I shouldn't trust the flowers. That's valid because the flowers are a sign of death. You were right. Maybe I should have been doing the opposite the whole time. But I turned down Anku. That's so messed up. Anku's the only person I like in this game. How dare. Do I get an after ending? No, no after ending.
君を愛することができて、俺は本当に幸せ者だ。
I'm so lucky to be able to love you again like this. Don't be so anxious.
そんな不安な顔をしないでくれよ。
From now on, I'll never leave you.
君を一人になんてしないからさ。
It changed the background. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see what the gallery says. Mathis. All right. So that one's new. Nope, not that one. That one's new. Okay, okay. Let's go back. So we're missing 2 pictures there. Like oh, is it because I didn't click the opposite photo? The awkward kiss one. The proof he's a robot. Okay, so I'm missing 2. So I'm not convinced right now. Typically there's an after ending, so that's probably the after ending, and this is probably the opposite ending. I don't know. Let's see what the flowchart says. I will never accept that ending as good ending. I need proof. We'll see what it says. We'll see. Oh, not that. Not the seamless. Flowchart. Flowchart. Okay. My picture's covering like the thing, so I'm trying to see if I'm missing anything in these. Interesting, interesting. Okay. This one says it has choices that I haven't seen yet. I'm mentally tired. I agree. Okay, so this is the deviation. And here's the next deviation, which I think here might be where that choice I need to make to change it. Despair. The ending's called Despair. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna go back to this one. And we're going to go straight to the choice and see if we get much of a difference. Did you purposely choose him? Did you purposely choose someone with a violent past? Figure that out yourself, not like you're going to trust what I say anyways. As long as he tells me that he loves me before he goes, I can love Mathis no matter his personality. I assume you want to capture our despair on camera of yours. Too bad. All right, let's see. That's the only option you can change in this scene. So let's see if it gets us a different ending. If it doesn't, it'll go straight to the main screen. Okay, not different. Maybe? Oh, well, let me skip it. Okay. Despair, 1, 2, and salvation. Well, changing the option there didn't give me a different ending option, but it could be because I need to get the good ending before it lets me do that. I could just, this will probably be faster than doing that. It's 3:30. Thanks, home screen for my Nintendo. All right, let's see. Well, I know. So keep that background. I just found out something probably best to not worry about last ending for now. Okay. Ominous. For me, it's 2:30. Nice. All right. Well, let's see. So maybe, what you're probably saying is I probably don't have a choice in that way. Because it goes to despair 1, so I can't do despair 2. 5:28. My gosh. It's far too late. That explains why you fell asleep the other time when I stayed up until like 2 a.m. It's like 4 a.m. for you. All right, so should I do it with the other options where I get all the not things? 4:29, that's not too far. Future persons. All right, let's get all the no flower options and see what happens, and then I'll take a break from there because it's late. And then we can start a new story next time, which will probably be Lucas. Lucas was technically he was my whatever choice. I can't remember because we figured out that the 2 I was gonna play first are people I can't even play yet. Don't look down on yourself. The good news is I have all these memorized now. Let's see if this gets us any kind of ending. I wonder who she is. No flowers. I don't want any flowers to bloom. Unless they involve Anku. Because I'm pretty sure a bad ending for Anku would still be a good ending, right? Right? Please? Pat his back. Oh, we actually haven't done this one yet. If I recall correctly, Mother used to do this when I was in a similar situation. I placed my hand against Mathis's back and gave him a gentle rub. Sorry, that must have been startling. I'm sorry if I scared you. Just take a deep breath, and once you calm down, we can head to the open area. Oh, cannot skip, still new. My bad. Better go eat. Part of me wants to tell you because you don't have to waste time for that ending. Oh no. But if I do all these options, am I going to get a different ending? Because I haven't had all 3 endings yet. Right? Well, that one ending wasn't an ending that I had. The first one I had wasn't an ending because it didn't do the end thing. What's the right word? It didn't do the end, like, credits thing. That last ending is locked. But I only had one real ending, though. Because I've had the despair ending, right? Oh, am I crazy? Have I had 2 endings? Hang on. I'm sleepy now. It's like, I am also the tired from this. I got 2 endings? Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna get all the opposite endings. That way at least it says I've clicked all of them. Including the one with no CG. If it doesn't have a CG, it's not an ending. It's a lie. A pretty lie. So wait a second. You said there was 3 endings. Despair, despair, and salvation. But the other ending I got wasn't called salvation. It didn't have a name. It just said chapter 4, I thought. It'll go to the home screen if I got it wrong. His salvation end is locked until you complete the final of the game. Really? Oh no. That did say I just unlocked something, which is interesting. Oh, I hate when they do that. Let me have all my endings. I see. Okay. Chapter 4 Rebirth. Despair. Oh, that's Despair 1 and this is Despair 2. I see. I see now. Well, that's disappointing. That's messed up. What the heck? I'd like to try to get them all in one go so I don't have to go back because I forget. I have such short-term memory. I'll forget all these things. We'll just end with this screen up for now, I guess. Alrighty. Well, thank you for your assistance on making sure I wasn't going crazy. At least I know I can't get it. Thank you for the hints, because otherwise I would have continued to struggle for a little while longer. But we got to the end of Mathis's story today, so I'm going to call it for now. I think Tuesday will be the next time I officially will have a lot of time to stream, but I might stream tomorrow night because I think I have time in the evening. Have a good one. Thank you for the stream. Oh, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Again, thanks for watching. We're going to continue on with Lucas next, and then we'll do... Oh god, I forgot everybody's names. I'm too tired. Oh yeah, we'll do Sheen. Sheen will be 3rd. You'll be so excited. Thank you so much for watching me. If you guys haven't seen your husband, I know. If you want to see some of the older videos, I do upload them onto my YouTube channel. However, for right now, I think most of these ones are in the history here on Twitch. And if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to see my newer stuff, you can visit me on Twitch. I do not stream regularly at all, unless it's a game I'm really excited about like this, which is Dark Gothic, which makes me happy. But again, thank you guys so much for joining me. Have a lovely day. I will be back because I have to see what happens next. All right, bye.